Alright, looks like we're live. Hey Gig, what's up? Yes, I remember when I did drugs. That happened fairly recently.
Calling a multi-billionaire a bag fumbler is crazy. Okay. Jones should be...
So much else going on, it's easy to forget we're still in the midst of Donald Trump's criminal trial in New York over those hush money payments to Stormy Daniels way back in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
The jury selection process leading up to the trial provided a lot of great content because selecting an
Booty cum donated $2. Did you see this? Let me see.
And they're going to take money from the large centralized power structures.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I didn't watch this yet. I was gonna react to it on stream. So, we'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Booty cum.
impartial jury for a trial involving probably the most polarizing figure on earth is a pretty absurd situation. On the other hand, the trial itself hasn't been nearly as interesting, mostly because it's mainly just stuff you've heard before if you've been following this saga for the past 7 years.
Also, it's just people reporting from the court. There's no like crazy video to be like, wow, look how crazy this is.
Yeah.
Or they really nailed the cross-examination. You're just hearing retold versions of it and then constantly hearing about Donald Trump falling asleep and waking back up as if he's not an 80-year-old man.
They've spent like almost 2 weeks just submitting into evidence shit all of us already knew.
There have been a few highlights out there, particularly Trump's complete inability to follow the rules of his gag order, limiting what he can say publicly about the case and the people involved in it, which with any other defendant would have gotten them thrown in jail by this point. But for Trump, it just means he has to keep paying relatively small fines of a few $1,000s. I think he owed $9,000 because of it. Yeah. But the judge said, you try it again.
Hey, mister.
I might have to throw you in jail.
You got another thing coming.
Uh-huh. He also gets to at least slightly accomplish his goal of delaying this trial as much as possible because every minute spent in hearings regarding the gag order is a minute not spent on the actual trial. But hey, at least these contempt of court hearings are also providing some good content. For example, here's Business Insider.
On Thursday morning, prosecutors at Trump's Manhattan hush money trial argued that he violated his gag order last week when he made 4 on-camera statements attacking witnesses and the jury. Things got weird when his defense attorney, Todd Blanche, complained that Trump must remain silent about witnesses and jurors while his opponents get to say anything they want. Trump's personal attorney turned nemesis, Michael Cohen, can take whatever potshot he chooses, Blanche told the judge. But Trump must remain silent, Blanche added, even when Cohen mocks him as Donald Von Schitzenpants, a favorite insult on Cohen's podcast and his account on the social media site X.
Boomer joke.
Blanche proceeded to read that colorfully worded offending post into the record as Trump sat listening at the defense table. This one says, oh my, Schitzenpants, Blanche recited as he entered a screenshot of the post into the court record as Exhibit 64, without any objection from prosecutors. The official court stenographer duly followed along, typing the phrase into the court record as shits in pants.
Now, in addition to the name Donald Von Schitzenpants being read into the permanent court record while Trump had to just sit there and take it, we got some amazing work from the courtroom sketch artist. Here's a post Michael Cohen shared on Twitter a few weeks back featuring an AI-generated image of Trump in an unflattering, skin-tight orange superhero costume. And here's the courtroom sketch of Trump looking at that very same image in the courtroom as his lawyers present it to the judge.
I need like an animated show, fully animated in courtroom sketch style.
Yeah, it's really something. But anyways, it's doubtful that too many people would have heard Michael Cohen call Trump Donald.
Rafa invasion has begun. Let me see. Yeah, of course, Hamas said they'd agree to a ceasefire. No shit, because they're about to get fucking obliterated. Well, I really, really hope Israel doesn't cave to all the international pressure and they just fucking obliterate Hamas.
Von Schitzenpants if Trump's lawyers hadn't brought it up at this hearing. But all the news reporting around it has now helped reignite a long-running debate over whether or not Donald Trump does, in fact, shit his pants.
Your Honor, he called my client Donald Von Schitzenpants in reference to long-standing rumors that he does in fact shit his pants. Just so everyone knows that. A lot of people think my client, Donald Trump, poops his pants. They say he smells really bad. Don't Google it, because it's not true. But a lot of people who've met him say he probably poops his pants and wears diapers.
In the honor of being totally impartial,
Ketchup, a butt, and makeup, and put that all in a blender and bottle that as a cologne. That's kind of that. I've been amazed that everybody's just kind of learning about this now. And before that, for years, people who were contestants on The Apprentice or served in the Trump White House have made comments about him smelling bad.
he would often soil himself on The Apprentice set. He's incontinent from all the speed, all the
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I don't know.
Anyways, in some other Trump news, Truth Social continues to be a tremendous source of great content for us and our show. And here is The Bite with some more of that. The head of the accounting firm in charge of keeping track of the former president's Trump Media and Technology Group, TMTG, which owns the far-right social media platform Truth Social, is astonishingly bad at typing out his own name. As the Financial Times reports, Ben F. Borgers, whose accountancy firm was hired by TMTG in 2022, misspelled his name 14 different ways in filings with the U.S. Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, PCAOB, including Ben F. Brogers, Blake F. Borgers, Ben F. Vonish, and Ben F. Orgers.
Yep.
Worse yet, the firm already has a lengthy track record of failing to meet regulatory standards, which,
That
given
is
the nature
bizarre.
of Trump. But in other news from the world of MAGA, one of the wildest things to happen involving Trump's most high-profile supporters was, of course, back in September, when Congresswoman Lauren Boebert got caught on camera being a total shit show at a performance of the Beetlejuice musical, where she took big old puffs from a vape, got felt up by her date, gave her date an over-the-pants hand job, and just generally acted in ways unbecoming of a grandmother.
Yeah.
Because she is a grandmother. She is, I think, younger than me, but she is a grandmother. She later blamed everything on the fact that her date was a Democrat, and I guess he must have been a bad influence on her or something. But this is not a story that she will be living down anytime soon. And to demonstrate, here's the Daily Beast this week.
Representative Lauren Boebert packed her own bullhorn for a Wednesday trip to George Washington University, where protesters continue to occupy a liberation camp that they erected in support of Gazans nearly a week ago. But she didn't pack her running shoes. Otherwise, she might have been
They
able
all
to get
shouted
away from that.
Beetlejuice at her.
Meanwhile, here's some more news about the MAGA movement, their other favorite congresswoman, who
The only path to $20 base take, question mark. Let me see.
And I'm going to be the asshole, and I really don't care. I have seen recently more and more people saying, you're not vegan if you support Palestine. You're not vegan if you support Israel. You're not vegan if you support this or support that. Veganism, while not a political movement, is an animal rights movement.
Yeah, so I'm not going to bother reading this, watching this video because it's super slow and he doesn't get to the point right away. But yeah, he's basically saying you can be vegan and have other political opinions. Like your stance on Israel doesn't determine whether or not you're vegan. So yeah, that's true. Would you go there? Let me see.
To travel as a vegan? This is something we're asked all the time, and our answer is definitely not, if you do your research and aren't afraid to try new things. But it's even easier if you stay at a 100% vegan hotel.
Welcome to Mod Santorini, the first sustainable vegan stay on the island.
Every day we enjoy dishes like moussaka.
I mean, the food looks good, but I don't think I'd bother visiting. It looks like a shithole. Wow. Oh my god. So handsome. Potatus mangus. Wow. It's a tree potato. It's a very pretty koala. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
Saw other vegans sharing this on their X story. Is clearing the death tolls now 44k according to Al Jazeera. But I looked it up and the toll is still 35k. Tried to comment but it was limited.
Yeah, Al Jazeera is not considered reliable. Okay. Whenever they say 600,000 children, what exactly do they mean by that? Like anyone under 18? 44,000 citizens in Gaza being killed. I don't know how they got to that number. I'm assuming they're just quoting the Palestinian Health Authority or something. Well, at least they're being honest about the malnutrition deaths. Like, they're very low. At least 28 children have died due to malnutrition and dehydration. Like how they lump those two things together when they're not the same, but... You know, it's so funny. They mention, like, the civilian casualties. Yeah, that would be totally inaccurate. More than 44,000 civilians. That would be the total death toll, including Hamas deaths. This number is completely inaccurate. Yeah, this is just horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Was previously best buds with Lauren Boebert, but currently considers Boebert to be, Elliot, you say it, a bitch. In our previous episode this week, we covered the misinformed hysteria around all these campus protests, including a bill in Congress that would essentially make any criticism of Israel be classified as anti-Semitic hate speech. This would obviously be a fucking terrible idea that goes against just basic freedom of speech, and thankfully it looks like the bill might be in trouble thanks to someone who loves bringing the Jews into conversations in a negative way. Marjorie Taylor Greene and her Republican colleagues, they realized that their own, much more legitimately anti-Semitic views could also be criminalized.
Hold on now.
Jeez.
I was all in support of this when it meant I could throw like liberal college students in prison, but you're saying this might affect me as well?
We need to turn the Jewish space lasers onto this bill and have it just burn it alive.
That's right.
Here's the New York Times.
House Republicans rolled the bill out this week as part of their efforts to condemn the pro-Palestinian protests.
Yeah, I've seen Paul Saladino in More Plates, More Dates. More Plates, More Dates is a fucking idiot, dude. Like, if he's willing to invite on somebody like Paul Saladino and believe his stupid bullshit, it really makes you question all the other fucking advice he gives. Because if he doesn't have the ability to vet sources of information like that...
Hey VG, sorry about your bike breaking down. Just saying hey and thanks for all the great stream content as always, hope all is well.
Well, thank you, Training Tall. I appreciate that. Yeah, my bike broke down today. I was getting groceries and I was on the highway and engine just cut off. I think it's just a crank position sensor that went bad. That's what I think it is, because it went bad before, and the dealership told me they didn't actually replace the sensor. What they did was they recalibrated it, and I think it just went bad again because when I try to turn the bike on, you know, I can hear the motor turning over, and there's no, like, creaking or, like, clanking or grinding sounds. So I don't think anything happened to the engine. And sometimes it'll turn on for a second, it'll sputter a little bit, but it'll go for a few seconds. And again, I don't hear anything weird. So I don't think the engine, like, completely got shot. Like, I don't think a push rod got bent or, you know, piston blue or anything like that. I think it's just a sensor that went bad. So hopefully it's just like a simple part that I can replace from the dealership. I'm pretty sure. I still haven't connected the bike to my computer yet, so I'm gonna read the engine codes, but I'm pretty fucking sure it's a crank position sensor, because I had that exact same problem before, where the bike just wouldn't like start and shit, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that. Thanks for the donation, though, Training Tall. Appreciate it.
That have surged at university campuses across the country, and to put a political squeeze on Democrats, who they have accused of tolerating anti-Semitism to please their liberal base. But in trying to use the issue as a political cudgel against the left, Republicans also called attention to a rift on the right. Some GOP members said they firmly believe that Jews killed Jesus Christ, and argued that the bill, which includes such claims in its definition of anti-Semitism, would outlaw parts of the Bible. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican of Georgia, said she opposed the bill because it would convict Christians of anti-Semitism for believing the gospel that says Jesus was handed over to Herod to be crucified by the Jews.
The whole "the Jews killed Jesus" thing has been used for centuries as a justification for discrimination and violence against the Jews, and it still is to this day, despite not really making a whole lot of sense. Jesus was Jewish, and Christian theology is pretty damn clear about the fact that Jesus' death was actually a good thing because it was basically Jesus offering himself as sacrifice to absolve humanity of its sins. It's a pretty central part of the whole Christianity thing that you...
Cat Daddy is in the house, bitches. That's right. I'm back, baby, with a vengeance. I'm here to suck everyone off, spit all your loads in that fat bitch Christie's face. I will drown her in man goo. That's right. Cat Daddy is back. Fuck you, Christy bitch.
Well, that's good to hear, Cat Daddy. Glad to hear it. Thanks for the donations, sir. Give me 1 second. I really like that. Somebody wanted me to review their Yeah, somebody wanted me to review their music. It's called the Unleashed album. I like it. It reminds me of like a metal anime intro. It's just that the sound mixing is a little off. I feel like the vocals like sound muffled.
I know it's so crazy how Christians hate Jews so much for killing Jesus when if they did not the resecution would have never even happened.
Yeah. They blame Jews for killing Jesus, but Jesus was supposed to die to sacrifice himself for our sins. I don't know how you can hold both of those views, that it's a good thing he died, but Jews killed him. It's kind of stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let me listen to a few more of these. Yeah, this actually slaps. Yeah, I would just say the sound mixing is a little off because the vocals sound muffled to me. I could have earwax build up in my ear, but I don't know. The sound the vocals sound a little muffled.
How long will the ban Christie goal stay? 2 stream is not enough for $10,000 to collect. At least 5 streams is fair.
The Ban Christie goal was only $1,000, so we almost reached it last stream. I think we got up to like 650 or some shit, but we didn't quite make it. Thanks for the donation, one. That one sounded better, like the mixing sounded better, the vocals were a lot more clear. Yeah, but these are really good. I'll listen to one more. The Haunting Dream, Longing and Despair, Cruelty and Fear. Let's listen to that one.
Just of the wild.
Yeah, yeah, I really like these songs. It reminds me of like metal anime intros, but yeah, I think just some of the vocal mixing is a little off. Like it just sounds slightly muffled, some of the tracks. So this is the artist, for those of you who are interested. He messaged me on Instagram and wanted me to review his new album on stream. He already has an album called Unleashed on Spotify. So if any of you want to check that out, I'll link his Spotify in chat. Seems like a nice guy. There you go. Which reminds me, I think Rafaela just came out with a music video.
VG, after listening to the worst music you've ever heard, yeah, this shit slaps.
Yeah, it's definitely better than the song requests I get, that's for sure. Let me see.
Schau auf meinem Body, findest du mich heiß? Ich esse keine Leichen, Tofu liegt auf Eis.
It's a nice
Meine
butt.
vegane Sohle streichelt dein Gesicht. Du weißt, du bist ein Heuchler, du sagst es bloß noch nicht. Nenn mich Vegan Lady, sie ist so radikal. Ich sage bloß die Wahrheit, das ist ein Skandal. Protestiere vor deinem Auto mit Schildern in der Hand. Ob Smart oder Ferrari, ab geht's ins Veganland. Du bist ein Tiermörder, ich bin Vegan-Star. Ich mache 100.000 Fans vegan.
It's a nice bum bum.
Tiermörder, doch ab heute Nacht habe ich auch dich vegan gemacht. Du bist ein Tiermörder, ich bin Vegan-Star. Ich mache 100.000 Fans vegan. Du bist ein Tiermörder, doch ab heute Nacht habe ich auch dich vegan gemacht. Du sagst, du magst gern Tiere, dann bring sie doch nicht um. Sexy Männer, die sind gütig, Tiermörder find ich dumm. Ich hab neue Bilder, nur für dich gemacht. Ja, die hast du verdient, weil du gibst auf Tiere Acht. Nenn mich Vegan Lady, ich bade in Soja, denn Kuhmilch ist für Kühe, das ist doch wohl klar. Ein Film für deine Seele, schau dir Dominion an, sonst tu ich dir das Gleiche, wie du den Tieren an. Du bist ein Tiermörder, ich bin Vegan-Star, ich mache 100.000 Fans vegan. Du bist ein Tiermörder, doch ab heute Nacht habe ich auch dich vegan gemacht. Du bist ein Tiermörder, ich bin Vegan-Star, ich mache 100.000 Fans vegan. Du bist ein Tiermörder, doch ab heute Nacht habe ich auch dich vegan gemacht. Du warst ein Tiermörder, jetzt ein Vegan-Star, rettest 100 Tiere jedes Jahr. Du warst ein Tiermörder, doch ab heute Nacht bewahrst du Tierkinder vor der Schlacht.
That is a nice bum bum. Yeah, I know she has an OnlyFans. I'm subbed to her on OnlyFans. I'm actually going to interview Rafaela tomorrow. We're gonna do. I don't think I'm gonna do it as a stream. I'm pretty sure I'm going to just do it on camera and then upload it. I think she has another music video here. Actually surprised. She's a good singer. Dodo tip $2. Please react. The original video got 20 million views in 2 days.
I see dead
Yes, you told me about this. We've already reacted to this. It's terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Du wirst nicht gerne leben, was du ihnen noch antust. Also lass die Tiere leben, lass sie jetzt in Ruhe. Tattoo auf der Haut, deine Seele erstrahlt. Du stichst dir ein Herz und ihnen mit Sand. Die Linien so fein wie ein Uhrwerk gesetzt. Die Tinte verrät, was die Freiheit verletzt. Herzschmerz und Tränen, denn sie sind nicht frei. Die Lara, was hast du mit Ehre gemeint? Die Lara, bitte sei vegan, bitte sei kein Mörder. Stell dir vor, dein Leben lang sklavt man deinen Körper. Du wirst nicht gerne leben, was du ihnen noch antust. Also lass die Tiere leben, lass sie jetzt in Ruhe.
Yeah, she's a good singer.
What do you think of this song?
Let me take a look.
Thing to prove it. You're on, you're still looking up the fire.
Are you planning to do another machine tripping stream eventually? Got plenty more videos to react to. LOL.
No. I'm not gonna just keep doing mushrooms periodically. That's kind of a once in a very not often thing. So, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do it anytime soon. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Thanks for the donation, Poop. Alright, let's get into it. Scare Theater.
This video is sponsored by Galaxy Lamps. One thing I've always thought was cool was when people decorated their rooms with those like the RGB colors, bright and energy efficient, so you can be timeless. Get your Galaxy projector by clicking the link below. Let's dive into this video.
I cheated on Isel.
You were so cruel and so vicious.
And I got caught.
I just don't get how do you live with yourself?
I was trying to cheat on him.
You never showed me the messages? You never admitted what happened?
With two different guys at the same time.
I will never live this down. These were complex lies.
Whether you find what I just showed you is shocking, amusing, or funny, I'm sure you're definitely confused. On this platform, we have seen many people share deeply personal aspects of their lives with the public. This often includes the ugly moments. The moment we're witnessing here is one of the many moments that resulted from the mental breakdown that was the result of a clearly not so great relationship. So, let's take a look at exactly how we got to this moment.
Why am I not a Buddhist?
You have likely never heard of this channel before, but it's been around for a long time now. Abala CL, I think that's how you pronounce that, was started by a man named Isel a decade ago, and the progression we see from the beginning to this point is fascinating. Isel's first videos were mainly centered around him talking about Buddhism as an ex-Buddhist, as well as general religion and philosophy.
One of the biggest shadows hanging over modern Buddhism is the idea that what is more ancient is more rational.
Although he was born in Canada, it is clear that he has a great interest in language, which has brought him to many parts of the world, including Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and China. Needless to say, he lived a rather unique life. But like the main character of every story, he was hit with a significant tragedy that had a large impact on his life. On April 3rd, 2014, he uploaded a video titled Goodbye My Daughter.
My reason for creating this YouTube channel is that I have a daughter. And I have a daughter that I will never get to see again.
Don't worry, she's not dead. The way he opens this really makes it seem like she is, but no. This is tragic, but not that tragic. In the video, he talks about how 10 months after his daughter was born, his wife left him, taking the daughter and most of their money. He speaks a lot about the struggle.
Gross baby. I think we understand why his wife left him, by the way. Pretty fucking obvious why.
He is going through, and although he doesn't portray his ex-wife in the best light given the situation, he does seem to be genuinely empathetic toward her, which isn't something that I expected.
As terrible as it is for me, I sympathize that she's made a very tough decision and chosen a very hard path in choosing to be a single mother. And I'm left to say that in some sense, I support her decision, even if it has a devastating effect on my own life.
Ultimately, he says that he's making videos on this channel in hopes that one day his daughter sees them so she can get to know about him and the type of person that he was.
Just imagine that. Isel made his YouTube channel so that his daughter sees it, and it is nothing but stupid shit about communism, how big his penis is, and him abusing his girlfriend.
I'm creating these videos with the hope that one day my daughter will have the opportunity to see them. One day this will create an opportunity for her to know what I sounded like, what I looked like, what motivated me in life, what the reasons were for how I lived my life up to this point.
To put it lightly, this statement aged very poorly.
Yeah, really.
Isel continues posting his regular content, eventually expanding into becoming an advocate for veganism. He tried to be pretty involved in the vegan community, making video responses to some well-known members of the community during that time period, like Freely, Durian Rider, and the Goats Vegan Gains. During his journey, he moved to China in order to learn Chinese. While here, he uploaded a video called Yes, I Love My Daughter, where he explained that he was learning Chinese in part for his daughter, since his ex-wife and him were very serious about their daughter learning Chinese as a second language. In this video, we also learn a bit more about the ongoing legal battle going on between him and his ex-wife.
We filed for divorce, but the paperwork and the actual trial and so on, the court proceedings are still unfinished.
The frustration is clearly getting to him as he becomes more vocal about the ways in which his ex-wife is purposefully making this difficult for him.
She basically stabbed me in the back. In order for her to prevent me from seeing my daughter, all she has to do is not respond to an email. And she's done that many times.
Isel was clearly going through a tough time, but to his credit, he seemed to be taking it fairly well. Suddenly, things started to look up for him when he introduced us to his new girlfriend, Melissa, in a video on June 1st, 2017.
We are two people who both talk about the future, talk about our educational prospects and our job options.
This would be our first look at her, and no one expected that 7 years later, it would end up like this.
What happened? No, you are not going to tell your life story, starting with your ex-boyfriend you were with before me, or how you lost your virginity. No. What happened?
Isel and Melissa met under unique circumstances. She was a fan of his videos, and one day, she sent him an email asking about the rap music that was used in some of his videos. This led to them talking, and very quickly, Melissa made the hasty decision to move all the way to China to be with him. As both of them mentioned, this was much to the displeasure of Melissa's parents.
Like, okay, I'll say this. I think back when you were selling this to your parents, when you were explaining to your parents, because your parents were just freaked out by you moving to China, period.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they were slightly freaked out by me in particular.
To add to this unconventional situation, there was also a significant age gap, with Melissa being 24 years old and Isel being 38 years old at this time, which was a controversial point for some people. Melissa's decision seemed rash, and at least from my perspective, there seemed to be points in which the gravity of this weighed on her a bit. In one of their videos, Melissa talks about this feeling of being in limbo. You have to keep in mind, Melissa just moved from the United States to China to be with what is basically a stranger she met online. I can see why that might feel isolating. You're separated from everyone you once knew in an unfamiliar area, and you can't communicate with anyone since you don't speak their language. The only person she could really interact with was Aizul. She was totally reliant on him.
Dude, imagine being stupid enough to move to China. Like, you have no human rights there. If you say the wrong thing, you can get put away in a fucking labor camp for the rest of your life. Or just get killed. Like, especially with the amount of times Aizul, like, talks about communism and, like, Mao and mass genocides that have occurred. Like, it's just so stupid.
Yeah, and this is a time that a lot of people that I talk to, they say it'll be a great experience for me.
Yeah.
But it's also a little bit strange feeling like you're in limbo. Feeling like this is not really going anywhere. Even though it is a good experience, even though I'm happy, even though...
What is it you think you're cut off from? Like, for 6 months in China?
The Western world, speaking English, an actual community. Like I hope that we do move to Canada. I think that's generally the plan.
It seemed like Aizul and her weren't totally on the same level here.
Well, look, see, what's interesting is just before she said that, she started talking about Canada, I was thinking the exact opposite.
Nonetheless, the relationship between them grew to be incredibly strong, and Melissa started appearing in almost every one of Aizul's videos for a long period of time. Aizul even took her along with him when he went to visit his daughter, and Melissa seemed to genuinely care for her and become a big part of her life. Regardless of how this all may have initially seemed to their audience, I will say that Aizul and Melissa do seem to genuinely be in love with each other. I can't deny that. Melissa's potential life opportunities started to open up when, in December of 2017, her and Aizul did end up leaving China to return to the Western world. They had been together for about 6 months at this point. As their relationship progressed, the number of critical
Aizul Mazad lived off the teat of his wealthy family, and until wasting it on incomplete degrees all over the world as an excuse to travel, they were complicit in his baby behavior. What's underlying is a perpetual quest to reconcile and please his mommy.
Yeah, he has a lot of weird fucking problems. Like, because I know he's hopped from country to country here and there, and he's talked about getting, like, odd degrees in, like, Chinese, but he never completed them. Like, I just think he's probably not smart enough to do it. I don't even know why he particularly cares about learning Chinese. I think it just... I don't know. I guess he figures Chinese is hard, and if he learns Chinese, that makes him smart. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Benjamin Dexter Lord.
Comments from viewers increased, as opposed to just ignoring these comments and continuing to live their life.
I think what's really telling is he made a video about Melissa cheating, but he said because of her cheating on him, he can never go back to school and learn Chinese. That's a really, really weird excuse. Like, that's a absolutely bullshit excuse. I think he just couldn't do it or something, or didn't have the interest or whatever, and then he used Melissa as an excuse.
Life how they want, they put a decent bit of effort into responding to the criticism. On December 21st, 2018, they uploaded a video specifically talking about their age gap and how some people found it weird. At this point, Melissa was 26 years old and Aizul was 40 years old. An interesting comment that Aizul made was about how
that's about the same age gap as my mom and dad. My mom and dad.
Oh, he did not see Melissa as intellectually equal to him.
They are really uncomfortable with us admitting and talking about in an honest and down-to-earth way the intellectual inequality between us.
Yeah.
If you have two people of equal intelligence and a 14-year age gap, the older person is going to be vastly, vastly superior to the younger person.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Melissa clearly has no issue with this.
I don't see it as a negative thing at all.
Narcissism.
I see it only as a positive thing that you can be in this role of
I'm older, therefore I'm better.
This is also when we get an interesting insight into Melissa's behavior. They both share an experience where Melissa had a meltdown over a relatively trivial incident.
When we first got together, within the first couple of months, you once really threw a tantrum over the dryer, the clothes washing machine, the clothes dryer, that the dryer had damaged one of your t-shirts. No, but she was furious. She was livid. She was freaking out over this t-shirt. If you had known me when I was 23, where you were screaming at me, and where I would have screamed back at you.
This might seem like something that isn't too big of a deal, especially if it was just a one-off incident, but as you'll see, this is going to be a recurring theme. Around the same time, Aizal uploaded a video titled, "On Almost Breaking Up With My Girlfriend." This was one of the first videos I watched on this channel where the whole time I was thinking, this is really, really weird. Let's have a look.
Okay, the concept for this video, if not the title, is why have I not broken up with Melissa, my girlfriend, who's sitting right off camera here, all right?
So already he's speaking about this topic that I don't think anyone even asked him about in the first place. And also, he's sitting here speaking about Melissa in this context while she's in the same room as him. And she's not in frame like she typically is for his other videos, which makes me think that she's probably not all that comfortable with this.
Here's what it is. The main redeeming quality Melissa has is that I never have the same fight twice with her.
Sounds good, I guess, but the vibe continued to get weirder when he said this.
It's gotta be learning from experience. Can I apply this to myself? I mean, most of the problems in the relationship have come from Melissa's side.
He continues to tell a story about how recently Melissa hacked his Facebook account to read his messages out of some sort of jealous rage. Apparently, all she found were just messages saying positive things about her.
For me, that's 100% grounds to break up with you.
Now, don't get me wrong here. I think hacking into your partner's social media to read their messages is psychotic. I'm not disputing that. What I think is weird is that Aizal is having this conversation and posting it to his audience on YouTube. There's obviously some problems in their relationship, and it's completely inappropriate to just...
Yeah, there is no fucking reason to share your relationship issues online. Like, just no fucking reason. And it's so fucking toxic, too, because... like, whenever I talk about my problems that I have with my relationship with Jasmine, it's always, like, in the context of usually the problems that I create, where I'm just owning up to something that I've done. Like when I did the mushroom trip stream a couple days ago. You know, I talk about how, like, I can get angry and I start fights for no reason and stupid shit like that. Like... that's something that's at least productive to some sort of goal where you're holding yourself accountable. When you're, like, complaining about your partner doing something, it just opens them up to so much online harassment and hate, and it can just make so many more problems in the fucking relationship. Like, when you're a social media influencer, like, why would you do that? It's so stupid.
Air out all the shitty things each other do on social media. These kinds of things should be reserved for private conversations. This video almost feels like some kind of punishment for Melissa. About 6 months later, Aizal posted a similar video called "Breaking Up With My Girlfriend Repeatedly."
It's the insecurity of you leaving me and me never finding somebody that I love as much as you, you know?
I had a situation with Melissa a couple of months ago, and she really hurt me. You know, I was trembling for, I think, 3 hours. Over the course of more than 2 years, this relationship has really damaged me. It has really broken me down.
It seems this relationship has been taking a serious toll on his mental health. With how many problems Melissa seems to cause for Aizal, you might be wondering why he doesn't just break up with her. The answer is, he's tried, I guess.
My experience of this relationship has been Melissa crossing the line, me dumping her, and then Melissa begging her way back into the relationship.
Once again, I don't think it is healthy at all to be sharing these deeply personal aspects of your relationship online like this, especially when it literally seems to have no purpose other than to villainize one side of it. Now, at this point, while this is all very weird, I do feel for them both. If this was the extent of everything, then I wouldn't even be making a video about this at all. But oh my god, it gets deeper. As the uploads on this channel persisted, audience members continued posting comments voicing their concerns for Melissa. Eventually, in February of 2020, Isel ended up disabling comments on all of his videos. He made a video talking about why he disabled them, giving us some spiel about how he did it for our benefit because he wanted us to spend less time commenting on YouTube or something like that, but that just seems like bullshit to me.
You know, I don't know if... I can't remember the exact chain of events, but I remember one particular moment where Isel made a video about video games being like some inherent bad, that you should like never play video games. He made some like stupid video like that. And then I left a comment where I just dismantled his whole argument. And he got so mad at me. And everyone who saw my comment sided with me. Like, they gave a reply like, yeah, Vegan Gains is right here. Isel's being stupid. And then I remember after that, every video he made, he disabled the comments. I don't know if he disabled the comments because he got so triggered that I argued with him and then everybody sided with me, or if it just happened to coincide with this video where Melissa made a video with him and everybody thought Isel was being super toxic, telling Melissa to leave, and then he deleted the comments, and it just happened to coincide with, you know, me commenting, but he's got problems. He can't handle criticism.
Despite this small adjustment, the uploads did not slow down. In fact, Melissa started developing a stronger presence of her own. The channel began uploading videos that exclusively featured Melissa, where we could really see her full personality shine. Despite comments being disabled, Isel and Melissa were still fully aware of the critical views being held by their audience. At one point, Melissa took it upon herself to address these criticisms. In a clickbait video titled, "My Girlfriend Dumped Me Because of You," Melissa talks about comments from people saying things like, "Melissa is a manipulated hostage," and "I'm very worried for Melissa." But Melissa stays very consistent. She defends her relationship with Isel and maintains that she is very happy and deeply in love with him. For the record, I think this is true. Even to this day, I think Melissa is genuinely in love with Isel, but that doesn't justify what we're about to witness. On April 14th, 2024, things officially went from weird to full-on psychotic. Isel uploaded a video titled, "My Girlfriend Cheated on Me, Years of Lies and Broken Promises."
Hello. I'm going to read an email that I sent to people I really care about in January.
Okay, so first of all, what the hell is this? This is already creepy as hell with the eerie shot of Melissa and Isel's heavy breathing in the background. It reminds me of that one scene in Batman.
Tell them your name.
Yeah. So it starts off with Melissa reading an email that Isel made her send to her friends and family.
I cheated on Isel. And I got caught. I was trying to cheat on him with two different guys at the same time. One guy is a big black guy.
I'm not entirely sure why this detail is relevant, but I think we already knew that Isel was kind of a weirdo. Isel chimes in at times to say certain things, and it was almost comical when he said this.
You didn't even watch. I mean, you stopped watching my YouTube videos, let alone respond to them or what have you.
Like, seriously? And this isn't the first time he brings that up. He does it again.
It's a really strange sign of infidelity, but it's very telling when you stop watching your boyfriend's videos or stop watching your husband's videos.
If any of you watching this are content creators, I'm sure you'll agree with me that unless you're a psycho, you do not care if your partner doesn't watch or enjoy your videos. It's not a big deal. In fact, this should be doubly so for Isel, because if I'm being completely honest, most of his videos are insanely boring.
Yeah.
They're super long, low effort videos of him just ranting about pointless stuff. And he posts a lot. He has over 2.6 thousand videos. I'd be shocked if Melissa did watch every one of them. And here's the real kicker. It obviously makes sense to be upset with your partner for cheating on you, but they were in an open relationship.
You may wonder how it's possible to cheat on your boyfriend when you're in an open relationship.
A polyamorous relationship. Yeah.
Just not being open and not being honest means that you're cheating.
I'm not saying this totally dismisses Melissa from any wrongdoing. Clearly there was some sort of agreement they had that they would keep each other in the loop with the people they were seeing, and Melissa obviously.
One donated $2 ever thought about doing HEMA, a great way to get physically active and helps to get rid of stress. Yeah, I've kind of considered it. I don't know if there's any HEMA schools near me. Yeah, I've thought about doing it. I do like sword fighting, so.
He made a video coping about why he turned the comments off. Totally not an insecure narcissist.
Yeah, this is 1 month ago. He turned the comments off like years ago. Why? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, the only problem with HEMA is that it's not exactly the most practical thing. If you look at HEMA, I don't know of any way to really get around this, but in HEMA, the rules dictate that if you get a hit, then you win the match. But if you look at any real historic sword fighting, if you're fighting to the death, the match doesn't end if you get cut. And in fact, if you watch any real videos where people sword fight or fight with knives or machetes, people can get insanely injured. Like, they can literally lose limbs and keep fighting. So it's a huge black hole in HEMA if you actually want to learn real sword fighting. That you know, if you have matches end just because you get hit in the arm or the hand, that's not going to apply to real life. So I don't really know how to get around that. There's also the issue of you can strike somebody first, but then they can actually strike you a moment later, and that could be a killing blow. But you still technically win because you hit first. And again, in real life, you're trying to avoid any and all contact with the blade, right? So it's not exactly an easy win in real life if you hit somebody in the hand, but then they like slice you across the neck. So there's a few issues with HEMA, but I'd still like to learn. I don't know if there's any places near me that I could go to. Thanks for the donation, though, one.
Periodically, I am the recipient of some breathtakingly self-righteous comments from the audience, reproaching me, informing me that I am a coward, that I'm a terrible person, that I'm making the world a worse place because I have comments disabled on most of my YouTube videos most of the time. Let's say, hypothetically, you are a YouTuber and responding to YouTube comments, deciding which ones should be deleted, which ones should be replied to. It may seem like a small sacrifice to ask from a content creator, but it's not. 1 hour a day is a tremendous sacrifice.
I don't even spend 10 minutes moderating my comment section, so... His whole cope is, oh, I have to spend so much time moderating my comments. Dude, this guy struggles to even break 1,000 views per video on his YouTube channel. An average video he uploads might have like 10 comments on them. That is the most stupid cope excuse I have ever fucking seen. Thanks for the donation, Benjamin. He just doesn't like people disagreeing with him. Plain and simple, that's it.
They violated this. But dude, this is such a bizarre overreaction. The rest of the video features Eisel berating Melissa while she expresses extreme remorse for her actions. In the next video Eisel uploaded, he starts off by asking Melissa personal questions that seem to have no purpose other than to shame her.
Let me ask you something, Melissa. How many orgasms do you think you've had today?
The reason for the second video is because
Weird.
Eisel just discovered some more details that Melissa was hiding in the first video. He initially thought she was just planning on meeting with other guys, but apparently a little more than that happened.
You masturbated on camera for another man. No evasion, no going back, to no justification.
I'm not making
What happened?
Eisel's insecurities start to come out in full force with some of the comments he makes.
Okay, there is, I'm sure the audience will remember there was the large black guy who's a bodybuilder. You've added that off camera that he's not that large, but that's topic for another video. For this dude,
Yes.
who is smaller than me,
Yes.
uglier than me,
Yes.
he actually has a physical disability. He has a malformed penis, you're telling me.
Yes.
Please describe his penis for the audience.
Like, I hate to laugh at this, but come on, it's so absurd. And near the end of the video, Eisel starts lashing out at Melissa, saying a bunch of things to make her feel bad.
You've ruined my life for 7 years. You've ruined my life as an author. You've ruined what I can do in terms of education, in terms of career. I sacrificed everything for you. You've ruined my YouTube channel.
None of these things are true, by the way. Eisel's completely delusional. Melissa literally left the United States to come to him in China, and he's saying that he made sacrifices? But I think one of the worst things Eisel said was this.
When you think of the most beautiful women who tried to sleep with me, and how you ruined that for me. I knew a woman who was beautiful. She was a white woman who taught herself Chinese and ancient Latin and Greek. She was beautiful and brilliant.
I thought this comment was absolutely evil. It might not seem like much at first glance, but remember in a previous video where Melissa was crying about one of her insecurities being that Eisel meet a woman that is smarter and knows a bunch of languages like him?
Bootycom donating $2. Can we watch both these, but shorter one first? Let me see.
For the people that champion Islam, it seems like they do so in an exclusive
Well,
platforms. They
I was planning on reacting to both those tonight. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom. We're just going to react to this first.
You know, you're basically on the cusp of leaving me. So, like, if somebody more beautiful, more studies Chinese, like, has been to Laos, has been to, you know, China, yeah, hell yeah, you're gonna jump off and get on somebody else's shit.
This comment is very clearly an attempt to weaponize that insecurity. It's still not over yet. In Eisel's next video, Abusive Girlfriend, when the
Oh, you know what? He actually did a video response to this. Maybe we should watch that next.
woman sexually traumatizes the man, Eisel forces Melissa to talk about one of the times in which she was abusive toward him.
If this is a relationship in which the female partner abuses the male, that is the problem, not vice versa.
I have said and done just terrible things that have denigrated Eisel sexually and traumatized him sexually.
I feel like Eisel is probably feeling some sense of frustration since for years he's been accused of being an abuser, while he clearly sees himself as more of a victim. So this video seems to be a way to show everyone that he is the victim. Ironically, in doing this, he only makes himself appear 10 times worse than he did before. In Eisel's next video, he continues to exhibit thriller movie levels of psycho behavior when he records Melissa leaving this voice message to one of the guys.
Bootycam donate $2. The Muslim guy is so fucking dishonest and retarded. Well, yeah, of course, he's Muslim. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
She had an affair with.
Who has ruined my life, and it ruined my relationship with the man of my dreams, the love of my life. My life is over. I really think my only option is killing myself. My only option is dead. The fact that I sent you nude photos and videos of myself without
Dude, why in the fuck is he uploading a video of his girlfriend saying she's gonna kill herself? Like, what the fuck is he thinking? Holy fucking shit. And then he wonders why the police come to do a wellness check.
Someone tipped off Reddit about Isol's cheating GF creepypastas on r/women, was cross-posted to r/Canada, where people suggested authorities be contacted. More than one claimed they contacted police, nothing they can do it seems.
With some cases of spousal abuse, the police can intervene whether you have a cooperating witness or not. So, say if Isol was forcing Melissa to stay indoors, not be allowed to leave, if they had evidence of something like that, some sort of extreme physical coercion going on, or some sort of extreme physical abuse, like she's getting beaten, the police can intervene whether Melissa wants them to or not. In this case, there isn't that type of evidence. The only evidence that they have is that she's being emotionally manipulated and abused. They can't really intervene in a case like that. So, again, unless they have some sort of evidence that Isol is like holding her hostage or beating her, they can't really do anything. Thanks for the donation though, Benjamin. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Do you think he's forcing her to do by threatening her with violence? I doubt it. I don't take him as, like, it wouldn't surprise me necessarily, but I don't take him as the type of person to do that. He seems to rely on emotional manipulation to get what he wants. The shit looks like a Taliban or ISIS beheading video where they make the victim read some shit into a camera before lopping their head off. This dude sucks. Yeah, he's a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Telling Isol is the worst thing I have done in my life. I was a good person before I knew you. My affair with you ruined my life. I ruined my own life for you.
Your recording has reached the maximum length. To replay your message, press pause.
The last video Isol uploaded on this day was called Cheating Girlfriend Apologizes, Asked Me to Take Her Back, Give Her Another Chance.
Okay, Isol. Do you feel at one stage of the relationship that I loved you?
This follows the same theme as before, with Isol going off about how she ruined everything.
You've really ruined my life. And you have done it in a way that is permanently devastating to my career and reputation. Think I'm going to be a lawyer now, Melissa? What do you think I'm going to do with the rest of my life? Think I'm going to work the stock market?
Baby,
what do you think? What do you think about my bright future? How about as an author? How about as a leader in the vegan movement?
To be honest, I have no idea what the hell Isol's talking about here. Being a lawyer, working the stock market, he wasn't planning on doing these things in the first place.
Yeah.
And some girl cheating on you doesn't affect anything. What's he talking about? Plenty of people have been cheated on before. I think the logic is that he finds this so humiliating that it ruins his reputation or something like that. But the thing is, he did this to himself. He's the one posting these psychotic videos airing all this shit out.
Yeah.
He talks about his reputation.
No one would have known if he didn't post this.
What reputation? Hardly anyone even watches his videos. The only reason I even know about this is because of these strings of absolutely deranged videos he's posted. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't even know who this guy is. It's like that meme with the kid holding the boot up to his head. It's so dramatic. As of finishing up the script, these weird hostage-style videos have stopped, and the rest have been near daily uploads from Melissa talking about weird topics that obviously seem to be influenced by Isel to make her look bad. I don't know what the future holds for Melissa and Isel, but unfortunately, they're probably going to stay together through this somehow. Now, I want to make a few things clear here. In my opinion, what Isel is doing here definitely qualifies as psychological abuse. With that in mind, I don't think Melissa is all rainbows and sunshine either. From the anecdotal things I've heard through all these videos, she does seem to be, at the very least, an incredibly difficult person to deal with, and at the most, capable of insane emotional damage. That said, what Isel's doing here is clearly much worse. I think the most depressing part about this is that, a decade ago, Isel didn't seem to be this kind of person. He was going through a difficult time in his life when his wife left him and took his kid, but he seems so optimistic and hopeful. In one of his first videos, he talked about this channel being a sort of legacy he could leave behind for his daughter. After everything we've just seen, I feel sorry for his daughter. Her father has exhibited some truly disgraceful behavior that she absolutely should not look up to. Isel, I don't know if you're watching this or not, but there's a good chance you might, since personally I think you might be a narcissist. So if you are watching this, you need to get help, dude. This is not normal. I think both you and Melissa are mentally ill, and only a professional is capable of unwrapping whatever the hell all of this is. But knowing what I know about you, self-awareness is the last thing I would expect. Thank you for watching, and I will see you on the
Hi. If you've never met me before, this is not CNN, this is not HBO, this is not the BBC, and this is definitely not the Disney Channel. Okay? This is my life. This YouTube channel now is, and always has been, about the reality of my life. Now, Melissa has been a huge part of my life. Yes. So to some extent, it's about our life together, and it's about her life. And it always has been. Melissa is the woman I want to be with when I'm 65 years old. So I can't quite say it always will be, because when I'm 66, we're going to split up and I'll be single. but for the foreseeable future, okay, it always will be. There is a certain segment of public opinion that wants everything on YouTube to be the same as an episode of a soap opera on the Disney Channel. All right? Some of you don't want to see real emotions, real struggles. Whether that's my struggle with unemployment, my struggle...
Buddy, you're abusing your girlfriend. Like, this is his excuse? Well, it's real. Yeah, you really are abusing your girlfriend, and that's a fucking problem.
With university education, or the struggles we've gone through as a couple. All right, I realized today I'm going to get a whole lot of new viewers who've never heard of me before coming over from this hit video on Scare Theater, a channel that has 1 million subscribers. Right? Let me ask you, what does it mean to be strong? When you see Melissa making the choice, and it's her choice, to step forward on camera and talk about her view of this from her perspective.
Right, it's her choice when she's crying and bawling her eyes out, and you're forcing her to answer these bizarre fucking questions. Like, explain how the guy's penis looked like. The guy who you cheated on. Explain what his penis looks like. And it's her choice. Yeah, please tell me. If she refused to go on camera, what would have happened? Like, right, like she has a choice.
Sometimes weeping, sometimes in a self-confident way, sometimes joking. We've already made...
Did More Plates, More Dates just do a video with Paul Saladino? Because I know he's done videos with him before. Yeah, he just did a couple videos. All right, we'll react to that later.
Comedy videos. Again, he doesn't show this in his documentary. He put a lot of effort into it, but if you just look at the front page of my YouTube channel right now, you're going to see a whole variety of perspectives here, including both of us heretic, or you are an enemy of the belief system, and you can't be tolerated. Well, yeah, we are the enemies of Planet Disney. This is the antithesis to and the antidote to the Disney Channel. Our relationship has been fantastically romantic. Fantastically.
So his excuse for abusing his girlfriend on camera is that... Well, it's fine because this is real life? Like, what?
Passionate. If you guys have just come here from this video, so what's his name? Scaremonger? Scare Theater? You know, you heard this one snippet where I'm asking her, how many orgasms did you have today? Now, the reason why I say that, if you go watch the whole video, is because she was cheating on me in this way during a period of time when the sex in the relationship was really amazing. She was routinely having more than 100 orgasms a day. So you
Bro, this is pure cope.
Quote that out of context. You claim I'm a psychopath. You know...
By the way, that's a lie. He never claimed he's a psychopath. He said he is a narcissist.
I've met women who never had a single orgasm in their whole lives. I've known
What the fuck does this have to do with his video?
marriages that are utterly loveless and utterly sexless in this way. We are a couple. We're tremendously passionate about the same things in terms of politics, in terms of history, in terms of ecology, in terms of YouTube, in terms of filmmaking, in terms of miserable. For example, with dishonesty and cheating. That's never going to be on CNN. It's never going to be on HBO. So guys, you know, in this sense, I'm asking you to positively appreciate what it is we have to share. All right? If my life is a tragedy, I'm sharing it with you. And you can learn something from that. You can't learn anything by mocking it or dismissing it or making up conspiracy theories, like pretending that she's only saying these things in these videos because I'm forcing her to. Just watch more of the videos. You'll figure it out. The videos really do speak for themselves. If you only...
Like, that's such a bizarre thing to say. You can learn something from this. Yeah, but what you're doing is bad. Like... You can learn something from any horrible situation. I mean, I've seen cartel videos where they execute prisoners. Okay, well, I learned never to go to Mexico. I learned how bad the cartel is. Does that make what they're doing okay?
Watch 30 seconds or someone clipping Sneako. Yeah. What was it?
No, of course, it takes amount. Oh gosh, I can't even speak right now. I really wanted Isel to make a statement, so I'm sorry.
No edits. If I edit, what are people going to make up about me? Of course, just the edit.
More optimistic, and
Yes.
I just want to say, I feel really guilty. I feel really ashamed, and I feel really sorry that I have damaged that. I am supposed to be the one who's optimistic here, and I too want to be with Isel when I'm 65 years old. I really want him to be the person that.
But after 65, she's single.
Yeah, no, it's just I haven't been able to be the partner that I should have been. Be the.
What that is.
It's very hard to see that.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, and how do you expect Isel?
You can learn
And then he made another fucking video about a dude his girlfriend was cheating on. Like, oh my
paying
god.
close attention to their wedding. How long this created, how it would be special.
This is never going to end, is it? It's never going to fucking end. Again, like we're at like what, video number 12? Where he talks about some dude that his girlfriend cheated on? Like, what the fuck? All right, let's watch these Paul Saladino videos real quick.
You don't even really call yourself a carnivore anymore. Like, you changed your Instagram name and everything. Do you want to speak to that briefly?
Yeah. So the backstory here is that I guess in 2018, I cut out all the plants from my diet and basically ate meat, organs, and fat for close to 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
During that time, I wrote the Carnivore Code, got interested in this carnivore diet, got interested in the potential for some plant foods to trigger autoimmunity in some people, which is kind of that's my framework, because I had pretty bad eczema for a long time in my life, and I had bad eczematous reactions throughout medical school, college, even residency, that spurred me to think about this idea, like, are all plants good for all people?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the beginning of these ideas around the carnivore diet. Now, the end of that story, or the next chapter of the story, was about 2 years into the carnivore diet. I started noticing persistence of unpleasant symptoms. So testosterone dropped to around 500 total, sleep disturbances, palpitation.
I think that's a lie. If I remember correctly, he was actually hypogonadal. I think his testosterone was lower than that.
Muscle cramps when I was surfing or climbing. And I started to think, okay, maybe long-term ketosis is not great for me. And I was definitely in ketosis at the time, monitoring blood ketones with a meter, not deep ketosis, but definitely ketosis. And so at that point, I started to dig into the research a little bit more and understood that insulin signaling is critical at the level of the kidney to hold on to minerals, to hold on to potassium, calcium, sodium, chloride, magnesium, and that in long-term ketosis in most humans, you're going to become so electrolyte depleted that it's almost impossible to resolve that with enormous amounts of electrolytes, right? You can take all of the electrolytes you want. You can do so much salt. Your body's really not going to be able to hold on to those without some sort of an insulin signal at the level of the kidney. I've experienced this. Tons of people experience this with long-term ketosis. So at that point, I had to really kind of look at what I was doing and make this sort of learning judgment that long-term ketosis was not a great thing for me and probably not a great thing for most humans. And at that point, I added honey and then fruit to my diet, and it's been an evolution since then for probably the last 3 years. So now I've been eating fruit, honey as my main sources of carbohydrates, maple syrup, raw milk, the lactose in raw milk for going on 3 years now and feeling much better. Testosterone is 800, free testosterone is great. Sex hormone binding globulin goes down. We'll talk about this. Free T3 goes back up. Thyroid hormones improve, cholesterol, lipids go down. Still, my LDL-C or my LDL-P is above what many people would consider to be optimal, and we can talk about why I don't think that's an issue. But certainly,
yeah, he still lies and copes about LDL. Just wait. When he gets his first heart attack, his mind's gonna change.
There are changes that happen in humans without carbohydrates in their diet at the level of hormones, at the level of electrolytes, at the level of lipids. And these are interesting to me. So I'm actually, when people sometimes meet me or they talk to me now, they say, hey, I want to go on a carnivore diet. And I say, you mean an animal-based diet, right? And that's just a term that, I think the term came the first time I was on a podcast with Joe Rogan. He kind of coined that term and we ran with it. I think of animal-based as just a framework like, okay, most of your diet is animal foods, at least in terms of calories. And I think most of my diet is now, it's organs, it's grass-fed meat, it's butter, it's tallow, it's raw milk. And then I get a significant amount of calories from carbohydrates in the form of fruit juice, honey, etc. So yeah, so that's an animal-based diet. And I think that works a lot better for most people. Now, to be fair, and what's interesting about this is a lot of people would look at that diet and say it's still very restrictive, quote unquote. We can talk about that because what am I excluding in an animal-based diet? I'm not eating grains. So white rice is kind of a gray area, but I don't eat white rice. I don't eat oats. I don't eat wheat. I don't eat beans. I don't eat seeds. I don't eat nuts. I don't eat leaves. And a lot of those foods are considered to be healthy by the mainstream. And so that is a similarity from carnivore that I've carried over, but I have started including carbohydrates in the form of the fruit and the honey. And the reason I do those, the intentionality there is if you look at a plant and a plant's life cycle, the intention of the plant is to move its seeds to the next generation in a colorful, sweet fruit. And if you look at plant foods and you look at overarching terms like defense chemicals, the lowest amounts of defense chemicals are in the fruit. That's pretty clear. And the lowest amounts of those defense chemicals actually occur as the fruit ripens. So you can see all sorts of defense chemicals. We can talk about interesting examples if you want, or we can go deeper in the lipids. But things like non-protein amino acids, these are lower, and other plant defense chemicals, they're lower as the fruit ripens. So there's these signals within the plant kingdom that say, hey, this food is less toxic once I'm ready for that seed to go germinate. And that's when I want you to eat it. So that's where I am now with the animal-based diet versus carnivore.
He has such idiotic, just absolutely idiotic fucking ideas. The plant defense chemicals thing is just so fucking stupid, bro.
What is the difference between like electrolyte intake needed to maintain adequate hydration status and electrolyte balance as a like chronic keto dieter versus somebody eating a healthy amount, what you would consider of carbohydrates? Like, what's the differential?
It's night and day. And I would argue, and people in the keto community may find issue with this, but I think that it's pretty difficult to debate, that sometimes in long-term ketosis, you cannot fix that electrolyte balance. You cannot really get there unless you give your body an insulin signal at the level of the kidney to hold on to those minerals.
Have you seen that study with the guy, I forget his name, it might have been like Angus, and he fasted for over a year and lost like hundreds of pounds?
Oh, yeah.
I thought that Paul doesn't believe in calories. But then again, this is the same guy who leads his audience to drinking raw cow's milk illegally by buying pet food's raw milk. Yuck.
He didn't mention calories in that video. He was just talking about the necessity of carbohydrates, but he's dumb. He's a dumb guy. So yeah. I don't know how long it's going to take for him to figure this out. Maybe he'll figure it out eventually, especially once the cash starts drying up from the whole carnivore thing. But, you know, meat is not good for you. That's pretty fucking clear. I don't know if he's going to have a health scare personally, because that seems like what happened here, where he was on the stupid ketogenic diet and his health was declining. Again, once he sees his health is declining because he's eating so much meat, maybe he'll change his mind. Thanks for the donation, Will Midge. Estate versus SUV vehicles for dogs. What the hell is an estate vehicle? Oh, he means station wagon. I'd personally rather have a station wagon. They're more fuel efficient, and usually you can hold more things in a station wagon. They're a lot more space efficient. A lot of these, like, really big SUVs actually have very small cargo spaces and not particularly roomy interiors, despite them being so huge. So I would say chances are your average station wagon is more practical as a people carrier or for carrying, like, pets versus an SUV.
Yeah.
That guy, I forget if he was supplementing with electrolytes or not.
Well, he was in a hospital, so right, they can give him IV.
Right.
You know, I mean, an IV is like, we're talking oral,
Mhm.
right? Resorption at the level of the kidney. If you give somebody IV minerals, yeah, you can correct that. But
I don't know if he was given, like, I guess he would have been.
he was monitored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then when you're getting enough carbohydrates, I mean, the electrolytes just sort themselves out.
Right.
I mean, I probably eat. So in the morning, I eat a grass-fed burger or heart or liver, and in the evening I'll have the same thing, and a lot of carbohydrates and raw milk in between during the day, probably on the order of 3,500 calories a day for me now. And I only salt the burgers in the morning and nights. When I eat meat, I salt it, but that's the only salt I have. So the salt intake is very moderate for me now, and I don't do electrolyte supplements. I don't do any potassium or magnesium supplements, and I don't get cramps. The potassium's better, the magnesium's better, the levels in my blood are better, the hormones are better, the sleep is better, the palpitations are gone. I don't get muscle cramps at all.
Oh, Paul Saladino is definitely dumber than Dodo.
So, is there utility to a keto diet long term though for anyone? Just out of curiosity, like, or is it something that you think everyone should cyclically be implementing carbs to drive like nutrient partitioning pathways?
So there are these kids, right, who have really bad epileptic disorders.
Yeah.
And I think in some people with advanced stage dementia, a ketogenic diet does employ alternative energy pathways.
Yeah.
But for the majority of people, I think long-term ketogenic diets are mostly harmful.
Okay.
Yeah, which is interesting. I mean, that's an evolution for me. That's not how I felt originally. So that's something that I've changed my mind about for sure. And I think that even cyclic ketogenic diets, I'm not sure are beneficial for most humans. Like, I think that generally speaking, carbohydrates can be looked at molecularly, biochemically as a signal of abundance for humans. And I think it's fine to give your body signals of abundance if you want to be energetic, have vitality, have good recovery, have good sleep, have mental clarity, have libido consistently. So I think that when I see people employing...
What a change. What a change, eh? Oh, you don't need carbohydrates. We didn't evolve to eat plant, and now he's saying they're absolutely necessary.
Ketosis, it's often at a cost that they're not really being honest about.
Well, he has become slightly less retarded.
This was Connor During the chaos, listen to him scream.
Connor Murphy.
Island. We're back in Pattaya, Thailand, the familiar place where Leo died. But now we're here for another reason. One of Leo's former associates, while his girlfriend and sister were sleeping, went on a path of destruction. And through a fit of rage took it out on them, causing bodily harm and injuries. While using the most unassuming weapon, a golf club.
How much of the shroom stream do I remember? I remember all of it. I remember everything from all of my shroom trips. I never forget anything.
His name is Connor Murphy, a very close friend of Tony Huge, whose home is where Leo died. While some think this could be a stunt for social media, others are questioning if he had anything to do with Leo's murder, since the killer has never been found. I've contacted the authorities and the press in Thailand for exclusive information and footage to give you this inside story.
How many grams did I take? 3.5.
So I wanted to get more information on what could have happened with Connor Murphy in Pattaya, Thailand. So I reached out to some of the press there, and they were very helpful in getting me CCTV footage, exclusive footage. I have a good relationship with the Pattaya News, so they've always been wonderful. And I've got some footage to show everybody. I reached out to the authorities in Thailand to find out what the legal situation is with Connor. Was he arrested? Was he not arrested? What's going to happen with him? I also reached out to Tony Huge for a statement from him. Now, when this happened, I know a lot of people are saying, I know Greg Doucette made a video which got me thinking, saying, this could be a hoax. Connor Murphy has a history of crying wolf, pretending he's crazy, pretending he drinks the man's stuff, or he did, we don't know. He has a history of doing all types of crazy things, so why would we believe him now? And I could definitely see the side of the argument that Greg is saying. However, when I've been thinking about it more the last couple of days, there's some things that are going on in my mind, and I'm like, in the end, why would anyone want to go viral for being...
Missed the shroom stream because of work but watched it last night. Not disappointed. It is awesome seeing you genuinely enjoying life, my brother.
Well, thanks, Musashi. I got a lot out of that shroom trip. I was feeling fairly depressed, and frustrated before the trip, but I feel like I resolved a lot of my depression and mental health issues. After that trip, I felt good. Like I have a good, consistent feeling of well-being since then. I also feel like my emotional regulation is much better. Like before, I just literally was not able to regulate my emotions really at all, but now I feel like I'm in control. And something annoying happened today too, or something that would have been annoying. My bike broke down on the highway, and I'm just not upset about it at all. I'm just feeling like, well, things break. whatever, life goes on. I still have a lot of good things going, so I'm just not sweating over it, you know? So it was pretty productive. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Yo. Mic check, check it. It's yo boy cat to the fucking daddy. Look at my ears bobbing side to side like I'm a cat yo. Lighters up to the sky, let the crisps burn up with the flies, scrap the cum, drip the cum and let it dangle on dat hoe. My nigga.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Cat Daddy. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Good evening, VG. I'm so happy to see you tonight. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, check out these tiggle bitties on this Jewish woman. It's definitely motivating me more to seek out a Jew for M8 lol.
Okay, this is quote-unquote family-friendly, so... Those indeed are some tiggled bitties. I wonder how often she gets approached in public. Those are some pretty crazy bazongas. Those are massive, massive titties. Thanks for the donation, Finger My Ass. Send that to a friend of mine. I know he likes tits.
In a woman. That's not something you would want to go viral for. If this is something, a staged video for YouTube like Connor said he was doing and which Greg believes it is, where was the cameras filming this? I talked to Vigorous Steve. Vigorous Steve said the same thing. He goes, where was the cameras if this is a stunt? And Vigorous Steve is in Thailand, so there's some things he may know about that we don't know. And then, where are you going to post it? You can't post that shit on YouTube. You're going to post it on Rumble? No one's going to watch it? So where would he film this type of chaos, right? Busting up the whole house, busting up the woman, the poor girls. They're not even women yet. Where are you going to post that without getting in trouble anyway? And there's some other things here I'm going to go over with you. But first, I want to show you the neighbor had a CCTV camera in his yard and he recorded it. And this was Connor during the chaos. Listen to him scream.
I think Connor's yelling second coming.
Let's go! Second coming!
Yeah, he's yelling second coming.
Now, the footage that I have is unedited. It's the raw footage that the cameramen filmed in Thailand. And I have to censor some of it, and I can't show it to you all on here because I can't put that on YouTube. And it's showing the injuries to the two girls and to Connor. And some of the cuts, very deep, I'm talking half-inch to an inch pieces of flesh missing. Very gruesome. I'm going to show them on screen, but I'm going to edit these because I can't show them in full. So there's gruesome injuries that are involved with this. And the one thing I found very...
Dodo Donate Tellers, can you react at 12:31 and then maybe skim around?
People are getting sicker and fatter. And
12:31.
On the topic of health issues, which is like the thing that, like we were mentioning before this podcast, like when we search up your name, that's like all of the results because of just how extreme it seems.
it was really bad, yeah.
What is it that you currently are eating?
I'm just eating ruminant meat, which is like lamb, beef, bison.
And to be clear, there's...
Dude, what a fucking scumbag. Imagine, like, eating a lamb. You have to be a cunt.
There's nothing else in your diet other than meat.
There's salt
Vodka?
and occasional vodka, yeah. That vodka just like destroys. They're like, oh, it's a health diet, but there's also vodka. But
we're talking like no vegetables, breads,
absolutely not. No
sauces,
No.
nothing.
Nothing. Salt.
Okay, so to explain these drastic measures, what was your experience that made you determine, okay, I just need to eat?
By the way, I think she's lying.
How are you feeling now after the shroom trip? How did Jasmine feel about it? Is this man juiced? New Frank vids to watch.
If you're talking about John Bravo, yeah, he's on TRT. Connor Murphy, he's been off and on steroids and SARMs and stuff.
Didn't you say you think you have ADHD before? I have pretty ADHD and occasional depressive episodes. Got diagnosed and put on Adderall XR last year. They said my ADHD was likely causing depressive/anxious episodes. Haven't had any since. Just a thought. Vegan gains.
Yeah, I might. I talked to a psychiatrist. She didn't mention anything about ADHD, so I don't know. Had a pretty long interview with her, but ADHD never came up. So I don't know. I might. Thanks for the donation, though, Base God. Good to hear the medication you're on is making you better. Yeah, but James, I'm feeling very, very good after the shroom trip. Very good. Yeah, I feel like I'm just on a good track now. And Frank Tufano does have a new video. We will watch it after the John Bravo vid and after I react to some of this. Thanks for the donation, James. I think I'm just going to skip through it because looks like the vid's insanely boring. It's another one of his videos where he reviews some, like, girl's diet.
Eat meat.
Thanks for that donation.
We discussed
dude.
earlier that you were suffering from a lot of, like, chronic...
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Mikhaila Peterson's sort of lying.
When I was a child, I was forced to attend church, and the pastor told a story about having to slaughter a sheep. He said the whole time the sheep was licking his hand, and ever since then he refused to eat sheep. They are such gentle creatures.
I don't know why that would apply only to sheep. Like, if he were to spend time with any animal, I think he'd find that they're nice, sweet, sentient beings. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Mikhaila Peterson's lying. If she was only eating skeletal muscle tissue, she would be like vitamin C deficient. She'd probably have electrolyte issues. She has admitted that she's gotten vitamin infusions through an IV. So that might have prevented some of these deficiencies. But she's not exactly super upfront about it. So she's mentioning she's only eating skeletal muscle tissue, but then she leaves out the fact that she's getting IV supplements.
Like illnesses, like Lyme disease and arthritis.
Booty Camden $8 when the Destiny vids I sent earlier. Well, if you look at the title, I was planning on reacting to them on stream, so we're gonna watch it on stream. We're not just watching it because you sent me the vids. That it was the plan for the stream, so just be patient. Thanks for the donation, dude. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude. Bootycom donating tellers need watched retarded Muslim guy one first, you said. Yeah, whatever. We'll watch it eventually, okay? People are sending me other shit to react to.
Celiac disease, leaky gut.
I think the worst one was I was extremely depressed. So I was on antidepressants.
She says she has celiac disease, but she is never being diagnosed, so she is lying about it.
The age of 12 till I kind of figured out that diet could alleviate those symptoms when I was 23.
How do you know you're depressed at 12?
I got angry at somebody for not following the rules of a game we were playing.
How did Jasmine feel about your shroom trip?
She doesn't really want me to take magic mushrooms because she's worried that I will develop permanent psychosis, which is a possibility if you do any psychedelic drugs. but I think she does appreciate the sort of personal growth it gives me. So that's basically how she feels about it. Thanks for the donation, James. Brother donated $2. Brother, you are Judean. Look at the real 12 tribes.
The prophet Moses. Remember, he was a prince in Egypt, right? Remember that? Now I'm gonna show you something Moses did in the book of Hebrews. Y'all tell me if Moses was crazy or not. I want all you athletes, you entertainers, listen good. You rich folk. Hebrews 11:24. By faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season. Remember, as a prince of Egypt, what did Moses have? Fame, fortune, women, property. He had it all. But then he saw his people in captivity and was like, no, I gotta give this up. I refuse to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. He gave it up and he fled. He killed an Egyptian and fled. And God Almighty loved Moses. He saw Moses kill the Egyptian. He saw Moses bury the Egyptian. He said, Moses, I can use this guy. I love this guy.
By the way, this never happened. There's literally no historic evidence that that happened. Check here for each ethnicity. What tribe are you? This looks like the page was built for cell phone. What the fuck is this? Levy. What, Haitians, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans again, Guatemalan, Native American, Seminole, Colombian, Mexican, Argentinian, none? Thanks for the donation, brother.
Playing, I was 12, right?
I thought it was a stupid rule.
It was. It was like, you're not following the rules. This isn't fair. But I remember going inside, slamming the door, going into my room, slamming the door, and sitting on my bed and being like, I can't control my anger. I was aware enough.
Okay, that is not necessarily a sign of depression.
Have to be like, I don't think this level of anger is appropriate for someone who's breaking the rules of a ball game. So that was one thing, but it wasn't actually like, I didn't really.
That is not a sign of depression. She's saying she knew she was depressed as a kid because she got angry at somebody breaking the rules of a game. That's not a sign of depression.
Really clue into it. Because I was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. They give really chronically ill kids a psychiatrist usually to try and, I don't know if that even helps, but like, good luck. You need someone to talk to. Like, your life is not great. And the psychiatrist gave me the Beck scale, and a Beck scale gives you questions like, do you have suicidal thoughts? Do you ever feel it would be better off if you weren't around? Sad questions like that. And then you rate it on a scale. So it's pretty objective. But my parents had sent me to them, or had encouraged me to go, because my dad was extremely depressed too. So he was already taking antidepressants at the time and was like, I think Mikhaila has what I have. Because we've got this severe depression that's run through my family, like my great-grandpa, my grandpa, my dad. And then it hit me. That's what we thought at the time anyway. And so I was diagnosed by a psychiatrist when I was 12.
What does it feel like to someone who's never experienced depression?
You know, when you go into a really, like, a dark alley or a scary neighborhood and it feels like someone might jump you and you're like kind of on high alert and you're like looking around and just hyper stimulated in a way.
That's anxiety, not depression. Brother donated $2. You misunderstood my last donation. Please consider finding your heritage as a Hebrew. I'm not Jewish. This is black Hebrew Israelite bullshit. So, yeah, I'm not Jewish. Thanks for the donation there, brother. Bootycam donated $2, $320.45 based. By the way, $320.45. What did I say here?
Could your psychiatrist prescribe psychedelics? You might want to tell her that you dosed shrooms. She might be able to advise you on dosing.
No, I don't think they can legally do that because they're not considered a medication. So I don't think she can even legally do that. They're also not legalized in Canada yet, so that also... So a doctor prescribing something that is illegal and not considered a medication, I think that would violate the ethics of their practice, so there's no way she'd be able to do that. At least right now, for the foreseeable future, I don't feel like I'm going to need a psychiatrist appointment, so unless I have some more mental health issues down the road, I'm not going to see her for a while. Thanks for the donation, though, James. You know, this also gets me, like, thinking of a funny thing. Like, I've said this before, I'm not a person. I don't feel like I know people feel. I know...
You're reminding me of the idea of evil in Berserk and how it only exists because humanity needed a reason for suffering of something.
Yeah, it's... Well, that's the... That's the dilemma we're all faced with. I'm trying to get this message across, but... Evil exists because humanity needed a reason for suffering of something, but we create our own suffering. You're the evil.
How are you liking the shrooms? You look relaxed and happy.
Yeah, they're good. I'm beyond depressed, angry, anything. I just curiosity.
Your speech is something most suckers or patry or entertainment of any kind cannot touch.
Well, thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. Penis $20, it's the 6-month anniversary of the Dillahunty Rage Quit. Let's review it again. Go to 2315.
I just realized I was probably mic'd for all.
Why? Yeah, he just left. Whatever.
What Matt thinks. What Matt thinks. What
Matt's
thinks,
position.
what Matt
It's
thinks.
Matt's position.
I
It's Matt's
came in
position.
with the secular humanist manifestos. I came in with positions that aren't
Your
just
positions.
that aren't merely my positions.
Oh, well, as long as multiple people hold the position, it
This
makes it
guy's
valid.
not serious, and I'm leaving. James, if you want to refund, you.
Well,
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Penis.
Where it's that feeling all the time, or it's the feeling like your dog that you've had since you were a kid is dying. It's like this deep...
Yeah, you know, I've been thinking a lot of that about that shroom trip, and you know, there's the story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and you know, I think
You do realize that shrooms and alike are considered spiritual healing herbs. Maybe it connected you to your higher consciousness, what people call spirit, and gained a momentary new perspective on life. When we are locked in physicality, we can't see.
Well, I definitely got a new perspective on life, and yeah, they helped a lot. I do feel like they let me see things that I was blinded to, for sure, and I've learned a lot from taking them. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy.
So, the shrooms have cured your depression?
I think it's a little early to say that, but I'm pretty confident that I've at least learned how to regulate my emotions and prevent suffering. I can't say that I'll never be depressed, I'll never be sad, but I feel like the mushrooms just allowed me to figure out the game of life and learn acceptance of things that I can't change. And I think the most important lesson was that we're the orchestrators of our own suffering, and we're the source of all the evil in the world. And you individually have the power to influence your own mind and bring an end to a weird cycle of pain, suffering, and violence. And yeah, I've before I felt like I was sort of I felt like I was forced into these feelings by, I don't know, some other force beyond me, but yeah, I realized that we're the source of our own suffering. Thanks for the donation, James.
Fun fact: the Who's from How the Grinch Stole Christmas viewers are the organelle inhabitants of the Quantum Realm.
Well, that's good to know, Dodo. That's really good to know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, but I've been thinking about the shroom trip, and you know, the one thing that happened in the shroom trip was that I had a realization that, like, we're the orchestrators of our own suffering, and I found the root of my depression. It's this it was just this it was from this need for things to be fair, for things to be just. Like, I just always found like I was being abused, that I didn't have control over things. I saw other people being abused and suffering, and I was even creating my own suffering. And it made me think of the story of the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve. It's like, there's stupid aspects to the story. Like, there is no God, and the aspect of God in the story makes the story not make any sense. Because if a God placed people in a Garden of Eden, why would God give people the ability to obtain the knowledge of good and evil? And why would he hold people accountable for obtaining that knowledge and punish them? Like, it's just stupid. But if you eliminate God from the story and just have Adam and Eve living in a garden, like, the knowledge of good and evil itself creates the suffering. Ignorance is bliss in a lot of ways. And once you have the knowledge of good and evil, you can do things to harm other people, and you can harm yourself. And whether you realize it or not, you're kind of in a battle with yourself all the time. and you create your own problems for yourself. Like, you know, other people can harm you for sure. You know, somebody could shoot you, somebody could lock you in a cell, but when you're talking about like deep depression, like I was facing, there was just no reason for me to feel that way, and just the people around me too. I would just get into conflicts with, attack. I'd hurt people without wanting to hurt them, and you know, it's hard to explain. The mushrooms just allowed me to get rid of all of these expectations that I have. See things from a third-person perspective. And, yeah, the biggest takeaway is that we're the orchestrators of our own suffering, and we perpetuate it. We perpetuate it within ourselves and between each other. And you always have the power to go above it all. And not perpetuate it, and you can choose not to feel it. You know, the kind of deep emotional suffering that we all have, where we have this feeling of impending doom, anxiety, just hurt and pain, that just doesn't seem to come from anywhere. You do have the power to just have it all wash away. And it's really hard to learn that. And I hope I have learned all the tools to, and I remember those tools. But yeah, now, like, since we... Yeah, since we, what was I gonna say? The trip is over. I'm not on mushrooms anymore, but, yeah, just the... I'm just trying to find a way to explain this to all of you that, in a way that makes sense, but...
Also, are you now having deeper meditation sessions?
I've learned to meditate more effectively since the shroom trip. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it. Yeah, like, yeah, Adam and Eve in the garden, without having knowledge of good and evil, they wouldn't have been able to understand the game of life, and that it's a losing game that you can never win. When you're completely ignorant of... If you're completely ignorant of evil and suffering and pain, you can just enjoy the game. But with the knowledge of good and evil, you can kind of see the wickedness in the world, the evil, and you can see that evil within yourself. And a lot of the problems that I've had was kind of reconciling with the own evil inside me. And a lot of people have that problem. If you talk to any meat eaters, they have this cognitive dissonance where, oh, burgers taste great, like it's fine, but then when you show them how evil they're being, they can't handle it, and they say, oh no, that's not true, and they come up with all these stupid excuses, and it causes a lot of pain for us emotionally, reconciling with the fact that we're the producers of the evil that we hate, and that we try to fight against. And you just see all the stupid unfairness in the world. But there's a way to rise above it all and just have acceptance of the fact that, there's no winning. All you can do is rise above it and try your best not to produce it yourself, It's kind of a journey that you have to go on, and I think the biggest step is just acceptance. Bootycom $20, can we watch this one now? Also, VG, try some hash with weed and thick syrup. You'll feel great. I'm not gonna smoke weed. Well, there's no point in watching this clip because we're gonna watch the full debate. So, we'll just watch the full debate. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
I asked during the Shroom stream if our thoughts, feelings, actions and emotions are downstream from physics plus are determined, let's say. How are we orchestrating these things? Does the universe just allow us to change like this? Seems like you're enlightened.
It's kind of... Sam Harris talked about this, and he said there are... there are biological mechanisms you can look at. There's molecular science that you can look at that's happening within the brain that explains some pathologies. But ultimately, what you're really looking at is the subjective experience of the individual and the, so everything else becomes irrelevant. You can always try to find correlations between certain subjective states and something that's actually physically happening in your brain, but it's not a perfect correlation. So what it will always come down to is the subjective experience of the individual. So I think focusing too much on the sort of chemistry that's going on in the brain kind of leads to a dead end. And yeah, mindfulness exercises, meditation, stuff like that, I think it's a lot more effective than what people give it credit for. But I don't know, consciousness is a funny thing. Nobody can really understand it just yet. I don't know if we'll ever have, some sort of perfect drug that will forever make you happy, Consciousness is just a weird, weird thing. Thanks for the donation, though, W.
Buddhism is not a religion. It's a science. Separating mind and body. Welcoming your emotions as guests, not manipulators of your universe.
Buddhism may or may not be a religion, depending on what type of Buddhism you follow. I think Japanese Buddhism is more of a religion. I think Tibetan Buddhism can be a bit of a religion, but the original idea behind Buddhism was to find a cure for suffering, and to basically develop a systematic way of, developing conscientiousness to where you can control your mental state. But thanks for the donation, Buddhism. W tipped $2. What you're saying sounds like the book Feeling Great by psychiatrist David Burns. He abandoned psychiatry and discovered thinking traps people get into. You can look some of them up, like black and white thinking, catastrophizing, etc. I might read that book, Feeling Great by David Burns. I might pick that book up. Thanks for the donation, W. Yeah, I definitely fell into that sort of trap, and I definitely fell into that trap, and I realized that I can control my thoughts and emotions much more than I thought I could. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Just rewinded and watched your reaction to my video about Easel. Thanks for watching. I'm currently talking with him about him and Melissa coming on my channel to discuss the whole thing soon.
You can do that, but Eisel is a manipulative narcissist, and I don't think you're ever going to get the truth from him. So I don't know if there's really any point, but you can. You can try. I think the best you can hope for is catching him in a lie, or pointing out that what he's doing just can't be justified. Thanks for the donation, Eric.
Was it like aspiring to a higher plane and seeing a new consciousness? What was the evil? What did Christy do this time?
Yes. I felt like I ascended to a much higher level of consciousness where I just abandoned all earthly values, and I could just simply observe and enjoy. It's basically what happened. All of my deep-seated anger is just gone. Like, I've had problems with my parents. Like, I've been upset about how my grandfather treated me, how my mom treated me, and it's just gone. You know, I see them, I just see everybody who's mistreated me as victims themselves, and I'm just not angry about it anymore. It's pretty amazing. Thanks for the donation, James.
You got the strong sense of justice a lot of neurodivergent people have. My brother and I are ADHD/autistic, and we both hate the world for its unfairness. We are our own worst enemy, and letting it go feels like giving up. But we can't change the world alone.
Yeah. We can't. And it's like I said, life is just a game. And the interesting thing about the game of life is it's a game that you can't win, and it really has no ending. You can make all the money you want, you can have the most amazing relationships, it leads to nowhere. you don't get an accomplishment at the end. The thing about the game of life is you just have to take what you can get and enjoy what you can. That's it. It just leads to nowhere. And if you're going to perpetuate your own suffering and cause the suffering of others, there's no point to playing the game. The point to playing the game is to just enjoy what you can enjoy, and yeah, if you're looking for fairness and if you demand fairness, you're just going to get frustrated. And yeah, you just have to accept it. You have to let go of that frustration and just accept that things are the way they are. You can have a positive impact on the world, but things will, always come and get you. Your bike might break down. Somebody you love might die. But that's part of the game, and that's the way it is. But don't let it get to you. There was never any guarantee of fairness. There was never any guarantee of any outcome happening. Just accept what you get and appreciate it. Thanks for the donation, David.
Just rewinded and watch your reaction my video on Easel. Thanks for watching. I'm currently talking with him about bringing him and Melissa onto my channel to discuss the situation.
Yeah, you said that already, but thanks for the donation, Scare Theater. Just remember, Eisel's a manipulative narcissist, so just always have it in the front of your mind that he could be lying, and he's always going to lie. He's always going to obfuscate, make up excuses. The only thing you can do is just show the audience, what he's doing is wrong. That's all you can really do. You're not going to convince him. Thanks for the donation, though, Scare Theater. Booty come $22. I was saying the syrup also look.
80 years ago, in the Holocaust, the Jewish people were totally defenseless against those who sought our destruction. No nation came to our aid. Today, we again confront enemies bent on our destruction. I say to the leaders of the world, no amount of pressure, no decision by any international forum will stop Israel from defending itself. As the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, I pledge here today from Jerusalem on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, if Israel is forced to stand alone, Israel will stand alone. But we know we're not alone, because countless decent people around the world support our just cause. And I say to you, we will defeat our genocidal enemies. Never again is now.
Based. As bad as Netanyahu is, I'm glad that he's not just bending to the knee of these fucking pro-Palestinian cucks. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Did you have an out-of-body experience?
Not so much. I definitely had ego death, but I didn't have an experience where I just totally left my body. Other mushroom trips I've had, I did have a completely out-of-body experience, but this one, I was still pretty grounded. I just had ego death. Thanks for the donation, James.
Question: how do microscopic humanoid creatures like the Who's survive on a snowflake, and how do they even breathe in there, and how do they even know what Kmchas is or English is?
Well, Dodo, it's a fictional story, so I don't think that's anything you really have to concern yourself with. It's a work of fiction. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Are you going to reconcile with those family members?
I don't really need to. Like, I do have a relationship with my mom. My grandfather's dead. Maybe I'll talk to my dad. Why not? Yeah, maybe I'll message him. Thanks for the donation, James.
You've probably answered this a million times, but I just joined the stream. How was the shroom trip? Do you feel it was a happy experience overall? You were saying some crazy shit at times.
The mushroom trip was really good. I was laughing a lot, but I would say it was beyond happiness and beyond pain. It was just, I was just in a higher state. I could just relax and appreciate things and sort things out in my mind, you know? But it was really good. It was very cathartic. Thanks for the donation, Backdoor Sluts 9. Finger my ass donated $2. Let me see. How Rhino Beetle uses its horn to fight. That is weird. Thanks for the donation, Finger my ass.
Did you do a stream while tripping balls? When was it? Was it live on YouTube? Was it members only? Will you do it again? Thanks, VG.
Yeah, I did do a mushroom trip stream. It was the last stream I did, and it is members only. I don't have any plans on doing it again. Might happen in the future, but I don't have any plans of doing it again. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling. Oh, wait. We're not quite done with this.
Grieving pain, almost. It was easier to identify what depression felt like when it finally lifted. And what changed for me was my thought patterns changed. So instead of being like, something bad is going to happen.
Do you think depression can be solved for anybody?
Yeah, I do. I think it depends what's causing it. Part of what I tell people if they have chronic illness is you need to figure out how to fix it. It's fixable. Like, people aren't born to have some sort of now, say that there are genetic abnormalities, that could be different. I don't believe the genetic abnormalities for depression. And I do think that if you have any type of chronic illness, you need to go and search out for the answers. And the mainstream medical system doesn't cover chronic illness very well. So if you have any type of chronic illness, like autoimmune, any...
Okay, she's lying about this.
And what made you think that you should try out diet rather than all of these other remedies when you're suffering from all of these ailments?
So I was diagnosed in grade 2, and I didn't delve into diet really until I was 23. So it was mostly because I was like, well, the mainstream medical route isn't working. I've had a hip and ankle replacement when I was 17. I was like, I'm screwed. And when I was 23, I was like, I had dropped out of university because I was too sick, and I had chronic fatigue at that point too. And I was like, I can't make it to my final exams. That's it.
She dropped out of university, I think, in the first semester. So I don't know what she's talking about with, I was too sick to complete my final exams. She never got close to final exams. Like, so she dropped out because she was too stupid to complete the course. That's it. It wasn't because she was so unhealthy. She was just using that as an excuse. A work of fiction donated $2.
It's a work of fiction. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. It's a work of fiction. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Yes, it's a work of fiction. Thanks for the donation, a work of fiction.
I went into makeup school, much to my dad's chagrin. He was like, you're not going to be
He did not like
intellectually
that?
stimulated there. And I was like, you don't know me, Dad. So I went into makeup school for like a semester, and my wrist was so sore.
If you ever want to try something that unlocks your mind like shrooms, you should try MDMA. Even more than shrooms, it gives you the greatest sense of well-being you will ever feel in your life. If you and Jasmine did it together, you would feel love like never before.
I'm not going to do MDMA for a few reasons. One, I've heard that it can actually trigger depression after you take it, so a little worried about that. Secondly, I'm also worried about getting fake MDMA. There are analogs to MDMA that are very molecularly similar, but you can overdose, and it's very easy to overdose on some of those analogs, and you can cause permanent brain damage and become a vegetable. So I'm not gonna risk it. Thanks for the donation though, Backdoor Sluts 9. Appreciate it.
Or because you stand all day and you do someone's makeup. And I was like, I can't even use my wrist. Like, what am I doing in makeup? It's like me becoming a surgeon or something. This is ridiculous. And at that point, I went to my doctor and I was like, I think my wrist, because it really hurt. And I was like, I think it's headed in the same direction as my hip and ankle.
Did Christie get banned? Imagine what Mark Hamill would look like today if he had gone vegan in 1977. He would probably still have his 1977 Luke Skywalker looks and body.
I don't know what he'd look like. It's possible that he would be in better shape. He is overweight. A lot of vegans that I know of, even when they are overweight, they look good for their age. And Christy did not get banned yet. I'll set up a goal. What are we at now? I don't know if he'd look like he was... I don't know. I don't think he'd look like he did when he was in his 20s, but, probably look better. Thanks for the donation, James.
And he was like, oh, joint replacements are really rare at your age. I was like, I've had 2. Like, they don't seem that rare. And that's when I decided to go into biomedical science at a different university and just figure out what was wrong with me. I did my entire family's genetics through 23andMe to see if there was any type of...
Wait. Let me back up here.
And just figure out what was wrong with... And I was like, I think my wrist, because it really hurt. And I was like, I think it's headed at your age. I was like, I've had 2. Like, they don't seem that rare. And that's when I decided to go into biomedical science at a different...
She never went to school for biomedical science. And notice the wording here. I decided to go into biomedical science. What does that mean? Does that mean you went to school for it? Does that mean you researched it on your own? Does that mean you talked to a doctor? Like...
different university.
She's
and
such
just
a liar.
Figure out what was wrong with me. I did my entire family's genetics through 23andMe to see if there was any type of pattern.
23andMe is pseudoscience.
Which showed genetics for celiac disease. And so I cut out gluten and my health improved a little, like the tiniest bit, enough that...
So 23andMe is pseudoscience. They cannot give you an accurate predictor of disease based on the genetic test that's done in 23andMe. They'll say, 1 in 40 people with this genetic makeup has, it correlates to this health outcome. Like, that's what it is. So it's total bullshit. And she was never diagnosed with celiac disease. So, I did a test with 23andMe that says this gene is correlated with like a 1 in 40 chance of this happening. So obviously I have celiac. Like, it's fucking stupid. Dodo Donate Tellers, can you maybe react later?
Today's topic.
Sure, we can react to that later. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Yeah, so she's a
The
complete
MAGA
joke.
Republicans' response to South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem shooting and killing her 14-month-old puppy is too good lol, she just fucking ruined her shot to be Trump's VP pick, so great smile.
Let me take a look.
That have this kind of a problem, they are extremely dangerous, and a responsible owner does what they need to do and what the law will allow.
Not a lot of people I know of have gone out and executed their own dog.
Who was her editor? Michael Vick?
How utterly heartless do you have to be to shoot a 14-month-old dog in the face?
You can't just kill a dog because you're annoyed with it. I mean, if I killed every animal that annoyed me, I would be like the Genghis Khan of Kristi Noem's.
She grossly miscalculated and took her political chances to the gravel pit.
I love dogs, man. You don't shoot a dog, okay? It's really?
Congratulations to
The hypocrisy these people have. They all eat meat. They, like, I can guarantee you, like, every one of these people are fucking complete assholes, and they'll do something like eat veal. And then they're, oh, you killed a dog? Like, okay, but they're not wrong.
Thanks to being vegan for 35 plus years, I have had people think I am 14. Let us go to Frank to continue shroom trip.
How in the fuck do people think you're 14 when you're in your 60s? That sounds impossible. Thanks for the donation though, James. We'll watch Frank in just a minute.
your puppy at home if he made it through the weekend alive, doing a lot better than Kristi Noem's dog. Dogs that have
Yeah, she completely and utterly obliterated her political career. I don't know why the fuck you would ever share something like this publicly. It shows you how much of a psycho she is, because, like, any normal person would realize, okay, this is not something I should share publicly. This is something I should be ashamed about. She is such a fucking psychopath. She's like, oh yeah, I killed a dog, not realizing that it's wrong to do that. What a piece of shit.
Very interesting is the next day, Connor wasn't arrested. In fact, he was out, I think in Top Golf in Thailand, all bandaged up, golfing, which I found very strange. So I was like, why is he not arrested for what he did? I was not 100% on what laws there are in Thailand. So I talked to the officials in Thailand, some of them involved with this. And they told me that in Thailand, when you have an issue, a domestic issue with a girlfriend, a wife, a daughter, a brother, whatever the case may be, domestic in a home, they don't get involved. And the only time a person gets arrested is when the other person who was injured or involved in it press charges on the other person. Now I'm going to show some more footage here on the screen. And
do you guys see that? This police officer has a thing saying police hub. What? What is going on here? Now I'm questioning if this is fake. Was this all an act? What the fuck? I don't know. Maybe that's just a goof that police officers do in Thailand. I have no idea, but what the fuck is that? That is super weird.
Breaking news for Intel 13th and 14th Gen users. Intel just announced it will force motherboard manufacturers to use new baseline profile to make CPUs stable, which is at half the power and will lose about 30% performance.
I have some terrible news for anyone who owns one of Intel's newer desktop CPUs, specifically their i9 and even in some cases, potentially even their i7 CPUs. And yes, this is a continuation to the issues Intel owners have recently been having while in certain games. It seems to have to do with higher default BIOS settings, but as I've said multiple times, this really doesn't seem to be an issue with actual motherboard vendors, but instead a problem with these Intel CPUs, but I'll get to that in just a second. Profiles that we've been seeing crop up in BIOS updates from multiple vendors so far. The difference is
I don't think I've had any stability issues with my particular CPU, but that's kind of lame. Oh well. I might go with AMD next time I upgrade. Thanks for the donation, W.
Maybe I will send you a pic. Then you will understand. That dog was a working animal.
Okay, I won't show it on screen if you don't want, but yeah. Doesn't matter if the dog was a working animal, you shouldn't treat a dog that way, regardless. Thanks for the donation, James. Kermit the Gay Frog donated $2. What's the ultimate solution you hope to see one day with Israel-Palestine that would end the conflict? Integration with full citizenship rights under one state, two states, de-radicalization, mass expulsion from Gaza, West Bank Palestinians. I think what Israel should do is do the same thing that the Allies did with Nazi Germany. So do everything they did with de-radicalizing Nazi Germany. So get rid of any Hamas symbols, heavily restrict like any sort of anti-Semitic rhetoric that's in the Quran. So ban any sort of religious doctrine that talks about like hatred towards any group of people. Just basically do the exact same thing the Allies did with denazifying Germany, but apply that to de-Islamifying Palestinians. I think a one-state solution where Israel is in control of all Palestinian areas. So just have them be part of, just give them all Israeli citizenship. And, yeah, go from there. I think that's really the best way forward. Palestinians clearly cannot form a sensible state. Clearly. So I think Israel should just get rid of the Palestinian Authority, give all Palestinians Israeli citizenship, and basically, quote-unquote, denazify, Palestine. That's my idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Kermit the Gay Frog. Not Batman. I don't know who is not Batman, but thanks for the donation, dude. Well, you didn't donate, never mind.
This gonna be a certified banger.
Coming soon, the problems with Palestine. That should be a banger. Interesting. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. That should be a good video.
The gun looks fake.
I don't think so. It just looks like he has a custom grip on the gun. Doesn't look fake to me. Let me see. Yeah, that literally just looks like a Glock with a custom tan grip. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. It's probably a Glock 17 or a 19. But yeah, that just looks like a Glock with one of these custom grips. Or a grip sleeve.
Oh Christy, do you miss me? My cock was soft, but now it's hard. Please suck on it, like Frank sucks lard. Oh Christy, sweet Christy, let's drink piss with Richie. He draws nice pics of butts and dicks. I'll give your nips a twisty. Poop.
That was a beautiful poem. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate the donation. My cock spits yogurt for Christy.
Yes, you are now an enlightened atheist. Have you had a out-of-body experience? You know, where you see your own body. Have you thought about doing these experiments? I think you have what it takes to know for sure who you really are.
I've done like remote viewing before, and I have had out-of-body experiences where I look down on myself, so I have done that. Thanks for the donation, the Black Lotus. Hey man, which bike broke down? Ural, Russian Junk, JK, should get a Honda. Do you ever plan to motovlog again? I do. I want to get a new camera. The Insta360 X4. I've just had a lot of fucking annoying bills lately. I had to spend a lot of money on Finn. He's had a few weird health problems. Something hit his eye, and we had to spend a bunch of money on that, and he has like a problem with a dislocating kneecap. So I've just held off on buying it, and I don't know how expensive. Well, my bike's under warranty, so I could just send it to the dealership and get it fixed for free. But the problem is the dealership is way the fuck out in, it's like around Guelph. So in order to get the bike there, I have to spend money on a tow to get it there. So I don't know. So I'm going to hold off on getting the camera for now, but I am planning on getting a new camera for motovlogging and stuff.
You gotta see this.
Let me take a
Well,
look.
biologists in Germany and Indonesia have observed a wild orangutan applying a plant with known medicinal properties to its wound, a first for a wild animal.
Yeah, I heard about this.
The male Sumatran orangutan, who had sustained a facial wound, repeatedly applied sap from a climbing plant with anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties to his injury. Study lead Caroline Schupley says the action gives biologists an idea of the orangutan's cognitive capacity.
So we follow these orangutans regularly in our research area. They're part of a long-term research project that has been going on for orangutans.
And what was that unusual behaviour?
So he started chewing the leaves of a plant, and he fed on the plant for a little while, and then he proceeded to use the juice from that the chewing produced to touch his wound with that juice, and then he proceeded to smear the plant mesh that he produced from chewing on the plant onto his wound and completely plastered the wound, so completely covered the wound. And then he continued to feed on the plant. He observed to use medical plants before, but it was for internal things or just the things that are not wounds. In this case, it's the first time that we see a wild animal use a plant with medical properties.
It's crazy how smart they are, eh? It's bizarre. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Do you eat the shrooms raw by themselves? I always throw up a couple hours after every time I eat them, and it sucks. Yeah, they taste disgusting. I fucking hate the taste of mushrooms, but I just eat them raw. I know some people make like a tea out of it, but from what I understand, the high heat can destroy the psilocybin, and you might not get as powerful of a trip. So I just chew them and eat them. If you have problems with vomiting, just make sure you don't eat before you do the shrooms. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Oh, this fucking guy.
And let me say this to the European queens who keep filling up my inbox. You can stop it. I don't need to see that you got an ass like a black woman. I don't need to see you got hips like a black woman. I don't need to see you got lips like a black woman. I don't need to see that you curvy like a black woman. You are not the black woman. When we make love to our own women, that's magic. That's magic. When I lay down with a butter almond queen, when I lay down with a butter pecan, with a caramel, with a chocolate fudge, with an African vanilla, when I lay down with a hot peanut butter and a warm pistachio, that is sexual magic. A white woman you can never understand. I cannot be a racist, my Neanderthal. And why are you on this? This is a private meeting for the African family. What are you?
He is very racist. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I think it's ironic these pro-Pali vegans that determine what's Zionism or anti-Semitic and what's not, as well as uses pick-me Jews who do support Palestine, are the same prop people that gives us shit for describing what happens to animals as a Holocaust. SMH.
Well, yeah. They're massive hypocrites. They criticize other people for not recognizing genocide and violence and shit like that, and then they refuse to do it themselves. They're huge, huge hypocrites. Thanks for that donation, Will Mage.
Any new Frank content? Also, what's the latest on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Well, Ukraine is getting a $60 billion aid package from the US, and I think ATACMS have already arrived. So, they definitely needed that support. They were running out of munitions. So, hopefully that gives them the boost they need to fight off the Russian invasion. And I don't think they've gotten the F-16s yet. So, hopefully that, hopefully that's a big turning point for the war. But yeah, Ukraine is struggling right now. Thanks for that donation, MDMA. And yeah, Frank did upload a new video. We're gonna watch Frank next.
And speaking of apes.
Let me see.
Your father, he waits.
Much to learn, much to teach. There are dangers beyond our village.
What a wonderful day!
I might actually go and see this in theaters.
My family.
Have you microwaved poop in a bowl? It's really soft and steamy and doesn't require animal suffering, so it's vegan. It makes my poop smell like poop toe, and I get brown chunks in my teeth. Mix with marshmallow for poop cacao. Share with Jasmine.
I'll try that. Sounds pleasant. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop in a bowl.
I will find them. I will bring them home. Your compassion, your mercy. Why do they hunt her? She knows the human secrets.
I have a name. May. I know where they're taking your clan.
Tell us everything about this world.
Yeah, it actually looks good. I might actually see that in the theaters.
So some more footage here on the screen, and that is, at the scene, Tony Hughes' girlfriend. She's very close friends with Connor Murphy's girlfriend who was injured in this incident. And what I'm going to say is, if we're wondering why Connor Murphy is not arrested, the only time would be if she pressed those charges, like I was saying. So why is she not pressing charges? Is she going to press charges? As of now, we don't know. And I reached out to Tony Hughes for a statement, and it was actually really long. I didn't quite understand it, so I'm going to display it on.
So you're curious about Connor Murphy's behavior is genuinely erratic, or is it part of a strategic plan? To understand him fully, viewing Connor through a conversational Western lens might not suffice due to his unique perspective and actions, which can seem perplexing. Even I, a 41-year-old seasoned lawyer who has traveled extensively and explored various cultures and mind-expanding substances, found his actions baffling until an expert in ideology clarified things using biblical analogies. Interestingly, religious concepts can profoundly illuminate certain viewpoints, making them easier to grasp. As I grow older, I find these religious insights increasingly valuable for filling gaps.
That film opens this Thursday.
Yeah, I'll probably go and see it. Yeah, it's just a few days. Thanks for the donation, James. Understanding of human experiences. Most people adopt a polarized binary way of thinking, typical of Western culture, evident in comments on videos about this even event and others.
Does the trailer remind you of your brothers in the jungle? Swinging through the trees and eating bananas? The good times?
No, I don't think I have any relatives that swing through the jungles and eat bananas. Thanks for the donation, though, David. Public opinions, such as those on geoaesthetics, health issues, or the nature of Leo Longevity's character often miss the mark. The views generally stem from those deeply entrenched in mainstream narratives and able to think independently.
Have you ever dipped a toasted shit sandwich in a warm cum dip? You get nice little cum strings dangling from your shit-stained mouth, and sometimes you puke it up and can eat it again. It's like the circle of life. You can share with Jasmine. Share it.
No, I've never dipped a sandwich in warm cum dip. I'll do that with Jasmine. Thanks for that donation, warm shit and cum sandwich.
I wrote to you, Richard, as Somalia president. We need your help. We need you to help us. We lost one goat and one flip this week. Our GDP is down to $1. Please help your Somalians.
I'm glad the goat escaped. Thanks for the donation, Somalian president. I appreciate that. For those open to nuanced thinking or interested in broadening their perspectives, the puzzle of Connor Murphy's supposed mental breakdown and alleged domestic abuse presents both an entertaining and enlightening challenge. Some questions worth considering include: does Connor have a history of domestic abuse? Does Connor have a history of mental health issues? Evaluate the evidence critically. If you're not trained, at least familiarize yourself with basic American legal evidence codes. Why hasn't Connor's girlfriend publicly commented on the situation? Why hasn't Connor responded publicly? What was Connor working on when the incident occurred? What is the most severe allegation made against Connor in recent years? What commonalities do Connor, Leo, geoaesthetics share with Tony that might explain their close relationship? Why does everything about this event revolve around golf, ransacked house, and publicity? Are there previous examples of significant media coverage about Connor? What motivates Connor's actions? Is it attention, money, fame, parental approval, or something else? Despite adding more facts about the event, they are insufficient to provide a complete answer about Connor and the incident. As a lawyer, I value honesty, which I define as knowing the truth, conveying it effectively, and ensuring the recipient understands it. Explaining the full complexity could take hours, which might exceed the typical audience's attention span. People often prefer concise summarizes that elicit strong emotions rather than transformative information. Lastly, Consider these questions as you reflect on the values of happiness and compassion, which are often emphasized in Western society. Is Connor happy? Do you feel compassion towards him? Does Connor feel compassion towards you and his girlfriend? What brings them pleasure? Remember not long ago, my candid thoughts on a global health issue were censored, yet now they are validated by mainstream scientists. Oh my god, he's a fucking anti-vaxxer. Many who dismissed my views as harmful misinformation have faced or will face consequences. This event with Connor Murphy is an opportunity to liberate your mind from conformist thinking, which every audience member should take seriously since it's blatantly a global life or death decision. If this seems daunting, stay tuned to the unfolding story and learn from past events involving Connor. They're both entertaining and enlightening, and next time you ask if Connor Murphy is crazy, I might just respond, you didn't do your homework, did you? That made absolutely 0 sense.
On screen, you guys can pause the video, read it for yourselves, but any more information?
Are we just not going to talk about that last stream where you're absolutely tripping balls and opening up to us about your inner feelings? I feel like I know the true Richard Burgess. Now draw yourself sucking on Prismo's cat whiner while Jasmine poops.
Okay, I will do that for you. I just gotta go grab my iPad. Thanks for the donation, Prismo's cat on fire. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation.
Have you ever sunk your hand into a full porta potty and munched on the hot blue shit and piss stew? Would you share that with Jasmine? Would you lube your purple-tipped turd penis with it and share it? Don't be selfish, share the stew with her, Jesus.
I'll be sure to share it with her. Thanks for the donation, shit-stained balls with cum. I'm just gonna go grab my iPad. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, I'm back.
Time to watch Frank.
Yes, we'll watch Frank in just a moment. Thanks for that donation, James. Booty Cum $20. You should collab with AP and do more Islam debates on your channel. Could do a collab with Aaron P. I don't know exactly what I'd do a collab with him, like how I'd do a collab with him. Maybe just do a gaming stream together. And,
It never ceases to amaze me how locked down SpaceX streams always are. Not ability to chat, no ability to rewind, comments are turned off. What other stream does this? It's just a looped video as well. So dumb.
Yeah. I'm guessing they don't want to show their failures, so they, you know, heavily restrict the streams. So yeah, I'm assuming they heavily restrict the streams so that people can't, I don't know, talk shit about them. And Elon Musk is a bit of a moron, so pretty much every project they've done is a failure. There's been a few, like, rocket experts who have said, if NASA were to run the company like SpaceX has, NASA wouldn't exist. They have so many rocket failures, and they're going nowhere. Okay. There is me sucking on Prismo's cat dick. Hope you enjoy that drawing. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, but Bootycum, I'd like to do Islam debates, but there's literally no Muslims who will debate me. They know they're just gonna look stupid, so they just dodge debates with me. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycum.
Coach Greg and Myron were both on an episode of Jubilee recently. At one point Myron said if he was president he would put all fat people in a weight loss concentration camp. Shit was wild, lol.
Myron's a fucking idiot, dude. That makes... So, like, would he put, Walter in a fucking fat concentration camp since he's overweight? Like, it's stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
In honor of NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Scan the QR code you see on the screens right now. With this action, we are starting a special event in honor of today's NASA Boeing crew flight tests. NASA.
Does, Elon Musk look more Asian to you? He's kind of looking like Kim Jong-un. Yeah, he actually looks a lot like Kim Jong-un. Look at this. Yeah, he looks more Asian. Weird. Black Lotus donated $15 and says dance. I guess I will dance for you.
Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Now I need some changes in my life. Now I need to move on in life. Now is
There you go. There's my dancing. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus. Booty Cam donate tellers. AP apostate prophet. Oh. I've tried to reach out to him before, but I've never gotten any kind of answer. So, I don't know. I don't know how to really set that up. Thanks for that donation, though, Booty Cam. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Who enter the United States without our permission are illegal aliens, and illegal aliens should not be treated the same as people who entered the U.S. legally. Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. Until the American people are convinced that we will stop future flows of illegal immigration, we will make no progress on dealing with the millions of illegal immigrants who are here now. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a...
By the way, this is incredibly misleading. Illegal immigrants are people who have no legal status. So, yeah, there are people who hop the border, don't go to an immigration court to seek legal status, and they just get work on a farm or something, and yeah, that's illegal. But when Democrats are talking about, the border crisis right now, these people have legal status. They go to a border control officer, they ask for asylum, and then they're waiting to be seen by a judge to be either granted asylum or to get denied. So all of these fucking people who make videos like this, they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They know nothing about immigration law. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Booty Cam donated tellers, apostate prophet. I mean, yes. Yeah, you donated that twice, but I've tried to reach out to him, but I haven't heard anything back.
That
Thanks
comes
for
out
that
from this
donation, Booty Cam.
story. I'll give it to you, and it's very interesting. I mean, the whole thing about Thailand, starting from the days of Ziz, and then Leo, and then Connor Murphy now, Joe Aesthetics, death. Just a very interesting place, and I always said, I always tell people this is a place I've always wanted to visit since I was a kid. Kickboxer, one of my favorite movies. I fell in love with Thailand, but now I'm scared to go. So thanks for watching, and I'll keep you guys posted on anything new. I've been on TRT for over...
Let's see. There's a
Air
few
quality
shorts.
is generally much higher by the ocean simply because there's wind. There's a lot of wind to blow away all of that crappy, smoggy air. So
Wind does not affect air quality.
Now with what's going on in the world, how much crap they're spraying, you won't get one good day of fresh air. It's actually kind of sad, It might take all month before there's enough wind or rain or whatever for one day to clear things up, and then the next day they're back to spraying stuff. So, one benefit of being by the beach or even just being able to commute, 30, 45 minutes out of the city is that you're going to have constant access to fresher air, higher quality, and you're just going to feel better. It's so important. If you think you have everything in check, your diet, your exercise, your grounding, you're reducing radiation exposure, and you still don't feel good, you might really just need a breath of fresh air.
I'm sure everyone has found a bug in a plant food they're eating, and anyone that's worked in food service knows how easily ants and other insects get into grain stores, pantries, sugar. But the modern world applies here. The reason we get sick is because there are now unnatural strains of bacteria that these animals and insects.
Unnatural strains of bacteria. What the fuck could that even possibly mean? Does Frank think, like, disease never existed? Have you ever heard of the bubonic plague?
Can carry due to modern medicine. In the hypothetical worst case scenario of conventional factory farming, both vegetables and meat can potentially get you very sick. The concern with both of these foods is cross-contamination of fecal matter with the product. Not necessarily because poop is dangerous, it's because antibiotics and modern diets cause strong acid-resistant bacteria that...
No. Bacteria have always been harmful, you fucking idiot. Look at the bubonic plague.
I'm sure everyone...
Dude, Frank is so stupid.
It's why we see so many recalls with conventionally raised animal products and plant products, whereas organic, local, grass-fed stuff rarely, if never, gets recalled. I personally, can't remember it off the top of my head.
Grass-fed beef recalls. American Food Group recalls ground beef products due to possible E. coli. Like 2024 ground beef recall.
A scenario where they had to recall something from a local farm that was raised properly. If the poop was from a grass-fed cow, it wouldn't contain acid-resistant strains of E. coli.
It's not acid resistance, it's antibacterial resistance.
Coli and salmonella. Therefore, the strain of bacteria won't get you sick if it enters your digestive tract. This is the chief concern of getting very sick. Other aspects of conventional agriculture result in our food damaging us, but this can literally kill you as opposed to just making you unhealthy. It's why we see so many recalls with conventionally raised animal products and plant products, whereas organic, local, grass-fed stuff rarely, if never, gets recalled.
Yeah, that's just not true.
I personally, can't.
What a dumbass.
Well, it wouldn't be a normal Sunday without me making fun of some Asian girl's ridiculous diet, right? So let's see how to clean your gut with a balanced diet.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. For today's video, as you guys read by the title, I'm going to be showing you guys what I eat in a day. I know this video is titled Summer Diet, but it's not necessarily to lose weight, but rather just to eat clean because I've been suffering from a lot of bloating and stomach issues. And I'll also be showing you guys what I do for my physical activities. I'm going to be having this peanut butter that just has peanuts. If you look at the ingredients, it's literally just 100% selected roasted peanuts. There's no added sugars or...
Peanuts are kind of inflammatory.
They're not inflammatory.
I'm sure we definitely did a video explaining like the mycotoxins, the anti-nutrients, the fatty acid profile of peanut butter. Like, yeah, they're delicious and calorically dense, but especially now with most people having some degree of gut and health issues, they're just too inflammatory to justify including them.
They are not inflammatory
in any diet whatsoever. Macadamia nuts are the best option, but honestly, anything besides peanut butter, you're much better off with.
or anything. It obviously doesn't taste as good, but it's so much healthier. I used to eat peanut butter jelly religiously.
To your cellular health. Like you're worrying about something that literally does not matter at all. Like, okay, your blood sugar spiked. What's the big deal? Now your cells are made up of peanut butter and like non-organic inflammatory fortified white bread. People are focused on the wrong things. So Manuka honey, I mean, I've looked into this. It's kind of like snake oil. I mean, honey is still a high quality product, but the properties of the thing they measure, like the MG 263 plus, you'd be surprised. Some of these honeys are like, some of it's easily over $100, and because I couldn't find like legitimate So you got, a cold brew coffee in plastic. It's probably not organic. The water's full of fluoride, chlorine, and that's a big thing.
This
That's
is all shit we hear over and over again. It's not organic. It has chemicals.
so you got, a cold brew coffee in plastic. It's probably not organic.
Oh my god.
My skin has been very dry for the past couple of
Oh, this is hilarious, bro.
Yes, Frank, you will soon meet my Umbrella Corp fully saturated well-muscled Vladislava Galakan clones.
Yeah, we really got to make that happen. We need an army of vegan Vladislava Glagan clones to beat the fuck out of Frank. Thanks for the donation, James.
Bro, she
Speaking of, let's take a look at her Instagram, see what she's been up to. These are some nice, hard nipples.
Do you ever feel bad for making fun of Frank so much? Don't get me wrong, I love it. But after your shroom trip, what do you think? He's obviously a crazy guy.
No, I don't feel bad. It's exactly what he needs. And I'll keep doing it until he, stops being a lolcow. Thanks for the donation, Kaka. Yeah, she's really into cars. I like her butt. She actually has a really pretty butthole. I can't show it on stream, obviously, but...
I like the fact she is sub-A cup.
Yeah, I like flat chest too. Itty bitty titties are where it's at. Thanks for the donation, James. He's got a good butt. That is a pretty crazy physique transformation. Steroids are a hell of a drug. Wonder how often she gets approached in public. If I was single and I saw a chick like that, I'd definitely talk to her. Yeah, it's really too bad she's not vegan. That is a really cute butt. She does those stupid suction cup things and goes to like chiropractors and shit.
She stopped taking peds. In some recent shorts, I could see that her traps looked more natural. Well, back to Frank.
She cycles on and off, so she might be off cycle right now. But we'll go back to Frank in just a moment. Thanks for the donation, James. That is a crazy bikini. I love it when they're super thin in the back so you can just see their butt.
Personally not for me. Her upper body is way too muscular for me. Plus I really like big titties. She does have a pretty face and nice legs and ass toe.
Yeah, I like a lot of different body types. I can appreciate, you know, like slender, petite girls. I like big muscular chicks. I like curvier girls, so... And I can appreciate big boobs and little boobs. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Yeah, she has bigger muscles than that dude. I approve.
Barely eats anything. She goes to the gym dying, doesn't hydrate, comes home, shows her friend making some booze drink. And then we have a sponsorship about, oh yeah, I wonder why your skin's not clear.
So whenever I put on makeup, there's always been issues with dry patches and texture. But if you guys take a look at my skin right now,
Maybe it's because your diet is peanut butter sandwiches and vodka.
Looks literally flawless. I look like a peeled egg. So I wanted to show you guys how I've been doing my face.
Right, we got a long sponsorship. Let's get back to the booze drink.
Oh, it's a nice kitty. Wow.
I do not know. Oh, I know. 꽁꽁 얼어붙은 한강 이렇게.
고양이가 걸어다닙니다.
I said that in front of my mom. She was like, 무슨 저주를 외우고 있어? I used to love the. No.
Now, be honest, like we're talking crap, but
that is a really nice kitty. Oh my god.
If these Asian girls showed up to your door and wanted to make you some crappy pina colada, you'd probably suck it right down, right? I mean,
yes, the obligatory I'm not gay.
I mean, there's a big difference between like a crappy pre-mixed
Well, I don't think you have a taste in men.
Yeah, I don't think I do. Like, if I vibe with you, I vibe with you.
You look at the weirdest.
Most Asian girls just like tall, ugly dudes. That's how it is. Tall, ugly white dudes.
Actors ever, and you're like, oh my god, this guy's so hot. Like, I like guys. Like, he is not hot. Robert Pattinson.
Orthorexia isn't an officially recognized eating disorder. I think he has an eating disorder, but it's probably it's as far as I can tell, he doesn't have anorexia because he's not like underweight, and as far as I can tell, he doesn't have body dysmorphic disorder. But he does have an eating disorder where he has this like weird purity idea with certain foods. Like he'll only eat white colored foods because he thinks they're pure.
There's a reason why he...
They gotta be like a little fruity too. They can't have too deep of a voice. They gotta sound like they play with dudes. They gotta be like not harmful, you know? Non-threatening.
Played Batman. Do you think Kim Soo-hyun's hot from the movie?
He's too, like...
Hot?
Too hot to handle. He's like too, like, perfect image.
So you like the drug addict?
What?
Too perfect.
Wow, you're so organized. I don't think I would clean it up.
All All right, well, hopefully someone in the chat tells us what that is. I mean, there's a possible chance we can go back through and she said what it was in the captions, or she showed the package. But if that is just some type of like rice starch thing, we know the downsides of white rice are that it can be high in arsenic, and even if it's white rice, brown rice is much worse.
My mom made Korean 된장찌개 with this miso paste that she got from the countryside of Korea, and apparently it tastes different. Korean barbecue! I am not having any worries because I had milk, but...
Oh, okay, so hold on, she just said what it was. We were right. Those were some rice cakes. So I'm a little on top of it. So she just had rice cakes for lunch with some sauce on them, which I think is completely ridiculous because she hasn't had any protein all day or any B vitamins all day or any like significantly healthy, like any
That fridge would cost at least $7,000. Yes, Frank, I am prepping nice muscular fully saturated Vladi clone to you.
Make sure to give them make sure to give them, like, I don't know, something that they can really hurt Frank with, like baseball bats. It's another good weapon. Maybe meat cleavers, blow torches. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
She hasn't really had any fiber either, so this is a pretty horrible diet. She's just like having some calories and starch to get her through the day, barely anything. And now she's saying she's not eating rice for what's her idea of? I mean, this idea of avoiding carbs and starch, and then people still have like unhealthy skin and they don't have a good body composition. Well, if the diet's lacking protein, animal protein, it doesn't matter how much crap you avoid, your body isn't going to look good because you can't synthesize the muscle tissue.
Protein is protein, so that is not true.
I eat whatever I want as much as I want, but since it's all high quality organic food and I avoid the vegetable seed oils, my body composition is always going to look good. That's the hard thing to get into people.
No, you are not fat because you don't eat enough to be fat.
People's heads if they have and I feel bad for these people that have an eating disorder, or they're afraid of calories, or they're afraid of sugar. They've been somehow indoctrinated by modern conventional dietary wisdom that they're going to get fat, that they're going to look bad if they eat a lot of food. But if you go high quality, if you're eating grass-fed beef, homemade organic sour,
just think of what Frank is saying. He's literally saying
they will just orgasm him to death.
I don't think a girl could give Frank an orgasm. I don't think he could be interested in a woman enough. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Yeah, he's literally saying that our early human ancestors could not gain weight because they were eating organic, high-quality foods. We'd all be dead. We wouldn't exist if the foods you were eating wouldn't allow you to gain weight.
sourdough, depending on your starting point. Yeah, I mean these types of drinks, like, made with the fluoridated, chlorinated water, a lot of sugar.
Here we go.
I guess that's it. I mean, if I watch these ahead of time, I probably would never critique any of them. But I guess.
How the fuck do these vlog girls get so many views? 302K, 220K, 148K. Who the fuck watches this shit?
You gotta be careful. I mean, I'm assuming people are just watching her for fun and they're not actually really being influenced by these dietary choices. But that really doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would you call this a diet and say clean your gut with a balanced diet when you're clearly not dieting or trying to do anything? I mean, I'm guessing, and she didn't explain it or say it, that she's just avoiding sugar and a higher carbohydrate content, which isn't necessarily like going to fix.
Grey Knight, don't need to tell us LMFAO this aged so well now.
Well, this thing is worthless, like my Palestinian alarm clock. Allahu Akbar!
Yep, that did age well. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Fix your stomach or heal you, and to say that she's avoiding sugar, yeah, maybe most of the day, but then she has that tea at the end of the day, which doesn't. It's whatever. But thank you guys for joining me. If you go to frank-stefano.com this week moving forward, next week, hopefully. Did I miss it?
Well, that was a terrible video. Just fucking terrible. All right, let's watch this Islam debate with Destiny and Fresh and
For the
Fit.
people that champion Islam, it seems like they do so in an exclusionary manner, that everybody has to be Islamic, that everybody has to be part of their religion, and that they can attack and kill people who disagree with their religion. Because I think one of the most beautiful things about the United States is the fact that we can tell a Cop to off, that we can tell a Christian to off, that we can tell a Muslim to off, that we can draw whatever we want, make fun of whatever we want, make porn out of whatever we want. And I would think that that is the coolest thing in the United States, and I think that that's what allows us to even do what we're doing here today.
Was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack?
So when you're paragliding in and you see a bunch of people partying, I mean, like, what are you thinking? Like, are you radioing back to base? Like, Muhammad, I don't know what to do. There's a bunch of partygoers here. Oh, I guess we just have to kill them all. I didn't know they'd be there. Like, take as many hostages as possible. Like, mow down as many you see. Like, we have videos for, we say it all comes from the IDF. That's not true. These dumb are recording videos of themselves.
You have to go to question. He didn't give a direct answer. Now, I ask a question to you guys here on the panel. What is the age of consent in Islam, you would say?
Seems like it's going to be spicy.
Guys, the way this debate is going to work is I'm going to basically ask open a question, and I'm going to give each party 2 minutes or 2:30, right, to go ahead and give their full stance, and then get uninterrupted, and then the other individual will go ahead and give their full stance uninterrupted, and then we can go ahead and do a back and forth after the first round, at least when the stances are made. The first topic we're going to... Well, actually, no, hold on. Before what the hell am I doing? Yo, we are so familiar with y'all. We forgot to introduce y'all ninjas. Yo, Desi, I'll start with you, man. Can you introduce us to the people that have been living under a rock?
Yeah, I do politics and philosophy on YouTube. I'm far left or far right, depending on who I'm arguing with. And today we're going to talk about my Islamophobia.
Fantastic.
All right.
Welcome to the show, Destiny.
Yeah, welcome back.
I'm Suleiman. I'm on Twitter. I investigate certain things, and yeah, same topics: politics and philosophy and theology.
Awesome. First question, guys. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to start the timer here. We'll start with Destiny's kicking it off. Open-ended question: is Islam the path? And I'll just leave it open-ended, and you can go ahead and take it. You want.
I'm a big champion of American liberal democracy. I think that people like to push certain religions because things become trendy over time. But I think the important thing to keep in mind is right now, America runs the world. We don't just run it militarily. We don't just run it economically. We also run it culturally. And I think the reason why is because our values allow so many different types of people to come here. Like, just look at the four of us, around this table. Like, how many people here are from other countries or whose parents were immigrants? Like, the only country in the world where all of these different types of people, different types of religions, different types of ideologies can come together and then form a business and a capital-free investment environment and then broadcast that to the entire world on American invented technology is the United States of America. No Islamic country has done that. Ottoman Empire fell. Nobody's replaced it since. None of these Islamic countries are able to take as much culture as we have and kind of like mix them all together in the way that the United States has. And I worry sometimes that people that champion certain types of religions do so in kind of a militant way and do so in a bit of an exclusionary way as well. For instance, you should be able to make fun of anybody who you want. I think that you guys probably agree with that here more than anybody else. I agree with it on my platform, obviously. A lot of Muslim people don't agree with it. In France, when they did the Charlie Hebdo drawings of Muhammad, there were people that broke into that comic facility and they killed people because they were so upset that, people drew the Muhammad, Salaf al-Khud, whatever you say, praise be upon him, and they decided to go and kill the dude. Killed the dudes, killed multiple people in that attack. So I don't like the fact that for the people that champion Islam, it seems like they do so in an exclusionary manner, that everybody has to be Islamic, that everybody has to be part of their religion, and that they can attack and kill people who disagree with their religion. Because I think one of the most beautiful things about the United States is the fact that we can tell a Cop to fuck off, that we can tell a Christian to fuck off, that we can tell a Muslim to fuck off, that we can draw whatever we want, make fun of whatever we want, make porn out of whatever the fuck we want. And I would think that that is the coolest thing in the United States, and I think that that's what allows us to even do what we're doing here today. And I don't think any Islamic country or Muslim majority country has been able to achieve the world domination that the United States has when it comes to military, economy, and most importantly, culture.
All right. That's 2 minutes on the dot. Okay. Thank you, Destiny. Solomon, I'll turn it to you, my friend.
Yeah, of course. So first of all, I agree with his analysis of America, right, and American culture in current times. When he's mentioned about advancements, that's right, in current times, but then obviously that's failing and ignoring the entire history, right? So what that demonstrates is you don't need to be a specific culture or religion, because if you look at history, it was many of the advancements that were made both in science, culture, literature, the Renaissance in terms of Greek philosophy, theology, science. All of it came from the Islamic civilizations. So that they weren't backward. They were actually visionary in the past. Obviously, things develop, things change. In terms of Islam being exclusionary, that's completely not true. Like, Islam within or totalitarity allows all religions, cultures, and psychologies within it. Now, in terms of what he's talking about in terms of freedom, I'm for all the freedom. The problem is we're seeing in real time that this propaganda no longer works, because in reality we've seen it. You speak against Judaism, you speak against Zionism, and they completely want to censor you. You're not allowed to mention the Holocaust in certain countries because you're going to be locked up, put in the gulags. You're not allowed to, right now in the United
That this guy is a liar. You're not allowed to mention the Holocaust in certain countries? Are you fucking retarded? What?
States. You can't even do BDS in 34 states because of Zionism. So as much as he wants to say it's not, and when you look at extremism, yes, there are extreme elements within Islam. One isn't going to deny that.
By the way, you can boycott Israel. It's just that you don't get certain government privileges if you do.
But from a proportional perspective, we've seen it. The extremism that's happened within Zionism. And so extremism is bred from different ideas, cultures, and it's even from atheism. We've seen the huge amount that's happened in terms of atheism. So extremism is everywhere. Now, in terms of Islam, I've got no issue with people being Muslim, Christian. They can be what they want, right? No problem whatsoever. My issue is when there's dual standards. So someone like Destiny feels pretty chill about attacking Muslims. No problem. All good. As long as you're willing to debate the ideas, right? But the same type of people basically lose their minds if you're willing to talk about Judaism. They'll call you anti-Semitic. They'll want to put you in jail. So there is the dual standards. And, and Judaism has the same standards that Islam has. The only difference is someone like Destiny won't call them out. And obviously we know why. So when you say you run the world, I guess America does from a overt perspective, but not from a covert perspective.
Okay. I'll turn it over to you, Destiny. What's your response to that?
Yeah, there was the Islamic Golden Age. It came and it went. We got democracy from the Greeks. We got multiculturalism, and we got former expanded governments from Romans. We got the whole industrial age from Europe. We got the age of the Catholic Church. These civilizations come and they go, and we don't go back to them. Sometimes people have a lot to contribute to the world, and then we get those things, and then the world moves on. You just never turn around and go back. If there was such an Islamic Golden Age, and if Muslims contributed so much to the world and so much to world culture, why did they lose it all? What happened to it? Why don't we see them continue to dominate today? And so far as like in the United States, you can't make fun of Nazis, or you can't make fun of Jews, or you can't make fun of whatever. You can make fun of everyone here. The laws will protect you doing whatever. That doesn't mean you'll necessarily get hosted on any platforms. But I mean, again, like, yeah, there might be some platforms that ban you if you say certain jokes here, but there are certain countries that I go to where if I walk around with just a picture of Muhammad, I don't have to worry about getting banned, I have to worry about getting beheaded. I think there's a significant difference there. I think I'd rather be worried about Susan coming after me on YouTube than I would be about Abdel coming after me to murder me because I said something about his religion that he doesn't like. So, yeah.
Thanks, Abdul. Okay. Your response to that?
So, first of all, let's take the last one. So, yeah, you may have to worry about Abdul basically being an individual who doesn't follow the rules of Islam and basically has his ego, just like you probably be worried about Weinstein getting angry with him, stabbing you because you went against Judaism, or for example, if you're walking in Israel just because you're Christian getting spit on, or if you're basically a different religion, if you're a Muslim or Christian, being killed by Weinstein or whatever the name is. So, you've got these ideas in many cultures. In terms of what you said, of course, we received democracy from the Greeks, but you know how we got that information from the Greeks? It was from the Muslims. And you're right, civilization start and end. So, in reality, your argument is this is the current civilization, and based on your own argument, it will end. And actually, many historians say that the proletarians within any.
Where did he get the idea that Greeks developed democracy from Islam?
Society become the dominant, and right now, according to even historical literature, the proletarians are the Muslims. So this could be a situation where they take over. But I'm not saying they should. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying from a historical perspective, when you're looking at civilizations come and fall. I have no issue. I'm not trying to advocate that Islam should take over. That's not my point. My specific point about is whether you're able to, someone like Destiny, able to attack Islam, and he's fine. He even said, I hate Islam, sorry. But he would not say about I hate Judaism, even though Judaism is much more extreme. Any problem someone like him would ever have with Islam, I've always explained and I've always shown that Judaism is much more extreme in all aspects, in all endeavors.
Yeah, that is completely untrue. There's no commandment in Judaism that commands you to commit violence, but there are commandments in the Quran that demand that you commit violence.
Yeah, in terms of YouTube being banned. So yeah, you can deplatform someone, you can take someone's voice away, that's one aspect. But also we've seen the genocidal nature of extremist regimes, whether it comes from all religions or no.
Don't drink, kids. I love the first video, lol.
Drunk guy body slams cop.
Bro, I ain't even fucking. Okay. You better fucking stop. You better fucking stop before you get hurt. Before you get hurt.
Oh, just carry tasers. We don't need guns. Tasers work. Yeah, that's a good one. Don't try this at home. Yeah, you're supposed to blow out the fire before you drink it.
Dog! Alright, can we be done?
What were they thinking? It's alcohol. It burns. I gotta see that again. My God. If only there was a page dedicated to people that are drunk. Well, don't do alcohol, kids. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
No religions. And we've seen that in real time right now.
I have a follow-up question.
Just a final point. There's a reason why we're on YouTube discussing this right now, and we're going to be talking about Zionism in Rumble. So that says it all.
Okay. Can I let you real quick? Please,
yeah,
go
just
ahead.
real quick. Like, I mean, I'll shit on Judaism, but the problem is not many people care. If I go online and I start talking about, like, apparently Jewish people, like, bite off foreskins or some shit when they circumcise kids, like, every Jewish friend I have, every Jewish guy online, like, yeah, that's pretty weird. We don't really do that much anymore. Right? That's what everybody will say. If I go online and I talk about, like, marrying your fucking 9-year-olds, or if I do, like, here's a funny picture of Muhammad, you know, AI generated, I've got, like, 5 million death threats in my inbox. It's not even remotely close. We can pretend that, like, we're just as worried about a Weinstein stabbing you for being Christian as we would be about, like, a Muhammad beheading you for being, Christian or Jewish. But, I mean, where are all of the Muslims trying to immigrate to? And where are all all of the Christians and Jews going. I don't see this reverse, like Christians and Jews feeling they can find safe havens in these Arab majority Muslim countries. I do see a lot of Muslims from those countries trying to go to Europe and trying to go to the United States, and I think there's a reason for that.
Okay.
So just
respond.
So the first thing is, yes, you would be banned in all forms of social media if you said Jews try to basically bite the foreskin. I mean, Lucas Gage is a tweeted this out before. Lucas Gage is a.
That is not true. I've criticized Jewish ritualistic circumcision. Never gotten banned for that. There's plenty of fucking rabbis on YouTube that you can find that are now against ritualistic circumcision. They don't get banned. What is this guy talking about?
Prime example of someone who calls Jews out and completely is banned. So you would, in terms of death threats, I mean, I've had a huge amount of death threats from Zionists, right? And I've had my name on a missile. So let's not pretend that this is only happening one way, right? And proportionally, there's 2 billion Muslims. There's only.
Yeah, by the way, you can show a picture of the Prophet Muhammad and get credible death threats from Muslims. We know of so many fucking people who have been attacked with acid, who have been stabbed to death, shot, because they offended a Muslim for showing a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. How many fucking Jews have gone out of their way to kill anybody because they were criticizing Zionism? I'm sure there has been maybe one. I've never heard of a situation like that happening, but the guy's trying to equate these things like, oh, Jews make death threats when you criticize Zionism. Like, okay, well, there's also 15-year-old kids who shitpost and threaten to kill somebody because they talk shit about Xbox. Like, these two things can't be equated.
Small number of Jews, and yeah, death threats are disproportionate. In terms of when you talk about marrying, someone like you as an example, that you would be willing to mention that, and again, you probably, and I know you don't know the epistemology and the hermeneutics behind that argument, but you wouldn't mention about Judaism, which literally says marry 3-year-olds, and this is an example of when we mentioned, as an example, when I mention in debates, they lose their minds, they'll block me, they'll try and cancel me, and this has happened on many platforms, so it does happen indeed. I think Weinstein is like a Jewish name, so you probably just got confused there. And the last bit about immigration. So of course, the reason people immigrate to Western countries, and not obviously Israel, is because due to Zionist agenda, basically Muslim countries have been bombed to the ground. Now, when there's certain countries that have basically not been bombed to the ground, we're seeing immigration happening. We're seeing basically people from Britain go to Dubai and go to UAE. So it's not specifically about that, but it's
oh, wow. What a pussy. What a bitch. Oh, well, they do immigrate to Muslim countries like Dubai. Like, okay, first of all, they're not immigrating there. They're fucking just visiting there for tourism. Dubai is also an incredibly fucking wealthy country. Like, yeah, no shit, people are going to visit for tourism. Do you see anybody going to fucking Kuwait or Iraq or Afghanistan or Pakistan or Turkey, like, or Saudi Arabia? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Really about a 20-year, even longer, psychological impact of destroying these countries for Israel.
Okay.
I know we were meant to talk about that. You brought up
so many other things.
Okay, and we'll get into that. I got one question, and then we'll switch over. Follow-up question, because we've already been on the topic. Is Islam a religion of peace? Who wants to take it first? And I'll go 2 minutes so you can take your stance, and then we can go from there. Who wants to take that first?
I can go first, I guess. I don't know if we'll just go on this. My background is Catholic. I grew up in the Archdiocese in Omaha, Nebraska. I've seen a lot of different things between different Catholic churches. I've seen a lot of different things in a Catholic church. I don't like generalizing any one particular religion because it feels really silly to do so. If you look at the culture and how people operate in Saudi Arabia, and then you compare that to the people, the Houthis in Yemen, you compare that to absolute monarchs in the Gulf states, compared to the secular dictatorship in Egypt, compared to the Islamist dictatorship, the Ayatollah in Iran. Like, there's so many different types of Muslim people all over the world. Muslims in the United States are going to be way different. Muslims in Miami are going to be way different than Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, or Muslims in Europe, in France and Paris, in London, England. It depends. Like, everybody's so different. I wouldn't say that Islam is a religion of peace, but I also wouldn't say that Christianity is a religion of peace.
What about Judaism?
Judaism is, I wouldn't say anything is the religion of peace. I think that people can be violent with religions and people can be not violent with religions. It really just depends on the individual actors. I do think that Islam kind of has a problem sometimes, and that Islam kind of has baked into it more political ideology, which I think can be problematic. But I mean, there are like 2 billion Muslims on the planet, and I think that they're, ironically enough, that was brought up in the last point, is like these countries have been destroyed. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Arabs have probably killed each other more than any Western intervention countries have, at least for the 1900s and onwards, or the 1920s and onwards, at least. So, yeah.
Real quick, Destiny, if you're going to choose a religion to go to, let's just say you're going to choose a religion to go towards, which would it be? Islam, Christianity,
we know the
Buddhism?
Well, I feel like, damn, if Jews run the world and they're secretly in charge of fucking everything, I feel like I want to be with those dudes. I feel like from all the things that I've learned about religion, I like Christianity because I feel like the coolest cheerleader guy is Jesus, because he's super selfless, he's obviously strong, he's God, he does all this shit, but he handles, he treats everybody with respect, even sinners, don't judge the sinner, judge the sin. I feel like Jesus is like the prime example of, if every single person on the planet could be a particular figure, he would be the one that you would want to be like. So, fuck the Jews for killing him, I'll say that, okay?
All right.
Yeah, that's about to be criminalized.
I'll turn it to you. Suleiman, what is Islam a religion of peace?
I agree with his assessment actually in the first part of it, right? The individuals, it depends on the individuals, and also on top of that as well, it depends on the sects and ideas and ideologies, right? So I agree with it. In terms of Islam being a political ideology, again, this is like a false norma and false notion that's...
Can you draw Rich Piana on a date with your grandma with a moustache? And have Jason Blaha jealous in the corner jerking it? And then Batman comes in and punches Frank Tufano, while Vegan Gaines is kissing his grandma's toes. And there's dead VG grandpa in grave.
You're a son of a bitch, you know that? Let me fucking see here. Actually, I'll draw this a bit bigger. Can't remember all of Rich Piana's tattoos. Um... Damn it. Let me redo this. Uh. Okay, there's Rich Piana on a date with my grandma while I'm sucking her toes, and Jason Blaha's jerking off in the corner, and Batman comes in and punches Frank Tufano in the face. Oh yeah, and there's dead grandpa in his grave. Okay, my bad, I forgot about that. All right. There's Rich Piana on a date with my grandma while I'm sucking her toes. Jason Blaha's jerking off in the corner. Batman punches Frank Tufano in the face, and my dead grandpa in his grave. Hope you enjoyed that drawing. Thanks for the donation, Quinkled.
Applied to Islam, because actually every ideology, whether it's Western or religious, has political elements in it, from Greek, from Plato's Republic to even current times when you've basically got these scenarios happening. Actually, within the United Kingdom, Judaism actually has their own legal courts, they have their own police, so they have their own kind of political framework even within Western countries. So when people make that argument, it's basically based on either propaganda or they're seeing certain extreme elements within Islam and assuming and basically applying that to everybody else. But everything else, I agree with his assessment. In terms of Arabs killing each other, that's also fake as well, but we'll talk about that. Like, I guess he's going to talk about Syria, but again, that was because of Western intervention.
Okay.
That was not because of Western intervention.
October 7th, a military operation or a terrorist attack? Again, the question is, or the topic is, was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack? I'll take it to, I think you started last time, so Destiny, you can start on this one, and we'll do a fire round at the end of this one, and I'll let you take it.
Yeah, a military operation seeks to accomplish military goals. If you're doing an invasion and you're a military, there's probably some military goal you're trying to accomplish. Hamas very clearly had no military goal they were trying to accomplish. The goal was to incite terror in the citizens. That's why thousands of rockets were launched at the beginning of the invasion. That's why when they cut through and they started going into Israel proper, they hit up kibbutzes, some of which had nothing to do with the military. They went to that Nova festival and they killed, raped, and took hostages from tons of people there. These people didn't present any sort of actual militaristic threat or have any kind of militaristic gain. The entire idea was to take some 200 plus hostages back. Every single one of these being a violation, by the way, of the law of armed conflict. And no, that's not the same as Palestinians that are facing detention in Israeli prisons, even though that argument is often made. So no, every single part of the operation on October 7th was just designed to instill and incite fear in the Israeli population. There was no reasonable military operation or goal that Hamas was trying to accomplish, and that's why they accomplished none. And it led to, as we've seen now, the reprisal from Israel in response to this with a war.
Okay. All right, with another minute to spare. Suleiman, let's turn to you.
Yeah, look. It was a military operation, right? You don't need to be a military to conduct a military operation. They're not allowed to have a military, right? So what the actual target was, to go to the to do a military operation, the kibbutzes did hold military personnel, hence why...
Okay, this guy's a fucking terrorist.
That was their target. The Nova Festival was never meant to be there. It was extended by a day without anybody knowing it. They were meant to go to the kibbutz, get the Israeli hostages, military personnel, and swap them for the Palestinian hostages that are kept in Israeli prisons. And they are the same, because in reality, many of them have not been held trial. They've basically been kept there, and they're basically being abused. The only difference is when the state of Israel does it, it's called prisoners, and when
Yeah, that's not true. They do face trial.
basically Palestinian does it or Hamas does it, it's called hostages. That's the only difference. It's just a difference in language. Look, that is the biggest fake news ever. Like, this mass propaganda has been debunked. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. I would like Destiny to provide evidence of there have been an actual real evidence of, because this is just like fake news that's been debunked, just like the 40 behead.
Lol.
Let me take a look.
Can you draw Jason Blaha crying at her grandpa's grave but then also jerking it? Then the Wolverine comes and attacks her grandma with a mustache. But Sam Cedar saves her grandma and gets stabbed instead. And Big Lenny is filming a live vid with Jason Genova.
Okay, I can do that for you. Just give me a moment. Thanks for the donation, Quinkled. Well, that is pretty retarded. One thing's for sure is Muslims do not know how to have fun. Alright, let me see.
My nigga, why is there a video of you cross-dressing and talking about putting a buttered carrot up your asshole? Don't make me link it.
I did wear girls' panties on OnlyFans. I don't recall ever talking about putting a buttered carrot up my asshole. I know I did one video on my main channel where I dressed up as roaming millennial. And I had a cucumber. Thanks for the donation though, vegan tranny. So let's see. Blaha crying at my grandpa's grave. And also jerking it. Damn it. Wolverine comes and attacks my grandma. And then Sam Cedar tries to intervene. Let me see. Fuck. Eh. And Big Lenny is filming with Jason Genova. Okay, so there's Jason Blaha crying at my grandpa's grave and also jerking off, and Wolverine tries to attack my grandma, but Sam Cedar jumps in and sacrifices himself, and Jason Genova and Big Lenny are doing a live vid together. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny. Vegan Tranny donated to, or not Vegan Tranny, Quickle did that. Vegan Tranny donated to, skip to 33 seconds, let me see.
Carrots just don't do it for a girl like me. I like putting a nice big pat of butter in the pan and then using that to lube up the sausage. Oh!
So from now I remember. Yeah, that was a video I did about roaming millennial. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny.
The babies that we debunked, just like any baby being killed by Israel, we debunked. So all of this has been debunked. They didn't plan to take 200 hostages. It's actually the opposite. They did not expect the Nova Festival to be there. They didn't expect it. And they didn't expect the Israelis to react in the manner that they reacted in terms of killing many of their own hostages and so many of their own people.
Oh my god. If they even killed any of their own people, you're talking about like 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 people. This is being debunked like as soon as the story broke by Geolocate. You can look at the communications the IDF had between each other, including Apache pilots. They refused to shoot at people that they thought could be Hamas because they were worried there were too many Israeli civilians mixed in with them and that there could be hostages, so they didn't fire.
And so for that reason, you had a scenario where they end up taking many more hostages than they expected. And that's why even Israeli literature says that they've been trying to get rid of some of them hostages because they never expected to have such a multitude of hostages. And remember, all of our arguments are based on Israeli news. So really, the arguments are much stronger because this is even by their own news, they're making these arguments. One thing I appreciate what Destiny said is that they wanted to go after the Israelis, the state of Israel. And he's very much accurate in that because he didn't say Jews, because in reality, it was an attack on the state as opposed to a people, because the Hamas charter is very clear that they don't have no issues with Jewish people.
Yeah, they don't have any issues with Jewish people. That's why in their charter they talk about a prophecy made by the Prophet Muhammad that one day all Jews will be eradicated from the earth. Right. This guy is a delusional fucking terrorist.
Okay, turn it to you. And again, the topic is, was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack?
Yeah, so the idea that the Nova Festival was moved today, this is a multi-day festival. I mean, you could look at all the flyers beforehand. It's not like this was just one day. And also the idea that it was moved and nobody knew. If that was the case, then how did the party people know to go to the festival? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, and also when you're paragliding in and you see a bunch of people partying, I mean, like, what are you thinking? Like, are you radioing back to base? Like, Mohammed, I don't know what to do. There's a bunch of partygoers here. Oh, I guess we just have to kill them all. I didn't know they'd be there. Like, take as many hostages as possible. Like, mow down as many you see. Like, we have videos for, we say it's all comes from the IDF. That's not true. These dumb were recording videos of themselves. You have videos of people walking up and down porta potties, shooting in with their assault rifle. But maybe they think that there are secret IDF soldiers hiding in those. I don't know. Maybe they operate from porta potties in Hamas so much that they think the IDF does it as well. The idea of the 40 beheaded baby thing wasn't true. Israel never said it. This was a misreport by the media. If you try to trace down where that original claim came from, it originated from Twitter. It did not come from any Israeli reported source. Again, everybody can go look for it. You can go find it. That original source is not an Israeli source. We can say the mass rape propaganda, but I mean, we've got tons of eyewitness reports of hearing rapes happening and witnessing rapes happening. Now we've had people that were hostages that have come out who have said that they were sexually assaulted and they know that other hostages were being sexually assaulted. And we've got a lot of charred bodies and a lot of dead people whose underwear were torn off, bodies where there was blood coming out of the vagina, bodies where the genitalia were shot over and over again. But the problem is that when you've got an invading, terrorist organization that is raping you, they also tend to kill you as well. It's pretty hard to get away from that. It's really funny when people say like, oh, like where are all of the rape survivors? Well, believe it or not, when an invading military force is raping you, they're probably going to kill you too. And that's why over 100 of the bodies that were found were charred beyond all recognition, but still kind of hard to explain why the legs were open and why the clothes were torn off the bottom halves of these bodies. Yeah, we can say that arguments are made all from the Israeli news, but I mean, whose fault is that? I mean, Hamas isn't open about anything. When we go through and we try to audit Israel on some of these, massacres in the past or some of the bad actions they've done, we can only do that because Israel is a democracy and we have the ability to actually audit them. That's why Israel hosts its own criticism in the form of Bet Salem or in the form of Haaretz. What is the Hamas equivalent to Bet Salem? What is the Hamas equivalent to Haaretz? They don't host any of their own criticism. They throw people off buildings and they kill people who think that they're in opposition to the government there.
2 minutes. Okay. All right, I'll turn it over to Suleiman.
So in terms of Nova Festival, you misunderstood what I said. I didn't say it was moved. I said it was extended, and I provided significant evidence on my Twitter page that it was extended. It was meant to be 1 day, and then it ended up being increased to 2 and then 3 days. So that's what I said. So no, they weren't expected, not because it was moved, but because it was extended. In terms of 40 beheaded babies, I've done a thread on this. What you're saying is fake news. It was reported by a journalist. It was also reported by I-24 News, which is run by a very good friend of Netanyahu. That's where some of this fake news about 40 beheaded babies was propagated. And by the way, there was 0 babies killed. The only people killing babies is the Zionist.
That is a lie. So one of the charred remains was proven to have a mother holding her infant child. So that's a lie.
Terrorist regime. So when you mention terrorists, I think you're talking about the Zionist regime. When you said that the hostages were assaulted, there's no evidence of that. Many of the eyewitness testimonies have been exposed. For example, Riz Cohen, he literally said, oh, I heard it. And then later on he changed his testimony to say, oh, I saw it. There was another guy who said that he saw 29 people being raped. And then again, it got exposed as being a lie. So many of these eyewitness testimonies are by settlers or basically Israeli liars who want to perpetuate the lies. Look, they had GoPro cameras. They want you to believe that they had GoPro cameras and they malfunctioned, then nobody saw anything. So whenever these atrocities occurred, for some reason, the GoPro...
What? I'm sorry, it's hard to believe a GoPro camera malfunctioned? Have you ever used a GoPro camera? They fucking malfunction all the fucking time.
Cameras don't stop working. It's the most ridiculous argument ever, but they want you to believe that. In terms of like people being charged, people were charged. We saw it.
This guy is so fucking stupid.
They got charged by Israelis when they were using Apache helicopters. As an example, 200 Palestinians were killed, or as they say, Hamas people, or the resistance.
Apache helicopters do not have incendiary devices. They blow up, they explode. If an Apache helicopter attacks you, there aren't going to be charred remains left. There will just be maybe a few bits of hair, and that's it. You'll see a crater in the ground.
Were killed, and they basically counted them as Israeli numbers, and then later they found out no, they weren't Israeli, they were Palestinian. So that's how they were killed. They were killed their own.
So tell me if this would leave charred remains. Yeah, do you think an explosion like that is gonna leave any remains of a fucking corpse left? Are you retarded? If that hits you, there is nothing left of your corpse. Nothing left. You will be lucky to find bits of skull with hair attached. And then the only other thing it has is the 30 mil cannons. And again, this isn't going to leave charred remains. It's just going to blow you to bits into fucking tiny pieces.
6.1 radio check. 0.1 black second. Engage again.
That's it. There's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This guy is such a fucking delusional idiot. VegFest donated $2 in
So if you think you have the fucking guts, come to the fucking Toronto VegFest. So if you...
Yep, that's me. Thanks for the donation, VegFest.
People as well as they kill them. And this is the problem. The Israelis killed many of their own people because they lost their minds when they came there. This is the problem that they don't want to speak about. So that's the thing about the time. And in terms of Israelis, you can't trust anything. They lie and lie and lie. Remember when they about Shireen Abu Akleh, they claimed that they didn't kill her, and then later on this got exposed that they did actually kill her, and it's only when it got exposed. So yeah, you can't trust.
It didn't get exposed. They took, they did their own investigation, and then they admitted to it probably being them.
Israeli news, they lie until they get exposed. The real.
Like, by the way, why are we assuming this is a lie? Like, as if they couldn't have been mistaken.
My argument about Israel was that if we actually had independent sources, the situation would be much worse. So even with Israeli sources, the lies are being exposed.
Okay. Rebuttal to that?
Yeah, again, I've never heard anything about the festival being extended by 1 day. It seems like there's a lot of people that were able to stay there, even though the festival was extended. But let's assume that all of that was true. Even if it was extended by 1 day, why kill everybody at the festival? There's no reason for that. If you show up and you come upon a festival and you're like, oh, it's not supposed to be here, why would you start killing them? We've seen the bodies. I asked you for the source on that, and I understand we're not going to have sources like right here in the middle of a debate, but that 40 beheaded baby thing did not come from an Israeli source. That's why you said a journalist, and then you said I-24 News. I don't believe that there was an Israeli source for any of that story. A lot of it got spread around on Twitter, but none of this actually came from Israel. None of this came from the government. None of it came from the IDF. It was memes that started to get snowball on Twitter and then started to get spread around and people talked about it, but there was no actual initial report from the IDF or from any IDF person or spokesman about there being 40 beheaded babies. It just didn't happen. It was a meme that spread out of control on Twitter. You're talking about Ross Cohen. I don't know if you're sourcing Blumenthal in the gray zone for this, but I looked at the testimony that this guy gave on day one. On day one, when he was talking to a journalist outside of an ambulance, he didn't mention anything about seeing any rapes. But that's because it was a 3-minute clip that went viral on Twitter that got cut from a larger conversation. If you find the original conversation that exists on Facebook, he literally starts talking about rapes right after that 3-minute cut. They just didn't include it in the original Twitter video because it was cut down for time or something. I'm not entirely sure. When we say that we can't trust anything that the IDF says, I mean, we can run with that, but why would I trust anything Hamas says? Hamas literally put out a flyer saying that we don't kill civilians. We would never do this, despite the fact that dead Hamas soldiers are being found with documents on them, giving them explicit instructions on how to ask for people to take their clothes off, how to ask for people to come with them, or how to take people hostage. And then we've got videos of them taking people hostages. We've got videos of people walking up and down cars, seeing charred bodies and seeing dead people in cars. This was way before IDF choppers showed up and started firing. You don't think that any of the Israeli citizens that were walking up and down the highways finding all of the dead bodies, you don't think that any of them would have noticed there were Apache helicopters that were raining down hellfire on any of the cars? None of this actually happened. There would have been people reporting it. There would have been people posting videos of it.
Okay. Turn it to the
Well, that's crazy. You said there was no Apache helicopters when we literally got the evidence of it. We've got Israeli literally.
Yes, Apache helicopters flew to the scene after they were called, but they didn't attack any civilians. And again, the audio from the pilots was released. They said they're not going to open fire because they can't tell who's a civilian, who isn't, and they think a lot of the civilians are mixed in among Hamas members.
News, Harrod saying that basically in Kibbutz Berry, they start shooting short artillery fire and killed 182 people, I believe, 118, I can't remember the exact number, but it was in the hundreds of people.
Yeah, it was the people who were fleeing back to the border, you idiot.
Yasmin Porat says that they basically, when they were shooting and killing, they killed their own people. We've got eyewitness testimony from the Israeli side saying this, never mind the Hamas side. In terms of what you said, what you're not understanding is when the Nova Festival was there, they weren't expecting it. So then the plan wasn't there. What they didn't expect was for the Israelis to lose their mind and start attacking them and killing them and basically applying the Hannibal Directive in a mass scale. Hannibal Directive.
They haven't used the Hannibal Directive since like the 1980s.
They kill their own people so that they don't become hostages. That's what happened. So it wasn't Abdul, let's kill it. It was Epstein. Let's not kill these. Let's not kill these. Let's just shoot everyone. Don't let any hostages out because we're gonna have to negotiate. That's actually what happened.
This guy should be fucking deported. Why the fuck is this guy allowed to live in like a Western civilization? Just deport this fucking asshole back to wherever the fuck his ancestors came from.
In terms of Riz Cohen, I said to you, and it is his testimony changed. And you mentioned in terms of the hostages held by Hamas. Bro, as soon as the hostages came out, all of them were literally saying they treated us really well, they didn't abuse us, they didn't sexually assault us. And then what happened was, the Israelis were like, what the hell? These guys are making Hamas look good, like they're treating them like angels. They're treating them so well, they're giving them food as they're eating food themselves. And then what they did was, when they started releasing hostages, they kept a blockade. And they didn't let them speak to the media for weeks and months to put the propaganda into their minds.
Oh, Hamas, they were treating the hostages so well. Right, they were treating them so well, they forced them to have sex with them.
to control them, to manipulate them, and make them lie. That's actually what happened. You talked about Hamas having documents. This is the most ridiculous argument ever. Like, no one believes this whole fake, like, oh, we were left with a passport, we were left some documents. Hamas are very clear. The charter is very clear. They have no issue with in terms of Jews, Christians, or Muslims.
Oh, this guy doesn't even... okay, I just realized this guy is completely ignorant and he doesn't even know what Destiny's talking about. The Hamas members were given battle plan documents that were probably produced from Iranian operatives, and they had them on their person when they were captured or killed. So this guy doesn't even understand what Destiny's talking about.
Their charter is literally saying that they want freedom for the Palestinians. So in reality,
their charter literally says they want to exterminate all Jews.
The Hamas charter is very clear, and their actions are very clear. This was a military occupation, military attack to save their own people.
Oh, okay. So by saving their own people, they murdered 1,200 innocent civilians, captured like what 200 hostages, and raped a bunch of women. That was their plan to free their people.
Okay. And I think, Destiny, you went first on this one, right?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you did. So Suleiman got the last word. We could do a lightning round if you guys are good. Then I got one more question.
Sure. Yeah, real quick.
Yeah, we could do a lightning round here. Then that way you guys can go ahead and have the open dialogue with each other. I saw that you guys had...
I don't know why Destiny wouldn't mention that it's literally in their charter that they want to exterminate all Jews. Why the hell wouldn't he criticize them on that point?
Some things. You had one too?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, for the hostages that came out initially. Yeah, the first 100 hostages that came out didn't say anything about mistreatment. Of course, because they only let people out that had family members that were still being held hostage. You're not going to come out and be like, yeah, they're treated like shit there. I think they're raping everybody. And then all of a sudden you're...
That's not true.
A lot of the hostages came out, yes, because they only allowed women and children of families to come out.
Some of the hostages were, but some of them weren't. And this was a fake news. But this was what Zionists made. They made the argument that when that woman came out and literally said, we've been treating really well, they're like, oh, husband's still there. And we actually checked it. It was fake news. So this is like the fake news.
You don't think there's any family members that are still being held from any of the...
I just said some of them
even
were.
Even if it's not family members, the fact that you would come out and start talking about the hostages when they release you, wouldn't it make sense to
talk about it now then?
Well, now because I don't even know if there are any hostages left alive. Israel just trying to do...
By the way, the IDF probably instructed some of the hostages to stay quiet so that it wouldn't interfere with any of the hostage negotiations. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
No, because Israel tried to do a ceasefire where they wanted to trade 40 hostages, and for some reason Israel's come down to 33 because it sounds like Hamas doesn't even have 40 hostages to trade.
Well, the thing is, Israel has killed a lot of their own hostages. That's happened for sure. But in reality, what's happened is the reason they need to negotiate is because the disagreement why no ceasefire is agreed is because Hamas want a permanent ceasefire. Because the last ceasefire, what happened was,
what? There was already a ceasefire in place. So what do you mean? Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire? Then why did they do this? There was a ceasefire in place.
When they got their own Palestinian hostages back, even within them 7 days, the Zionists took more hostages. So this is the problem. So it's illogical from Hamas's perspective.
They're not hostages. They're prisoners.
A 10-year ceasefire, okay, not a permanent ceasefire, because they want to qualify with 10 years because they still want to go to war with Israel in the future. But regardless, they don't have the right to ask for it.
They want a permanent ceasefire.
You can't capture hostages and then make demands off of having hostages. That's not how military conflict works. And then when you bring up
but that's happened in the past because Israelis have hostages. Previously, what's happened is they've traded.
They don't have hostages. They have prisoners.
One Palestinian hostage for 1,000 Israeli hostages.
1.5 minutes.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Wasn't that the exact?
Hey, are you still on lorazepam and antidepressants? And why do you enjoy working out at night sometimes?
Yeah, I'm still taking the antidepressants. I'm on sertraline and lorazepam. I just, I work out when I want to work out. So if I really have an urge to work out in the morning, I'll work out in the morning. If I really want to work out at night, I'll work out at night. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Opposite, wasn't that the start of 2008 where they had one Israeli hostage and they traded him for 1,000 Palestinians?
That's what I meant.
Okay. Also, you bring up like the attack helicopters. You bring up the attack helicopters, and yes, because war crimes pay off. Yes, that Apache helicopters were shooting.
The Israelis were killing their own people.
Yeah, that happened in places where there were holdouts from.
Ice Agent donated $2. Let me see.
Deport this fucking asshole back to wherever the fuck his ancestors came from. Deport this fucking asshole back.
Yep, I said that. Thanks for the donation, Ice Agent.
Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, they were still fighting. You bring up Kibbutz
No, that's not right. That's not right.
Absolutely right. There is no...
Why were there 200 charged Palestinians and 100 charged Israelis? Because they weren't differentiated. They did the Hannibal Directive, and this is from Israeli sources. Israeli sources confirmed that they applied the Hannibal Directive.
Nope, they did not, because that Hannibal Directive has never been confirmed.
It's in Harrods.
No, the Harrods article that everybody cites, and I've read the original article on this because Bloomberg cites it in the article. Do you find it strange? Okay, if you're aware of that article, do you think it's strange that the article had that they had fired on some likely Israeli civilians without even putting that in the headline? Didn't that seem like a really big story?
Say again.
In the article that you're talking about, by because the original language is in Hebrew. I don't even know if this is published in English. In the Hebrew, they literally say at one point that they had shot, and there were probably some Israeli people that were still being held by Hamas. It was not many. That word was never used. There is no point.
How many were killed in Kibbutz Berry?
Total, or when the IDF came back
when the IDF really started firing short artillery fire?
We don't know how many were killed after that.
Well, according to Harris, it was either 118 or 181. I can't
There's
remember
no
exactly.
shot that story exists. That is absolutely. You don't think that would be
check my
screaming for the wolf?
Check my thread on when the baby was killed.
We'll look for it afterwards.
Who killed Elias Cohen, the baby?
We'll look for it afterwards. But I don't know the name of every single person that got killed.
Who killed the baby?
When the helicopters are shooting at Kibbutz Berry. Kibbutz Berry is right next to the. It's next to the
3 minutes. But I see that you guys are obviously very.
Sure.
I'm not going to end it, so I'll put another 2 minutes on the clock because I think this is important and hash out this discussion. Go ahead.
Who killed the baby?
The only
baby that was killed. I mean, they were talking about beheaded babies and killed babies. So babies are important. Who killed the one Israeli baby?
The only people that were getting, I don't know the name of every single person killed. That's great. This is the one factoid that you've remembered, but we can all look this afterwards. So if we Google 187 Israelis killed by IDF Haaretz, we're going to find an Haaretz article that confirms that, and nobody else in Israel, nobody else is talking about that? Or
No. What the article will confirm is that there was short artillery fire by the Israelis, and in Kibbutz Berry, 118 or 180 people were killed at that time.
Oh, no, hold on. How would they know who was killed before and who was killed after? If the Israeli response was hours later, how would they have known who got killed initially and who got killed afterwards?
Because we've got eyewitness testimony. Yasmin Pora says that basically what happened was the Israelis were shooting indiscriminately. This was an Israeli woman. Yasmin Pora, you do know, is an Israeli woman. She did many interviews, and when they were getting exposed, they stopped her interviews and basically silenced her.
The shooting indiscriminately into the kibbutz happened after the initial invasion in, and they were heading out. Even your own narrative doesn't make sense because the IDF didn't respond in time. Hold on, the IDF did not respond in time to get to the actual Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad before they were already on their way back in Israel. If they were already there shooting at people, because Kibbutz Berea is going to happen. No, Kibbutz Berea is going to happen before you get to the festival. If they were already able to stop them there, then there's no way that they would have done it. It didn't make any sense.
Because you're trying to make the argument that the military takes one target and then another target. That literally doesn't.
Yeah, his whole timeline doesn't make fucking sense. He's making shit up. He's been making shit up this entire fucking time. This guy is a massive terrorist sympathizer. Going Andrews, don't need tellers. Why are you ignoring my comments in the chat? Is there something I'm supposed to respond to? Thanks for the donation, Going Andrews.
Happen. They literally attacked people at the Nova Festival, and they were at the Kibbutz Berry, and they basically attacked in the Kibbutz Berry. The problem is that from the chain of command up, top down, and it's been confirmed by the lieutenant colonels give the command to basically attack indiscriminately because they weren't able to differentiate. There's even a report saying that what Hamas did was they were walking slowly. So because they were walking slowly, they didn't understand, they couldn't differentiate between Hamas and a civilian, and hence why they thought, you know what, we need to make sure that we basically take them out, and that's what they did. So in reality, that's what happened. So they did kill a large proportion of their own people. Look, some civilians were killed by Hamas. I'm not saying that. This isn't some kind of thing.
Oh, some civilians were killed by Hamas. So out of the 1,200, some civilians were killed by Hamas. Wow.
But what I'm trying to say is the actions of Israel have demonstrated that what they did was they killed a significant number of their own civilians.
It's a factual disagreement. I don't think the timeline matches up. Hamas came in, they went back, they killed them on the way back. They might have
killed a lot of people.
This is what I'll do.
Listen,
to make sure that we can hash this out, this is what I'll do.
Well, it's a factual disagreement, so I don't think.
You guys, I was gonna put 1 more minute on the clock for each of them, so they can go ahead and give their timeline, right? And that's it. That way, that way can be both of them can put their timeline out. So
listen. I know who killed the baby.
What?
No. And this is exactly what I said earlier. The United States isn't helping. You're going to get Chinese intervention. You're going to get Chinese intervention in Gaza.
That's an outside joke.
So she's a Zayo then.
That's like a girl.
I pay a lot of money for this membership to your channel. PLS respond to my chat comments, Blackie.
What comments am I supposed to be responding to? Thanks for that donation, Going Anders.
So that's what I'll do. Is 1 minute okay or 2 minutes okay for both of you?
I'm chill because I think people get both arguments.
I think 60 seconds to run through this.
That's what I'll do. So I'll give you guys both 60 seconds on the clock to give your timeline because this is very important. I want everybody to hear both perspectives openly without any type of interruption. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
There's no advantage.
Yeah, so I think that when you talk about the IDF killing their own civilians, it's a common cope that people use to try to hand wave how many people Hamas killed when they came in. The idea that Israel was killing people in Kibbutz Be'eri, but somehow Hamas was still operating the Nova Festival, whatever, doesn't make sense. Hamas came through the fence, paragliders came over, and rocket shot. They hit up kibbutzes first. You can see the whole path and the whole timeline, and then they also went to that Nova Festival, and then they started driving back. Now, as they were fleeing some of the kibbutzes, there were some people that were locked. They've got these little emergency rooms that they hide in because of rockets that Hamas fires all the time over the Gaza wall. And as the IDF came in, they were already, I think, generally gone from the Nova Festival, but there were still some lingering Hamas elements that were, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that were fighting in some of these kibbutzes. And as the IDF came in, they engaged with and they got into conflict with some of the Hamas soldiers that were in some of these kibbutzes. And as a result, there might have been, I don't even know if a single Israeli death has been confirmed from that, but there might have been some Israeli people that had been killed while Hamas was operating there. But the idea that the IDF came in quick enough to be responsible for all the deaths in the kibbutzes, but then somehow missed everybody that was further into Israel, into the Negev, at the Nova Festival, just doesn't make any sense. They would have never made it back to Gaza if the IDF was already there blowing people up at the kibbutzes.
Okay. Turn it to you, Suleiman, so you can give your side.
Yeah, of course. So basically, you had scenario where Hamas came in, right? And then they basically did go to the kibbutzes. They went to various kibbutzes, and various other kibbutzes, and many stationed military personnel, and they were at the Nova Festival. His argument is that the Israeli military will only act in a singular manner. So he'll first go to one place, then he'll go to another place, then go to another. That's just ridiculous. There was a multi-operational situation that occurred. They had the Apache helicopters, and the Apache helicopters were basically attacking and burning people from atop. And
You can't burn somebody with an Apache helicopter. They're high explosives. Okay? So if you shoot somebody with a fucking Hellfire missile or a rocket, they're obliterated. They're not burnt, they're obliterated. And if they're getting shot at with 30 mil cannons, then they're just going to be pieces of people on the fucking ground. You'd just get torn to shreds. So people who are just charred, that's not from a fucking Apache helicopter. That's impossible. Secondly, like again, I've said this several times, the conversations between the Apache pilots has been made public. They said that they're not going to engage certain targets because they can't tell if they're fucking civilians or not, so they just resorted to only firing around the border wall.
And it was people who were trying to get back to Gaza, but they did do it, and they basically applied the mass Hannibal directive because what the aim was is we don't want any hostages to do so.
Hannibal directive, even though there's no fucking evidence. So they haven't followed the Hannibal directive since the 1980s. There's no fucking evidence that anybody was given a Hannibal directive. I hate this guy.
This is the directive that Israel have. The directive is this: we'll kill our own people because then we don't have to negotiate them as hostages. And we've seen that throughout the history that they've done that. In terms of the kibbutzes, separate to that, they had people, and the Israeli claim is that they had hostages there. They tied them up and whatever it may be, and then the Israelis came in and they basically killed their own people. They basically started attacking Hamas, and then they killed their own people. And this is confirmed by Yasmin.
Can I ask one quick question? He can answer. How are the bodies burned by the Apache helicopters? Are they like long distance flamethrowers, or? If Apache helicopters are shooting guns and missiles, how are the bodies burned? Wouldn't they be exploded?
No. So in terms of the specific way, I don't understand how it works. But in terms of what you look at, what they did was...
Yeah, so even Destiny's like, what the fuck are you talking about? They can't be burned. You can't burn somebody with an Apache helicopter.
They bombed the people. So if you look at the chart people, it was from the helicopters, it was from up top. So if you look at the actual cars, you look at it and there's artillery on the top of the cars. So how would that happen without there being a helicopter?
Because we have videos of us throwing grenades into the cars. We see them do it.
So Hamas has got helicopters?
No, they're just tossing grenades into the cars. They have videos
on the top of the cars. On the top of the cars.
They came in with RPGs as well. We have videos of that too, of them shooting rocket launchers and shit when they go to the
you're basically making the argument with 200 cars. If you look at it, it's a line of cars, significant line, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars, and they're done with RPGs. That's ridiculous. It was done by the helicopters. It was done by the Apache helicopters, and it was done from the top.
And there's no video footage of that by anybody going there. Isn't that crazy? There's not a single person of all the people coming back to the cars. Not a single person that's seeing like all the helicopters.
There's video footage of the Apache helicopters
shooting people on the Gaza fence and the wall.
No.
Yeah, like Destiny's saying, they like again, the video footage from the Apache helicopters was released. They didn't fire on any of the cars. They fired at the border wall because they couldn't identify who was a Hamas member, who was a hostage, who were civilians. So they didn't fire on that civilian population. They only fired at the border wall because that was the only target that they could really verify.
That was outside the Nova Festival because the Nova Festival, the problem with it was it was right next to the border. And so what they did was when they shot it right there because that's the whole point. What people have got issue with the Nova
They only shot the border fence. This guy's just a liar.
Festival is, why would you hold also such a festival which is right outside the prison camp?
I'm pretty sure the kibbutzes are closer to the wall than the Nova Festival
was right next to the border.
Wasn't it like 10 to 15 kilometers away?
The Nova Festival was right next to the border. This is why people have got a problem with it.
No, people have a problem because they don't like it anywhere in the South. People don't like it. People don't like the festivals anywhere in the South. But they wouldn't be happy if they were the North.
I think the festival was closer to the border wall than the kibbutzes, I think. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, maybe not. No. Yeah, no. I think the kibbutzes were actually... Yeah, it was like out here, right? Yeah, so the kibbutzes might have actually been closer than the border wall.
No, the problem is when you're holding a festival right outside a prison, you're basically flaunting it in the face. But anyway, that's not the reason they were attacked, but I'm just demonstrating to you why it was right next to the border. That explains it, because this is some of the arguments that people were making.
Okay. All right, I thought that was really, I know we went out the time there, but I think it was really important to hash out both perspectives and get both sides out. This will be the final question. And this is kind of one I thought about while you guys were discussing. Does Israel run American foreign policy? I will go ahead and, because I've seen you guys kind of oppose this, but we'll go ahead and just ask that question, because that's really a big elephant in the room here, I think, that everyone talks about. Does Israel run American foreign policy? Who wants to go first on this? And then we can do so everyone feels fair, we can do a lightning round at the end where you guys can go ahead, and I'll put like 3 minutes on the clock like last time.
I can go first. Mine is going to be simple. Yeah, sure, I mean, I think the United States has an interest in Israel. I don't think that means Israel runs foreign policy any more than Ukraine runs foreign policy, any more than anybody else runs foreign policy that we've got an interest in. I think that Israel's an important ally in the Middle East. They are I think that our shining beacon of democracy in the Middle East. We trade with them a lot. They do a lot of tech work for us. We get a lot of information from them. They help us in terms of like securing other allies in the region and fighting against Iran. So I think it's pretty obvious why we support Israel, and the idea that we have like some unique attachment to them, or that we're like hypnotized or mind fucked by them into supporting them, I just don't think there's any evidence for that.
Okay, that was short and sweet. So your stance is that their foreign policy with Israel is no different than Ukraine or other countries that we have?
We probably like them a little more because of the history, but I don't think it's like anything more special than that. You know?
Okay, fair.
Okay, so we just like them a little bit more, right? So AIPAC is a prime example of how they run US politics. Basically, they themselves say 95 to 98% of the people that they endorse are guaranteed to basically be get office in the United States. In addition to that, when you look at it, if you look at the actions, you saw it. Even now, people people from the right were basically against sending funding to Ukraine. But when it comes to Israel, it doesn't matter if you're left or right. Even the college protests being slightly more left or mainly more left, the people who were the Democrats did not care, because Israel controls American politics, both from the left and the right. And same with UK politics. It doesn't matter if you're Keir Starmer or if you're Rishi Sunak. It doesn't matter if you're Donald Trump or you're Biden. You are controlled by the Israeli regime. So what then happens is the actions of the Israelis are basically direct America on how to act, and therefore they direct the funding, they direct all aspects of it. It's why someone like Speaker Johnson, as soon as he comes in, despite the furore that he comes in with, he literally did not care about issues within America. Many Americans care about the border, they care about these things, but he actually went immediately and said, I'm going to give funding to Israel. It's not something that is like him slightly more. Like, who literally does that unless you're literally controlling the politics? I mean, in Twitter we have the something called AIPAC tracker, and it literally is, as soon as someone from America, a senator or congressman, makes a statement which is full on pro-Zio, you literally have him showing, look, they've received this much money from the Zios, they've received this much from the lobby, and everybody knows, and it's well known as well, intrinsically, not just from the financial aspect, that you literally have to be pro-Israel, pro-Zionist to have an opportunity to run for office. That is extreme foreign intervention. The irony of the same people crying about Russian intervention, crying about Chinese intervention, when a foreign state is explicitly and intrinsically running your country.
Okay, turn it to Destiny.
Yeah, I think that Israel is really popular with the American people. I think, unfortunately, 9/11 didn't really do a good job at PR for Muslims. I think there were a lot of problems related to that. I think the Iraq and the Afghanistan war probably put a bad taste in our mouths relating to Muslims, and I think that Israel has just always enjoyed, at least since 66 or 67, like pretty broad support from the United States. So we just have viewed them more favorably than other people in the region. The idea that there's some special relationship that they have, or some like super ability to garner support the U.S., I just think that for pretty understandable reasons. I even look at like the October 7th attacks. You get stuff like this. You get stuff like rockets coming over walls constantly. You get stuff like people that are saying they want to destroy an entire country over and over again. It's not really surprising why people in the United States would be more favorable to a democracy like Israel than they would to a Islamist theocratic regime in the Gaza Strip.
Okay. Turn it to you, Saladino.
So first of all, 9/11, I mean, there's evidence to suggest that Israel was involved in that, so I don't know what that argument is coming from.
Oh, wow. Okay, this guy is a sick, disgusting anti-Semite. Wow. He actually is supporting that conspiracy theory that Israel was responsible for 9/11. This guy is this guy's a literal Nazi. He is literally a fucking Nazi.
Again, to cause Americans to go to the Middle East and basically cause destruction in the Middle East. You mentioned Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, I already explained it. This was done for the Israelis. You're basically providing evidence that American foreign policy is specifically for Israel. You mentioned October the 7th. What's October the 7th got to do with America? But it's because you, in your mind, you know that when you attack Israel, what's going to happen is Israel's puppy, America, has to jump in and basically protect it. That's literally the position that you're making. In reality, when you said that Hamas is an Islamist regime, I don't know what argument you're making from that, because if you look at the Hamas charter, they're very clear that their charter is based on equality.
Hamas isn't an Islamic regime. They literally come from the Islamic Brotherhood. I don't know what else you need. It literally states in their fucking charter that they want to create a worldwide caliphate. They want to exterminate the world of Jews. they're an Islamist regime. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Fairness and justice. On difference to the Netanyahu regime, to the Likud regime, which is using biblical references in terms of explaining the actions, calling the adversaries biblical terms such as the Amalek. If anybody is using religious terms to strike or using this as a political religious war, it is the Zionist regime.
Okay. Destiny, your rebuttal to that? This has been one of the most civilized debates, well organized, man.
Yeah, I can't. There's like not really any way to fight against any of the claims because there's not any meat to any of these. I mean, we can go over the 9/11 truther stuff. I kind of did it with Ryan Dawson here. I'm not really convinced that there's much meat there. We can go over the idea that Israel forced the United States to go to war in Afghanistan.
I'll do that. Do you want to go into 9/11?
I'm not bothered about it. I have a question real quick.
That's fine.
That happened recently.
Sure.
So, Sneako.
Hold on, before we do this, because this is completely off that.
Oh, sure.
Are you guys content with the discussion we had?
I don't think there's any special thing.
Yo, Don DeMarco, thank you guys for doing the debate. Probably one of the most civilized, well-structured debates, and thank you guys for being so civil and professional. Sorry, go ahead, Fresh.
So, you and Sneako did a stream recently, and religion was brought up. Christianity, Islam, and there was a fundamental point that was brought up about Aisha, age of consent. And you have to go to the question, he didn't give a direct answer. Now, I ask a question to you guys here on the panel. What is the age of consent in Islam, you would say?
How do you know Aisha was 9?
Because I think it said she was like playing with dolls.
Now, how do you know she was 9? Where did you get that information from?
Don't they give the age in the Quran for her?
Yeah, I don't think they gave the age specifically in the Quran, but there's hadiths that are considered by Muslim scholars to be accurate that she was 9 years old.
Not in the Quran. Fake news.
Okay, where is it?
You tell me. You're the one who talks about it more than anyone.
I asked Sneako about it because he was the one coming on.
No, but you talked about.
I'm not.
No, you've talked about. No, listen.
Yeah?
It's fine. You can talk about anything. When you talk about it, you should be educated on it.
Yeah, so this guy's a liar. I think the term's called taqiyya. It's a term in Islam that grants you the permission to lie in order to support Islam. So this guy's just lying. It's well known throughout the Muslim world that Aisha was 9.
I heard Jason Blaha membership is cheaper and he actually responds to the live chat. Blackie.
Alright, well, that's good for him. If you want to watch Blaha and his saggy nipples on his live stream, then maybe you should go to him. Thanks for that donation going, Anders.
You've talked about it on social media, you tweet about it. I want to know where you got the information from.
Really easy. I got it because it triggers the fuck out of Muslims. That's why I bring it up. But because here's the reality. You can tell me that it's not found anywhere in the Quran, but when I bring up, hey, Aisha was 9, and I start getting death threats, it feels like people want to fuck 9-year-olds. That's the feeling that I get. Now, if it's the case of like, where are you even getting this from, bro? That's not even true. Then they would just say it. But instead, there's like literally a plethora. There's more defenses of fucking 9-year-olds from the world of Islam than there is from the entire world of fucking libertarianism. Okay, like when you go online, there's like 50 million different videos that talk about why Aisha she was actually really developed for 9 years old, and the dolls she was playing with were actually like super Barbies for like adolescents or teens or whatever.
Listen, again, you're going into propaganda. The point is, you do not know where you got it from. So this is the problem when people don't have the education.
Yeah, so he's just dodging the question. The question is, what's the age of consent? Was Aisha 9? And then rather than just saying, okay, well, she wasn't 9, here's the evidence she was, I don't know, 15 or something, he is just dodging the fucking question.
Or knowledge, they literally try and blag it, right? So in reality, and this is the issue you have, you do not understand how Islamic epistemology and hermeneutics work. It is not mentioned in the Quran, and according to Muslims, the Quran is certain knowledge, and then you have basically other things, such as hadith, such as the opinion of the scholar, which is not considered certain knowledge. Some people agree with it, some people disagree with it. It could be false, it could be true. It's not certain information. So when you say Aisha was 9, this is mentioned in hadith, but there is older alternative hadith that basically give the idea that she was actually more older than 9. She was 18. So if your position is that, look, having sex with 9-year-olds is pedophilia, I agree with you, right? But even though I've seen videos of you trying to basically...
Isn't the hadith that it comes from like one of the... Which hadith is it? Isn't one of the most cited, most trusted hadiths, or is this just one part we don't like of it?
No. So the hadith... So any hadith, and this is the problem, any hadith, what we have is basically passed on from one person to another, to another, to another. So any hadith, every single Muslim scholar will tell you, epistemologically, is probabilistic knowledge. Probabilistic means it could be right or it could be wrong. It could be true, it may not be true. And therefore, it has no tenets when it comes to Islam. So if someone wants to reject, example, the hadith about Aisha being...
So she was 18, but she was playing with dolls. Does that make sense to you?
9, he would not leave the fold of Islam because he's not rejecting the tenets of within the religion. So her being 9, to my position, she was 18, as an example, right? So because I think that hadith has epistemological issues, as well as the person who narrated the hadith has memory issues. So again, this is an attack on Islam. This is an attack on that specific, or people, anyone who believes the hadith, or for example, the hadith.
Sure. Why don't Muslims just say that then?
Because again, the problem...
Why is it not too bring up? Because like you bring up like, why don't you make fun of Jews? When I ever bring up like, what about the penis circumcision thing? Every Jewish guy goes, oh, that's fucking weird. That's what I see. When I bring up the Aisha thing, okay, well, I haven't found any Jew that wants to defend it to me. Okay, maybe that Rabbi Shmuley guy ever fuck done. Maybe he would, because that guy seems fucking insane. But whenever I bring up anything on Twitter about like Aisha, it's like fucking World War III. It's like World War like Muhammad edition, where I've got like so many people.
No, you've admitted it, because the reason when you bring it up, it's not based on academia, epistemology, anything like that.
Tehe education was a good comment by me. PLS respond Black Nickel.
Yeah, that was a good comment. Thanks for that donation going, Anders.
It just triggers people.
No, you do it to basically attack people. So
yeah, I do. Because I think most Muslims in the United States and in Europe, I don't think they want to like have sex.
Yeah, I'd go on Fresh and Fit if they invited me.
9-year-olds, I don't think they would support
that. They clearly don't. And if you ask them, most people would say, look, the argument, those who even believe it, they'll be like, look, we accept it, but it was physically, emotional development is a different time. And I don't agree with these arguments. I'm just saying they make those arguments, but they say right now the development is later, mentally and physically, and therefore it should be much later. So even their argument isn't that you should have sex with 9-year-olds. Sure. The reason you get that response is because you specifically are doing it to attack a person individually. And so people are emotional, so people are going to provide an emotional response. That's
Can I add, the Quran 65:4, I don't know how that works, but you're saying that it proves that she was of a younger age, right?
Impossible. It's not in Quran.
Well, they're saying in the chat. I'm not really sure about that. But
fake news.
What he's saying is epistemologically in Islam, the Quran.
Age of a preponderance of classical sources coverage on Aisha being 6 or 7 years old at the time of her marriage and 9 at the consummation of her age as being a source of ideological friction. Aisha had an important role, blah, blah, blah. Wiki Islam. According to Sahih Hadith tradition, due to concerns of child marriage topics, heavily interest. So, authenticity in the Quran rule, which apparently concerns marriage to those who have not yet reached menstruation, appears in chapter 65, Al-Talaq, verse 4. In the modern era, Aisha's age at marriage has been a source of controversy. There's nothing in the Quran specifically. Modern academic views. Most comprehensive academic treatment of the hadith about Aisha's marital age was produced by Dr. Joshua Little for his PhD thesis in 2022. After an extensive search for available versions, 200 plus, of the Aisha marital age hadith, Little performed ICMA analysis to identify a small number of common links whose matins he could reconstruct, while others could be dismissed as common links due to having contradictory or disparate matins ascribed to them, which in turn exhibit a range of further problems. Various single-strand ascriptions are also dismissed as dubious. Aside from the most widely transmitted version, which simply states that Aisha was married to Muhammad at the age of 6 and their marriage was consummated when she was 9, Little's ICMA confirms that Hishma also narrated an extended, simple version, adding that he was informed Muhammad and Aisha were together for 9 years. Possibly also another simple version adding that she played with dolls. He also narrated a short letter about the marriage from his father, Urwa. See the discussion about this letter above. Finally, he also narrated Aisha's account of the woman collecting her while she was playing so she could prepare for marital consummation. Examples of each of these can be seen. So, she probably was around 6 years old when they married. This doesn't seem to be a contentious topic.
Quran is considered the direct word of God. Every letter written in the Quran is true, given from Allah, whatever. But hadiths are oral tradition.
What happened to your position on deplatforming? You'd go in fresh and fit? Just because I'm in favor of certain people being deplatformed doesn't mean I wouldn't go on fresh and fit.
Passed down from other people, and the credibility of the hadiths and the interpretation of them can be called into question, and you can have like imams debating between the validity between
and there's a
the
mechanism to work out the authenticity.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is.
Are you guys satisfied with that?
I think he brought up a good point.
Yeah.
If that was the case, why doesn't every other Muslim just say that?
No, because there are Muslims who believe that she was 9, and so the point is when he's attacking them, it's attacking them for their specific position, and so obviously they emotionally connected to that position. So, but my point is, my issue with Destiny is he.
Look, most Muslims seem to agree that she was fucking 9 years old when the relationship was consummated, i.e. she was fucking raped when she was 9. So that's not just a personal attack on those individuals. That's an attack on Islam when most of the people believe that. Like, you can find Muslims that disagree that apostates should be murdered. Like, that you can find moderate Muslims, but when you fucking say something like Islam is a terrible religion because they're in favor of murdering apostates, you can't just say, oh, well, that's only an attack on the people who believe that. Most Muslims believe that.
He didn't know what he was arguing, where it come from, the source of it, and he didn't know the epistemological and hermeneutical reasons. He was just doing it to attack Muslims, and he's admitted that, and obviously hence why he gets the response he did.
Sneako got real triggered. It's funny.
That's going viral though.
Oh my god. Okay.
I didn't watch the Sneako one.
I'll read the chat out to Sneako. He'll be here.
What percentage of? I'm curious. What percentage of Muslims think you agree with that?
Agree with what?
With your hadith interpretation there.
I'll set the timer. 3 minutes.
So it's
3
a good
minutes.
question.
Go
So
I'm just gonna
right
guess
now
that's
or classically?
Right now.
So classically, I would say the vast majority. Right now, I would say the minority.
Okay. Yeah. Wait, right now the minority agree with you or disagree with you?
Agree with me.
So the majority of Muslims right now think that Aisha was 9 years
That's
old.
right. Yeah.
Well, wait, then what the fuck is the point of all this then?
Because I'm trying to explain to you. No. The point is because you have to.
Yeah. So exactly my point. If the majority of Muslims think she's 9, then that's a criticism of Islam. That's not just a criticism of the few people that believe that.
Understand how hermeneutics work, and you need to understand that what you're attacking isn't Islam. You're attacking a certain position that some people have within Islam, even if it's the majority. That was my point I was trying to make. And actually, my position is a position that was held by a large proportion in the
That would be the case with any criticism you could make of Islam.
early centuries. So, for example,
well, then
the
it
person
sounds
who
like my
narrated
issue
the hadith, the person who narrated the hadith, his own teacher wouldn't take the hadith of him, as an example. So it wasn't accepted as much in the time.
Is that the guy with the bad memory?
Yeah.
Just so the audience understands.
Yeah, it's the guy with the bad memory. Yeah.
Okay.
So Imam Malik, who was his teacher, who's one of the founders of Sunni legal theory, did not take that narration from him.
Okay. We still got 2 minutes on the clock. Anything else that you guys want to? Okay. I just want to make sure all parties are satisfied. That was a great discussion. I'll read the chats and we'll close this out.
Girl show.
Yeah. What do we got here? We got Destiny is Dayuth, Suleiman and Myron know what I'm saying. And Fresh beat the Ching Chong lying whore in court. You got this. Okay.
Thanks,
well,
bro.
yeah, man. I mean, when you got the truth on your side, there's nothing really that can happen.
I mean,
what else we got here? That's it. Cool. Yo, Destiny, Suleiman, thank you guys so much for coming. Where can people find you guys?
Yeah, youtube.com/Destiny. That's it.
Dude, they're so racist.
And Suleiman, where can the people find you?
Twitter. Sheikh Suleiman.
One of the biggest political commentators on Twitter right now, man. 500,000 plus.
And I didn't know that Destiny.
That guy is a Nazi, anti-Semite, terrorist piece of shit. Like, wow. That was shocking.
Is Drake a predator? Obviously, we'll talk about the beef in general at some point. But I want to talk about this specifically because initially Kendrick called him a certified, certified lover boy, certified pedophile. And he was talking about his crew, how there's a lot of them who are doing this. And now Drake took 3 days. Right? At first, all he did was respond to the fake allegation of the child. And he went, oh, I don't have no kid. If somebody could find them. And then everyone's like, so that's what you respond to, but you don't respond to the kiddo stuff? And then on his latest track, he talked about it. It's so funny to me because I think he thought this reply track was going to be good, but all it did was dig his hole. He said, speaking of anything with a child, let's get to that now. The Epstein angle was the shit that I expected. Why would you expect that? Oh yeah, the internet don't play. So how about we start the one that he brought up out of nowhere for no reason?
Molly Bobby Brown?
Let's say y'all got a 14-year-old daughter. She talking about a man in his late 20s this way. What y'all think?
What about your relationship with Drake? Tell me about your friendship. How did this all come about?
I love him. I met him in Australia, and he's honestly so fantastic and a great friend and a great role model. You know, we just texted each other the other day, and he was like, "I miss you so much." I was like, "I miss you more." He's coming to Atlanta, so I'm definitely gonna go and see him. I'm so excited. Yeah.
What advice does he give you? Like, what does he say?
That is really weird having a friendship with somebody that young.
about boys. He helps me. What? Yeah. He's great. He's wonderful. I love him.
What's his advice with boys?
You know, that stays in the text messages.
So he out here texting 14-year-olds saying, I miss you so much. And texting them about dating and boys. Does that sound like professional development? What are you professionally developing her in? Certified lover boy, certified pedophile. She's a producer. Little C, she produced for Drake.
Okay, so the Drake thing.
Mhm.
You met him, well, when did you first meet him?
So I played basketball, right? So he
Right.
really was a fan of not a fan, supported one of my teammates at the time. And because
And this is when
of
you're in high
her-
school?
Yeah, in high
Okay.
school. So he was a fan of women's basketball, high school basketball.
At the time, Drake would have been 29.
He's a big fan of high school women's basketball.
If you say it like that, yeah, it doesn't sound wrong. What Abba is saying is if you're a man in your late whatevers, you can't be fans of no young woman things. You can't. It don't look good. No matter how if something happened or since something doesn't happen, if someone has something to say, it's just not gonna look good. And that's a fact. It's just not gonna look good.
I'm not saying it don't look good. I'm just saying he likes hanging around teenagers.
Sorry if this is off topic. You said that any effort to change unfairness in the world is futile. I don't understand. Are you saying we just have to accept the fact that animals get tortured to be happy? How is that even possible?
No, that's not what I was saying. I'm just saying you can't let it get to you. You can try to change things, but you have a limited ability to change the world around you. So you just have to, accept what you can change and not let it get to you when you can't change things. Thanks for the donation, Tristan Arch.
It's girls. That's it. Now, I remember a time where Michael Jackson couldn't breathe without people calling him pedo.
It's not the same thing. It was not just the Neverland. It was all the allegations. It was not just the Neverland. It was the allegation of smoking Jesus juice, of drinking Jesus juice and sleeping in the same bed. We're, I believe, a bit miles apart. I was just supporting. There was nothing sexual that was said and everything and stuff. I don't want to be someone that defends, but let's stick to the facts here.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let's stick to the facts, right?
Go ahead.
Your daughter's texting, 14-year-old daughter's texting a 29-year-old man dating advice.
Yep.
They talk about they miss each other. The fact is he didn't do nothing that we can prove.
That's great.
What you doing?
What do you mean what you doing?
What you doing about your 14-year-old?
You're 100% right.
Okay.
You have no business as other people.
It's not like I'm doing conjecture
right,
about
but if
something.
it was-
There's no world I know of where a 14-year-old is texting a 29-year-old saying, I miss you so much, and texting them about dating advice with boys.
I can understand that. But the same way, if it was a boy, it wouldn't be the same thing. Because in the eyes of the world, it's not really the same thing.
Listen, sorry, no. If my 14-year-old son is texting a 29-year-old, they talk about each other, I'm thinking something sexual is going on. Absolutely.
I'm mad at you.
Yeah, and I think most parents would at home too. There is no time or place a 14-year-old is texting a 29-year-old woman, I miss you, and someone not thinking it's sexual, and they talking about dating all the time.
I'm mad at that.
There's not, it doesn't matter, that's not a gender thing.
I'm mad at that.
Now, you might say we might take one more seriously, sure.
Yeah.
But there's
Okay.
no doubt that we would,
Yeah.
there's no
Yes.
doubt that nobody
Yes.
would see that age difference and think
Cool.
that's weird.
Cool.
Okay, all right.
We're good.
Okay, so now we got that. We got him taking a lot of interest. And here's the thing.
Unless
no,
you're related-
I'm going to say something. It's not just that this dude really follows or he's supportive of high school basketball teams. He starts following these girls. He starts contacting them. What business do you have contacting these young women outside of just being supported at the game? It's not like he was just in the stands. No, he can't do that. But let's keep watching.
Unless
that's
you're
really
relatives.
sus.
But even then, that could be like fishy.
Oh, I wrote Drake would get the WNBA out of debt if it was full of teenagers. That's foul. Drake would get the WNBA out of debt if it was full of teenagers. And that's a fact. Yeah, you want to solve it? Put the young girls in, get Drake to be the face of the franchise. And it won't be Drake just like MJ just dunking. It won't be that. It'll just be Drake hiding behind the sheets.
It's not dunking like that. It's dunking like that.
And it's just some 14-year-old pigtails or some shit and a high school uniform. Why? Anyways.
Imagine that on shoes. Oh shit, is that the new Air Gok Gok?
The Air Pedos? Yeah, the Air Pedos.
I was her teammate, so he followed me because of her. And I was like, oh shit, bitch, you got Drake to follow me? Like, what the hell? Like, that's so crazy.
Oh
so
my God.
he followed me, and I lost it. I'm like, I have to meet Drake. Like, I love Drake. I've always loved Drake, still love Drake. So basically, yeah, he followed me. Maybe a year later is when I built up the confidence to like message him on like some working stuff, because I was 18 when I messaged him. And I DM'd him like, hey,
He knows what the fuck he's doing. Why is he following her on Instagram? For what reason? Just to be clear, I'm saying this because this is not just conjecture. I don't care who this is from. Irrespective of the beef, this dude is a straight up weirdo. Certified.
Yeah.
Call it like it is.
I like the fact that certified has become the man version of period.
Yeah. He said, I never looked twice at no teenager. Only fucking with Whitney's, not Millie Bobby Brown's. I never looked twice at no teenager.
Started when footage from a 2010 Drake concert began circulating the internet. Footage where a 23-year-old Drake invites a girl from the crowd on stage, dances with her, smells her hair, massages her shoulders, puts his arms around her, and then starts to kiss her neck.
Yeah, that's
Drake walks away.
It's not looking good, bruv.
17? Why do you look like that? You dick. Look at all this. Well, alright. Well, listen, 17. I had fun. I don't know if I should feel guilty or not, but I had fun. I like the way your breasts feel against my chest. It's been nice. I just want to thank you.
It is a sickness
bro.
of the highest order. It is deviant, therefore we don't want it.
You know what I think is funny?
Papaya. This one is lost, my friend. He has done it on camera.
You know what I like about this shit is that you're the Ugandan Shazam. The minute I say Stagafula, and then boom, you turn into this.
And you guys remember one of his associates, Little Baca, was referenced a few times in Kendrick's song saying he's a predator or whatever.
The same year, Drake would post on Instagram, celebrating the release of Baca Not Nice, a rapper, friend, and member of Drake's record label, OVO, following a stint in jail for allegedly forcing a 22-year-old woman into prostitution, a weapons charge, and human trafficking. The now deleted post read, "Something in the air today. A lot of good things happening at once. But this one means the most. Been waiting 11 months. Baca finally home."
I just wonder if he was also banging his girl while he was in jail.
Wow.
Remember when he said that shit about Wayne?
Reference to Wayne, yeah.
You know that happened, right?
And Wayne, yeah,
Wayne confirmed
it.
Yeah, so just to be clear, people saying, oh, Kendrick just spreading rumors. No, a lot of what Kendrick said is actually verifiable and provable. He did smash Wayne's girl while he was in jail.
Well, he wasn't there.
A year later, in May of 2016, 29-year-old Drake was spotted eating dinner with 18-year-old Hailey Bieber in West Hollywood. Due to their allegedly flirty interaction and Drake wearing a matching H necklace, rumors of them dating began circulating, with Entertainment Tonight even alleging that the two hooked up at Drake's Memorial Day party. However, during this time, Hailey did an interview with E! News, revealing that she'd known Drake for around 4 years at this point, meaning that a 25-year-old Drake first met Hailey when she was just 14.
Another 14-year-old? Another 14-year-old?
Dude.
You going on dinner dates with her when she hit 18 in public? Another 14-year-old? How many more y'all need? Let's keep watching.
Dude, that'd be so weird. Just like watching a girl grow up and then dating her when she's grown up. Like, that's weird.
Good, you got more?
A now 32-year-old Drake released a song titled Nice for What, featuring the line, "High school pics, you was even bad then." 3 months later, on July 22nd.
I'm sorry, bro. That's crazy. No, that dude is a little twisted monster.
An article titled, "What Would You Do If Your Teenager Became an Overnight Instagram Sensation?" was released by The Guardian, detailing a story about 16-year-old Charlie D'Alessio going viral on Instagram after being—
Another one! Oh my god! Just him mentioning, I don't even know if Drake's involved yet, but him just mentioning a young girl, I feel like Drake just, hold on, we're going home. I just feel it. I just feel it.
Shit.
Don't you feel that creepy Drake energy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think that we need give an apology to J. Cole. Because everybody was like, oh man, you're backing up. I think he did good backing up.
Macklemore saw Kendrick and Drake fighting over who's the gayest rapper alive and decided to come out of retirement.
The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece. The problem isn't the protests, it's what they're—
Is this guy retarded or is he acoustic?
I'll take a look at that in just a moment. Thanks for the donation.
protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free.
Yeah, he's definitely gayer. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
So I look outside, and there's a turkey trying to rape another turkey. Yo, Chad, she doesn't want to get stuffed. You get away from her!
A couple years ago, I bought a house in the middle of the woods, and usually my surveillance cameras don't pick up anything interesting. Just deer, turkey, a whole turkey invasion.
Hey babe, missed you at Thanksgiving, but happy Valentine's Day. Where you going?
Coyotes wanting to play, a couple cats, and a strange-looking dog. What's been captured most on my surveillance cameras, however, is just me and my Tourette syndrome.
Shave my hairy nipples!
It's a good thing I don't have neighbors, although the whole county probably heard my screams after I put my hand where it didn't belong, inside a snowblower. The intrusive thoughts won, ripping through my glove and fingers, slicing through everything including the bone. I rushed to the ER where my hand was rebuilt, thanks to a very skilled doctor. Thank you so much for stitching me up. My injury is healing well, thanks to you. I can finally write again.
I'd call this autism.
And what better way to express my gratitude?
Sup, homies? Just got back from Mexico. What's up, Carly? I would never go to Mexico. I'd be worried about being kidnapped by the cartel.
Gratitude than to write this letter of appreciation with the hand that you saved. Love, Zach.
Remember these from the 70s, Grandma?
Why did he do that?
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
So I'm in
What? Retarded children can be helped?
So I'm in the dumpster right now, rummaging through some stuff. Found some cool stuff, such as something I can relate to a lot, and also something I can't relate to a lot. Narcan. Oh, and this baby is not real, for the record. This is why you have to be super careful. Man, it smells in here. I don't think this is stuff found in the dumpster either, but when I...
Yeah, this is autism for sure. He's a weird guy.
Now, I think he did good. He was not wanting to get involved in none of this shit. Certified pedophiles.
Being tagged in pictures at Coachella. The article describes the photos as Charlotte wearing bodysuits, bikini tops, and jean shorts. Her mother, Christina Ford, recounts the moment she realized how popular the photos were making her daughter, saying, "They were in the back of the car chatting away and checking in on social to say they were in Toronto, just like normal teenagers. And then suddenly Madison was like, oh god,
Jesus.
it's Drake FaceTiming us. Should I answer?" As Ford drove on, listening to her daughter and her friend chatting away in the back seat with one of the biggest hip-hop stars on the planet, she felt the world as she knew it shifting under the wheels of her car. I thought, okay, she's hanging out with Drake. I guess this is for—
Why is Drake messaging fucking 16-year-olds? Holy fuck, bro. Yeah, dude, Drake is definitely an ephebophile. That is crazy. That is a good ass, though. Damn, that's a good ass. That is a very good hiney. Shit.
For real.
What was you saying at the beginning?
Nothing.
Yeah. That's what I thought. And Drake probably thought she was a thought too. The way he was trying to jump up in there. Yeah. Drake claiming, oh, guys, go find my 11-year-old daughter. He don't have one. He got an 11-year-old girlfriend. Yeah. That's why you can't find her. Y'all looking for a daughter. He probably dating that 11-year-old. Yeah. Drake a weirdo. That's official. Certified.
God damn.
Yeah, that's super weird behavior. Once is okay. Coinky dink. 3-4 times, you sticking your dinky dink in her.
It's an MO.
Yeah.
It's an MO.
Yeah. Predator.
Planet, she felt the world as she knew.
I think that's Drake calling me. Oh shit. Oh shit, dude. Yo, you saw that notification? Yeah. I'm like, it's Drake. He said, what'd you say about me?
Later that month, Drake would release a song titled Jaded, featuring the line, "We coulda waited. I wasn't Russian. Differences in ages. You're old enough, but you're still a baby."
Self-snitching. Just to reference, you're saying that no parents would let their daughter, they would think it's weird. She said like, oh, okay, I guess it's real, and kept on driving. So just to go back on what you were saying that no parents would have let that shit happen. She did. She was driving and they were chatting in the back, and she said, oh, I guess this is weird.
What I said was very different. I said no parent would let their daughter talk to a 29-year-old man. What I didn't add to that caveat is if they're famous. Because
man, who cares about this drama shit? Americans want to force their age of consent on the whole world. Look up age of consent in Europe. Have you seen this sick as fuck Star Wars episode?
Let me take a look. The editing in this is interesting. Also,
do you have something that gets you absolutely freaking pumped every time you see it? Something that just makes you go, woo! For something so cool about seeing this tiny little creature being fearless, fighting off predators that could kill them, putting bullies in their place, protecting their territory, protecting others, standing up to animals that are way big.
Those are some badass cats. Thanks for the donation, Indian number 1. Dodo Donatellers, this is a trick that I think might help you in Call of Duty.
You're about to peek an angle that you know an enemy is holding. But what is the best way of peeking it? Do you peek closer, further, or at the same distance from the angle as the enemy? Does it even make a difference? Let's look at this little simulation I made. You are the dark blue circle, and your line of sight is represented by the light blue lines coming out of the circle. The box in the middle is the angle obscuring you from the enemy, and the enemy is the same as you, except red with light red lines. In the first scenario, you're peeking closer to the angle than the enemy. Note how they are able to see the edge of your model before you are able to see them.
Yeah, you want to peek as far away from the wall as you can.
In the second scenario, you're both the same distance from the angle. This means that you'll be able to see each other at the same time. In the last scenario, you're peeking further from the angle, and you will be able to see the enemy before they can see you. Just like the first scenario, but reversed.
Yeah, I already know this. Please react to these friends. Oh, look at this. Oh, kitty playing. Oh, what a little puppy. Oh, they're friends. That's nice.
Good morning, Maggie.
Oh.
My goodness. Hi, baby.
Aww. That's really cute. Thanks, Dodo.
లత గారు లత గారు దెయ్యాలా భలేవారే
I gotta watch this again.
गोली मार गोली मार 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 गोली मार కాశ్మీర కౌగిలిస్తే ఏం చేస్తావో నేపాళి మంత్రమిస్తే ఏమవుతావో కంగారు పడ్డ కన్నె శృంగారమా వణుకుల్లో కూడా ఎంత వయ్యారమా గోలి మార गोली मार 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 పుట్టంగానే మట్టైపోయే కుట్టి చట్టాం వస్తే ముద్దు పెట్టాలంటే అల్లాడిపోతావే అమ్మడు ప్రాణమతి చేస్తారు ప్రాణాలు కత్తిస్తారు ఉన్న మతి పోయాక ఉప్పు పాతరేస్తారు ఓ యుతి బంతి పుబంతి ఓ శాంతి శాంతి ఓం శాంతి రుద్రం రౌద్రం రిరింస మూర్ఖం మూఢం ముమూర్ష కిల్లర్ 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 गोली मार गोली मार
Might have even been better than the original.
Bigger and more dangerous than them, suplexing a fool just because they can.
Grab the girl here. Oh, Lord, you are out.
I'm not kidding, dude. This stuff is like a shot of espresso straight into my nervous system. It makes the dopamine in my brain gush out like a geyser. Every time I see one of these videos, it's like... And the reflexes, dude? Are you kidding me? If you think you're gonna get a cat or get away from a cat, you are sorely mistaken. And the agility. Cats will do things I didn't even know were physically possible. And the speed. They'll slap you 20 times before you even know what's happening. Sometimes they'll just do something cool for no good reason at all. Look at this cat doing a flip. No one's even watching. I guess maybe the car in the background made a noise and the cat was like, "Gotta flip!" People always ask, why are cats so weird? Why do they do all those weird things? Why do they slap you for no reason? Why do they bite you randomly? Why do they attack you unprovoked? Why do they get scared so easily? Why do they get the zoomies and run around? I'll tell you why. It's because they're training. They're training for a fight. All those things they do, those are part of their Rocky training montage. They spend their whole lives training for the big fight, when everything's on the line and they can't afford to lose. They gotta be fast, they gotta be fierce, and they gotta be fearless, because the day that big fight comes, it might be a matter of life and death. Cats know they have to do whatever it takes to be a champion, and they won't let anything stop them.
Stop!
And then when the day of that big fight finally comes, when a cat is suddenly thrust into a deadly fight for its life, and it's outsized or outnumbered.
Carnivore Ray donated $2. Let me see.
Every time I eat a bowl of ground beef and eggs, it never fails. My body feels so frickin' good. And that just makes me so mad, because obviously it's incredibly bad for you. I've eaten thousands of eggs and hundreds of pounds of meat.
Yeah, well, just wait. The heart attack or stroke will come for you.
Over the last 9 months. Sure, I feel better and look better than I've ever felt in my life. But that means nothing. My heart will likely give out any day now. The studies are blatantly clear. This increases cholesterol, and I will very likely develop diabetes. I mean, shoot, the red meat alone causes cancer. If you don't believe me, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to Google, is red meat bad for me? Read the first thing that pops up and believe it. There's never been something inaccurate published. Of course the studies are true. Name one time studies have ever been falsified. Exactly.
So, because he feels good, therefore all of nutrition science must be wrong.
Science doesn't lie. Science is fact. It's not like science is theories that just evolve over time. Science is right 100% of the time, every time.
Well, these people are fucking retarded. The reckoning will come. Thanks for the donation, Carnivore Ray.
It's ready to go.
Yeah, this is why you should never let your cats outside. Yeah, those cats are really amazing.
Famous people let their kids do weird shit.
Exactly.
Okay? That's a whole different thing.
I recently discovered black tahini and it tastes just as good as white tahini, highly recommend. Apparently 100 grams of that stuff contains 650 milligrams of calcium. Is it a good source in terms of bioavailability? What would you recommend for calcium? Thanks.
Tofu is probably the best source of calcium because it's very high in calcium and you don't need to eat that much of it in order to get a lot of calcium. Tahini isn't particularly high in calcium if you consider the amount of calories it has. So 100 grams of tahini is quite a bit of calories because it's almost pure fat. So it's not exactly a big source of calcium considering the caloric cost. I've never heard of black tahini though. I'll look for it. Thanks for the donation, Avi Duder.
But to be clear, this is weird behavior.
Oh, yeah, and in terms of bioavailability, it's gonna have, it's gonna be fine. Dodo donate $2. How do you feel since your mushroom trip? Was it life-changing like the first time you taked penis envy? I feel really good. And I think it was a life-changing experience. I feel like all the baggage and trauma that I was carrying is just gone. I just don't care anymore. So yeah, I think it was life-changing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Perspective of anyone, but I'm saying the kinds of people who put their kids in famous situations let their kids do a lot of weird, freaky shit.
That's why when you said that, I believe my face was kind of weird. I went,
yeah,
because of that, the famous people.
Over the years, there's a lot of pictures of Drake wrapped around girls who are 18, 17. Do I think he's hit? Yes, I do.
Not every diet is perfect, everyone is different. You really need to relax with the hate speech. I am in a calorie deficit and people respond more when you act in good faith. All love your content.
This is what I order eating in a calorie deficit at Panda Express. This whole meal is only 535 calories and it has 39 grams of protein.
Hope you choke on it.
I've lost 240 pounds. 200 pounds lost naturally through calorie deficit and exercise, and the last 40 pounds have been with the help of semaglutide treating my PCOS. But I still eat in a calorie deficit and I don't restrict any food groups.
Yeah, well, hopefully you fucking choke on it. Thanks for the donation, Smaller Sam.
Hey, listen, you got no business talking no goddamn teenager. Even if you did, you know better. You should know your managers and everybody around tell you, but they probably not because you just into it that much. So all the stuff Kendrick was saying, it ain't lies. It ain't lies. And there's too many of these instances of this guy talking. You know what I've never thought in all my years as a 30-year-old? Can I please talk to a teenager for extended periods of time?
Can I please talk?
Yeah.
The literal, like, one of my life goals is finding ways to talk to them as little as possible. Okay? There is no time.
Dodo donated $2. Does this scare you? Let me see. Is it going to be babies?
You're doing, and they're proud of you. This is a solidarity that transcends race, religion, and politics. It is humanity at its best, at its purest and most vibrant form. Remember to always stay focused on the crimes of the occupation. Always, no matter
Jesus fucking Christ.
what. Never give in to agitators. Never allow racists among your ranks. Remember, the FBI will try to infiltrate you, as they did to other movements, and cause infighting, or try to make you look bad, while they occupy...
Fucking college students. Well, they're retarded. They don't even realize how... They don't even realize, like, what they're doing and how bad it is. By 2016, Muslims will be the biggest religious group the world over. Well, that's assuming they keep breeding.
Muslims will be the biggest religious group the world over. What are you going to do then? Actually, to oppose Sharia is even then? We have families, we are making babies. You're not. Our population is going down the slump. One day we can have a Muslim majority nation here in Canada. Right in your face.
You say that you want Sharia law to displace Canadian law. That doesn't sound very respectful.
In majority, you wouldn't have any other option, my friend. Islam doesn't endorse gayism. Islam doesn't endorse homosexuality. The gay people are doing is against.
Yeah, that is actually frightening. You can't tolerate us, you know where the door is, writes British Islamist YouTuber post local elections. It is clear that elements of the right in the UK are embittered at the rising population of Muslim and or ethnic communities in major cities. Let's be real, if you're waiting for a policy or party that will remove 1.4 million Muslim British citizens from London or 350,000 Muslims from Birmingham, such a policy will probably never come. Practically speaking, you can solve your problem by going to other towns and cities with less Muslims or ethnics. If you can't tolerate us, you know where the door is. Yeah, we'll show you the door. How about that? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm in my day that I'm like, man, I need a teenager around. You texting a teenager, I miss you so much?
Yeah.
Drake!
I'm on the side of, I mean, I got a little bit of tism in me, so I don't miss nobody. You know what I mean? That cannot be me.
It's not like he's a teacher. It's not like he's risk youth outreach or whatever. There's like no reason to be talking to these people. And listen, a lot of onus should be on the parents who allow for these kinds of listen. But like I said, people in rich or famous areas, they operate in weird ways. You know what I mean? Some of them stop parenting and leave the managers in charge of everything.
The weird thing they would do for the advancement of their kids, the weird shit that they would do.
Yep.
Some of these parents, whether it's in dance or acting, whatever, some of y'all parents are pimps. And you're pimping the dreams that you had through your kids.
Yep.
Some of y'all are pimps. Let's be honest with each other. The way you guys are operating, but it's good for you. It's good. You're just thinking about the career.
Yeah. And people say, "Oh, Kendrick just make it." Listen, some of the people that are in OVO are criminals.
What did you
That's
say?
a fact.
What'd you say?
OVO.
You said it like that.
Now step this way, step this way, step. So I'll talk about the rap beef at a different date, but I just want to talk about this portion specifically because I think it's telling that people think this is just rap. No. Okay? Where there's smoke, there's absolutely fire with this one, and this one's a whole bonfire.
I think it's a
in the middle of the woods.
I think it's a rap battle. It's not a beef, but whatever.
That's a beef. When you're bringing up allegations,
I can understand that, but I think it's still a rap battle. Rap battles been vicious, been known to be vicious, exposing motherfuckers. If you go to rap battles, they go through lengths to expose a motherfucker. The beef thing, what I know from a beef is people dying, people shooting up, and I don't think they're gonna come to that way.
What about if they go into jail? What happened to Diddy? It took one court case from Cassie, and now his ass is looking at jail
That was
time.
not a beef. That was not
but my whole point is, The difference between rap battles and this shit is because of how mainstream this is, and Kendrick know what he doing when he bringing this shit up. You don't think law enforcement might start looking at this shit?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just saying. Does that not go to a beef status if he going to jail?
Name one scientific study that says meat is bad for you that isn't funded by George Soros. Just follow the money. Bet you wish you look as good as I do. I can probably lift more than you, Lamau.
One study that says meat is bad that isn't funded by George Soros. I guess the Nurse's Health Study?
Freaking love food. This meal was like 130 grams of protein. I scarfed it down like I was a fat kid at the state fair. It was so good. Eat real, whole foods. I would hungry man mentality learned to eat, not eat a mass. So this is the way that I figured out how to do that.
Yeah, these people are just going to give themselves heart disease. He looks good, but I can guarantee you he can't lift shit. Does he have any lifting content? Oh, here we go. Using, let me see. Adolf Hitler was a faggot, donated $2. Let me see. Photos of Hitler that he hated and wanted destroyed that we still have a thread. Yep, that was pretty gay. He was a autistic weirdo, dude. That is gay as shit. Thanks for the donation, Adolf Hitler. So, this is a Smith machine press. That looked like it might have been 185 pounds. Yeah, this guy is not strong. $135 for bent rows is not a good lift. Yeah, hammer curls of 35 pounds. Again, that is not strong. He must be really small. Like, I'm guessing he weighs less than he looks. He might be like around 150 or 160. He's not a strong guy. Well, the meat is not making you all that manly.
Jail potentially? I'm just asking the question.
No.
No?
No.
So jail is not beef for you?
No.
Just murder?
Yeah.
Or attacking someone physically?
Yeah, that's beef.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If that's beef, then I'd rather have beef than whatever the fuck this is. Yeah, boy. Come find me and catch a fade one. Yeah, catch a fair one. I would much rather that than be facing 20 years because you exposed to my secrets.
Hey, don't do secrets.
I'm just saying, but hey, maybe y'all feel different.
Don't do secrets.
I get what
then.
preacher's saying.
Don't do secrets then. If you're supposed to go to jail, you're supposed to go to jail. If it was over a beef, too bad. On top of that, you self-snitch in songs.
Yeah,
so I'm not saying it's not something that I went, excuse me, Mr.
Dodo Tellers, do you think the rise of Islam, if we start seeing countries like UK become majority Muslim, will be the end of scientific progression? And basically the end of the movement in humanity to learn more and do science and have breakthroughs in medicine, etc. Well, if the end result of Islam is Afghanistan, then yeah, probably. These stats that Muslims will become a majority are kind of stupid because you don't see patterns like you don't normally see patterns like Muslims becoming a majority. What you see is a greater proportion of the population being Muslim, but you don't see those majority changes. I doubt that will happen. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want the country to become majority Muslim because Islam is just toxic and horrible. So, but I don't see that happening. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. What is this? Chinese employer working in Africa shows who is boss on the continent. Many African countries still don't know what they've gotten themselves into after signing all these commercial agreements with China. Yeah, you're telling me. Yeah, this is what happens when you don't have the internet. Yeah, don't make agreements with the Chinese. This music video by Harvard Medical School made me lose my will to live.
Looking at my notes, but my knowledge ain't fleeting. Space repetition, give me something to believe in. Pass all my tests, but I just skim the reading. In the food chain, we're the ones that eat you. Harvard Med ain't no bottom feeder. MD stands for my demeanor. Ask permission before I ever greet you. Does it radiate? Does it come with strain? Scale 1 to 10, can you rate the pain? When I knock the door, you ask who is it? You can check my coat, it'll spell my name.
Pretty gay. Heard of the Century of Humiliation, but didn't know the details. Wow, I recommend watching.
By the turn of the 19th century.
I'll watch that on my spare time. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Persecutor, this is what I... No, it's like, go look at that song and look into it. That's what he did.
Bro.
That's what he did.
It's my fault that you got pictures of you holding on to ladies like... And they 17.
Whole thread of gay Hitler pics. What the fuck? Dude, Hitler looks like a fucking retard in shorts. Jesus. Just weak, skinny bitch, like, legs. Yeah, he has just disgusting legs. Very odd proportions.
That nobody snitching on you.
So it's a rap battle.
That's you.
To me, it's not a beef.
You should never be holding a 14-year-old like this.
I've heard more vicious shit in rap battles than this.
Yeah.
Vicious stuff.
Yo, Drake is definitely into young ones. And anyone who's telling themselves otherwise, I want y'all to explain all them conversations you be having with 14-year-olds. Go ahead, and I'll wait. I'll watch you.
Snead donated $2. I can see why Destiny fell for Lauren Southern. Grifters are attracted to one another. Lauren Southern, how my trad life turned toxic. The online ideology doesn't work in the real world. Does promote... You know what's so strange? Lauren Southern is a very, very masculine woman. Like, if you look at the way she normally dresses, she doesn't dress like the most feminine way. She doesn't exactly wear boys' clothes, but she just doesn't dress all that feminine. Her voice is very deep for a woman's voice, too.
Call me a blackie, please. My master.
You're a blackie. Thanks for the donation, Cold BJ. Or Cold BJJ. She has, like, fairly masculine hobbies, like guns. And, you know, it's funny, she did that whole thing where she legally changed her gender to male. Like, there's a fucking reason why a doctor would think, like, she'd be transgender. Like, she has a very fucking deep voice. If she ties her hair back or cuts her hair short, like, she has a pretty prominent chin. You know, like, I'm not saying she looks manly or masculine, but, like, I mean, she is kind of a masculine woman. And then she, like, talks about traditional femininity and stuff. It just doesn't make fucking sense. I'm not gonna bother reading this. I don't care about Lauren Southern enough, but yeah, all these fucking conservatives talking about trad marriages and shit, like, all their relationships are just toxic and weird and go to shit. Like, Ben Shapiro's really the only one I can think of out of the conservative pundits that doesn't have some weird, fucked up relationship with his wife. Crowder, Lauren Boebert, Space Lasers Green, they all have weird relationships. Dodo. Yep.
Do you believe in God?
Description of God that I've heard holds God to be all-powerful, very typical, and all good. And then I look around and I see a tsunami that killed 250,000 people in Indonesia, an earthquake that killed 250,000 people in Haiti, and I see earthquakes and tornadoes and disease, childhood leukemia, and I see all of this and I say, I do not see evidence of both of those being true simultaneously. If there is a God, the God is either not all-powerful or not all good.
There's so many wrong things. The best proof that God does not exist is his tie, by the way. Maybe God's definition of what's good is not your definition of what's good. Neil deGrasse.
Oh, okay. So God thinks mass killings are good. Okay, got it.
Tyson, because you are not God. Possibility number 2. God limits his control in the universe in certain ways so as to allow for free will and free decision making. And if the pure cause and effect.
Well, that's the problem, though. If a God was all good, he either wouldn't allow for free will, or he would only he would change what free will is in order to not allow evil.
Of God thinking a thing were bad, and the bad thing happening to that person.
Dude, isn't that funny? So, like, Ben Shapiro's answer to why children get raped is, well, maybe God just has a different opinion on what good is. So you're telling me a all-good God thinks child rape is good. What a funny idea.
Who just did the bad thing were to be exposed, then you wouldn't have any free choice.
Yeah, so that's also not true. You could have free will, but only good exists. Got like that. You don't need to have the ability to cause evil to have free will. God would just not allow evil to exist.
Have already used up all their gas. We call them elliptical galaxies. They don't have any gas, but they have stars that will live 1 trillion years. After 1 trillion years, they will pluck out one by one, trillions of years from now, because that's their life expectancy. They're burning their fuel very efficiently, very slowly and very efficiently. These are the dim red stars, of which there are many in every galaxy. But there's no gas in the elliptical galaxies. There's no fresh generation to be made. In spiral galaxies such as ours, the Milky Way, we have stars that will also live 1 trillion years. They'll pluck out at around the same time these other stars do, but we have residual gas.
Right.
If God is also all-knowing and all-powerful, then God should be able to preserve free will and prevent evil simultaneously, even if you cannot think of such a way. Because God is all-powerful and all-knowing, right? So he shall be able to do that.
Yeah, I know. It is such a stupid cope. I don't know how you can be so stupid to make an argument like that and not be self-critical to know, like, to recognize the flaw in your argument. If God is all-powerful, then he would be able to create a way to allow for infinite free will without the existence of evil. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
People say, oh, well, Michael Phelps, he's got really flexible, big feet that flap for swimming, and he can flap. He's got webbed fingers. I don't know
he's
what
a
they
long
say.
pig.
Okay,
He's a long pig.
They'll say whatever they will about his body, but wait a minute. He's in the water 30 hours a week. Did you factor that in? Where's that in your equation for him succeeding? How about that? So generally, if you part the curtains, someone is working really hard at what might look easy to them that they have accomplished.
It's a combination of genetics, hard work, and drugs. That's what makes highly successful athletes.
I think if the nation dreamed big, then its citizenry dreams big.
So we're not dreaming anymore.
During the 1960s, when we were on our way to the moon. By the way, in the 60s, we had a Cold War, a hot war, the civil rights movement, campus unrest. While that's going on, we go to the moon. And what happens in that journey from Mercury to Gemini to Apollo? Every next mission is more ambitious than the previous one. In the midst of all the war, there's a headline about the role of science and technology, the STEM fields. What happens in 1972? We stop leaving Earth, we stop going to the moon, all those articles go away. Right. They stop. And then disco comes in and everybody only cares about themselves. I think if the nation dreamed big, then its citizenry dreams big.
So we're not dreaming.
True. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Christy Stinky Hole donated $2. Age restricted content. Can't view it. The fuck is going on here?
And everyone here, you give consent to everyone to kick you in the nuts?
I don't know if I'm gonna get that far.
All right, do you consent to me?
Yes.
All right. How's that?
Burning.
Hold it, hold it, hold it.
That's a big round butt.
All right. You want to go round two? You want somebody else? Someone with a good kick.
By the way, you shouldn't do this. This can actually cause permanent damage to your testicles, and you won't be able to produce testosterone in adequate quantities. You should avoid getting kicked in the nuts as much as you can. But thanks for the donation, Christy Stinky Hole.
You guys to give me the reasons why a 30-year-old is out here going on dates and hanging out and texting about dating and boys with 14-year-olds. And I'll tell you what it is. You ready for the word? This is actually one of the few times you can use it. Preach, drum roll, grooming.
The word is grooming?
This is actually grooming.
You think
this is actually grooming. Think about what's happening. He meets them when they're 14, talks to them about dating. So he's inserting himself, okay? And then once they hit 18, they're going on dates and they hugging up and shit. I've never been with no one underage, but now I understand why this is the angle that you really mess with. Just for clarity, I feel disgusted. I'm too respected. If I was fucking young girls, I promise I'd have been arrested. I'm too famous for the shit you just suggested. How many super famous guys have been caught with underage people and been doing it for a long time?
Nobody.
How long did R. Kelly operate, even though this man was hanging outside high schools waiting to pick up high schoolers?
A couple of months, tops.
What a dumbass saying, I'm too famous. Do you know how many famous dudes get away with diddling young kids all the time? It's Drake a predator.
I don't know, man.
I feel like that's what everyone's talking about.
Is Kendrick beating his wife?
I don't think people are talking about it. Are they? Nah. I think that was briefly mentioned, and everyone's back to Drake like, does he have an 11-year-old? Some big questions being raised. Wow. And it's interesting to me because it feels like rap beats today are so different in that regards. It ain't even about the bars half the time now. It feels like who's got the dirt, who got the tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what can be proven.
And you know what?
Think of like his previous beef. Think about Drake versus Pusha T.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember half the bars?
I don't remember.
I don't think a person can name a single bar on the top of their head for most people at home.
I remember one thing. Drake! The one that tried to guide the kids from the world, but the world would have had it.
It's really important, apparently.
Yes, because that's what you... think about this. Think about this.
Think about this.
Coconuts in Barbados.
Coconuts in Barbados.
But think about this. The way that you consume music now is by streaming. So if you're in your car, or even if you listen to satellite radio, what's gonna come up is the cover art.
True.
And I listen to satellite radio, and they've been playing all the tracks of the Beast.
Yeah.
And what comes up?
The cover art.
The cover art.
Yeah.
So what you see, the cover art is actually more important than a video clip, because even when you stream from your
you don't see the video clip.
You don't see the video clip, but boom, what's gonna pop up?
True.
The cover art.
True.
So I understand.
I'm a bit behind the time.
Forgot my namification, donated $2. Let me see. Hitler on Palestine, Roosevelt, and British interlopers.
Endlich die Bereitwilligkeit in die Zusicherung zu geben, dass die deutschen Streitkräfte das Staatsgebiet oder die Besitzungen folgender unabhängiger Nationen nicht angreifen und vor allem nicht dort einmarschieren würden. Und er nennt als dafür in Frage kommend nun Finnland, Lettland, Litauen, Estland, Norwegen, Schweden, Dänemark, Niederlande, Belgien, Großbritannien, Irland, Frankreich, Portugal, Spanien, die Schweiz, Liechtenstein, Luxemburg, Polen, Ungarn, Rumänien, Jugoslawien, Russland, Bulgarien, Türkei, Irak, Arabien, Syrien, Palästina, Ägypten.
Ebenfalls ist Herrn Roosevelt als wichtig Zitat eingegangen, dass Palästina zur Zeit ja gar nicht von deutschen Truppen, sondern von Engländern besetzt ist. Und mit brutalsten Gewaltmitteln in seiner Freiheit getrennt und um seine Unabhängigkeit gebracht wird. Und zugunsten jüdischer Eindringlinge, die
Dude.
grausamsten Misshandlungen erduldet. Die in diesem Land lebenden Araber dürften sich gegenüber Roosevelt daher sicherlich nicht über eine deutsche Aggression beschwert haben, aber sie beklagen sich in andauernden Appellen an die Weltöffentlichkeit über die barbarischen Methoden, mit denen England dort eins seiner Freiheit liebendes und nur seine Freiheit verteidigendes Volk.
I guess this explains why there's so many Nazi sympathizers in Palestine.
Auch dies wäre vielleicht ein Problem, das man nach der Auffassung des Herrn Roosevelt am Konferenztisch würde lösen müssen. Vor einem gerechten Richter also, und nicht durch brachiale Gewalt und militärische Mittel, durch Machtverschießungen, durch das Niederbrennen von Körpern, Sprengen von Häusern und so weiter. Denn eines steht so unzweifelhaft fest, dass England in diesem Fall nicht in Abwehr eines drohenden arabischen Angriffs auf England handelt.
Yeah, that is fucked. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
I still go on YouTube and click the thing where I download the MP3. So I'm stupid. So I don't know nothing about streaming. I don't have Spotify. I don't have iTunes.
You download the MP3?
I have a folder with every MP3 I've collected for the last 16 years. I have files as old as 2017. You understand? And it's kind of cool, to be honest with you.
What are you, Napster?
I'm a dinosaur, bro. So it's kind of cool because I go by date modified, and I can literally see how my playlist evolved. When house was introduced, when salsa was introduced,
true.
when I went back to some of my old R&B albums.
You could put them by dates, and then you see that.
It feels cool. It's a history.
Yeah, I ain't mad.
Kid Boot on $8. Uh-oh, he went out of character here. Bad-built Irish family collectively try to beat a young black schoolgirl to death. This is stuff that needs to be called out. Oh yeah, that is out of character.
A bad-built Irish white trash family decides to get together and beat on one lone black girl. Y'all know who I normally talk about? This time, I gotta talk about the other side. Let's take a look.
Get up. Move. Get him back. Get him back. Get him back. Get my phone. That's it, Margaret. That's it. Take the head. Punch the face off her.
You know, it's really something when someone starts a fight with somebody else, and then when they start losing, their family gets involved.
Punch her face and kick. Get her head. Beat her on the floor. Beat her on the floor. That's it. Get her back. That's it. That's it. Kick her in the face. Dude, she's year 6. Step on her face, Whitney. Kick her in the face. Kick her in the face. That's it. Kick her in the face. Whitney.
That girl looks like she's 9.
Kick her in the face, you spastic. Look at Whitney. Get up there, son. Get up there. More important stuff happening. Get over there. Get up there, man. Kick that thing from that country.
Yeah, that is white trash indeed.
Kick her in the face. Keep doing it. Quick. Keep doing it. Get up there. Get up there, Whitney. I'm with you. I'm going to murder you. Come on, Whitney. Get honey. What, honey? Honey. Get her, honey. Get her, honey. That's it.
Yeah, dude, that is messed up.
Difficult video to watch. Very difficult to listen to. And let me tell you something, if I was the parents of that little girl, well, I tell you what, I'd be showing up at those Patty's door. Now, this is, of course, is not in the United States, as you can see the license plates. This is probably somewhere in Ireland, if I'm not mistaken, listening to the accent. And you could hear the woman say, "Get out of our country."
Dodo Nintillers, if that Hitler video was on TikTok, you'd see everyone starting to defend Hitler and basically this. Yeah, you would. Unironically. After hearing about TikTok content creator praising Osama bin Laden's letter to America before the 9/11 attacks on American soil, I was furious and upset as a native New York resident and person who was affected by the tragic events of that day. Dude, TikTok is a fucking cesspit.
Okay, some of you...
It really should be banned.
You have probably seen this, probably a lot haven't. It's a letter to America written by Osama bin Laden.
I read Osama bin Laden's letter to America.
The way this letter is going viral right now is giving me the greatest sense of relief. If you're Muslim and you've lived in the US since 9/11, you know more truth than the typical citizen. Now it's all coming to light because of Palestine.
So let me get this straight. In 2023, TikTok creators, content creators, whatever they want to call themselves, are saying that Osama bin Laden, the man who attacked us on American soil in 2001, had a point. Are y'all?
New footage showing Fuentes knew about lead Stop the Steal organizer Ali Alexander being a pedo in 2020, talking to the kid who would reveal publicly 3 years later that Ali solicited sex with him.
Okay, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, 3.
On drugs? Are y'all smoking? I don't know. But what I do know is America on Tuesday, September 11, 2001 was heartbroken and was sad and it was crying. Because why? Because 3 places on the East Coast, New York City, the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and a small area in Pennsylvania was attacked. People died on the planes. People died in the buildings. And as a New Yorker, on September 11th, as a 10th grader in school, looking forward to go out to lunch that year, because it was my first year, those plans was done. What took waiting for my sister to come home from campus, and my father didn't even come home the next day because he worked in Jersey City, which he took that train from the World Trade Center 9 times out of 10, but luckily he took the train from 33rd Street. So all of you so-called leftists, far leftists, whatever the fuck you call yourselves, you know, you guys are the most insensitive people. You guys are not even really for the people. Let's be real, because all of this is performative. So you guys can...
They're retarded, and they're getting manipulated by Chinese propaganda. Let's see...
Chatelet moment?
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah. 2016 vibes. We gotta get that on a boombox. We gotta get Chatelet! 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 Come on. Rob, stand back there, okay?
On my IG story real quick.
Sure. You gotta replace their
It's actually Neil Kanye anyways. Wow. For now. Yeah, let's see on my IG.
Is that Elijah Schaefer?
Fucking faggot.
Is it? No, it's not him. I thought it was him.
He was so gay for me.
He's horrible.
pack. Oh, let me buy you a drink. You met me a minute ago. What's going on here? Him and Ali was out here. I was like, I took Owen's short. I was like, Owen, Ali's a pedo, right? And he's like, why's everybody say that? I'm like, dude, come on.
Yeah,
are you serious?
How do people not know?
And he's like, oh, I work for InfoWars, so I don't really deal with that. That's some bullshit right there.
Who said what?
Owen Schroyer was giving me the bullshit. Oh, I don't really know about Ali. I just work for InfoWars. That's my job.
Oh, were you asking about like?
Well, Ali hit on me hard.
Oh.
And was like, asked me how tall I was, what kind of alcohol I drank. He was like, hey, if you want to come do chores for me, let me know.
Oh, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to get that guy.
He's looking for the sexy maid. The sexy maid op.
Oh, they're like.
Why in the fuck didn't he, like, report this to the police?
So happy to see you.
Dude, that's really fucking weird. Yeah, that's super fucked.
Now again, I don't know what is going on in these people's countries, but we know who the original niggers were in the United States before blacks came. It was them. We also know that these Irish people do not like blacks at all. Do they have a right to not like blacks? Of course. Do they have a reason? Who cares? The point is, those are children. And you were egging those little girls on to fight one black girl. Let me tell you what was going on here, ladies and gentlemen. That black girl was doing more than holding her own. She was kicking the first bad-built bitch ass. Then the other ones just came in and was kicking, and the mother was yelling out what to do. Kick her in the face, all of this stuff. And let me tell you what should happen. But it probably won't. What should happen is the mother should be put in jail.
Yeah.
And should be put in jail for a nice long time for encouraging her children to do that to someone else's child. Amazingly, when you hear all the noises, when we're talking about the monkey noises and the chimping out, you know what you didn't hear? As the Bible says about the young black girl, not a mumbling word. She fought and fought when literally her life was on the line as they were kicking her in the head. This should be something, if you wanted to talk about what racism is, well, it looks like this. This is an actual event that actually happened. Now, it happens the other way around too. But what we should want to do is whenever someone does it, no matter the color, and no matter who they do it to, those people should be prosecuted.
Very uncharacteristic of Tommy, but I'm glad he at least supports an anti-racist stance, even though he's a racist himself.
Mad at that.
I'm
You
not
can
gonna
no
lie,
longer call me
streaming
that.
folks will never, the same way I won't be able to understand how they constantly discover new music because they're recommended playlists through algorithms.
Yeah.
They won't be able to understand what it's like to like browse a SoundCloud DJ and then have to go through his whole discography to find a single track. Like so it's just a different experience. But it doesn't matter.
But you can no longer call me a dinosaur, though. You surpassed me in that sense.
Listen.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. Cover the actual.
All right, well, Drake is a predator for sure. That's pretty messed up. Leave the goal up. Let's play a few matches just for the fuck of it. I've got to do that interview with what's her name? Why the fuck do I forget people's names so easily? Militant vegan. Why can't I remember her fucking name now? Why am I retarded? Yeah, Rafaela. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to poop soon. Okay, I think I'll play one match and then I'll end the stream because I have to take a shit. I don't even know if I can hold in my shit for that long. Oh god, I'm getting the cramps in my feet. Oh. I get cramps in my feet when I have to poop really bad.
Friendly UAV online. Hardcore. Domination. Capture and keep hold of the objectives. Enemy KIA.
Damn it. Ah, fuck. Fuck you. So stupid.
Got contact. Feeling weak.
What in the fucking balls, dude? Oh my god.
Securing objective Alpha. On your 6.
Call of Duty. Oh my god. This game is lagging in a really fucking weird way. I will look at that link after the match. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Wow. Oh my god, are the spawns ever terrible.
Feeling weak.
You know, I don't want to play this. I just realized. Dodo donated $2, cinnamon raised bread. I hate raisin bread. Oh, I fucking hate it. Well, I guess homophobic leaders are, Sigma? Rate this therapy. New longevity therapy, plasmalogens, or logens. What are plasmalogens? Type of phospholipid that make up 20% of cell membranes in the brain that play a significant role in brain health. However, plasmalogens content decline with age. Baseline measurement suggests I have lower than average plasmalogens for my age as determined by proactive measurement. We are evaluating if we can increase plasmalogen levels in my red blood cells and simultaneously see if my brain markers improve as measured by MRI. I doubt that because they probably won't cross the blood-brain barrier. Company that made the test, I used reports that my baseline plasmalogen levels were generally below average for my age group. Note we were not supplied with reference for their stated reference ranges and are hoping that by sharing we learn from others who know more on this topic. Test costs $500. Strength of evidence. Score the strength of evidence of plasmalogians as speculative at this point, as the trials are early stage and developing. We decided to try this protocol as we think it's safe. We cannot recommend that anyone else does it at this, as this is an area of ongoing research. Therapy protocol. 2 different types of plasmalogians for 3 months, then remeasure. I will share the results as usual. What we expect will happen, we are evaluating the effects on brain MRI, such as 3D volumes of different brain regions. I don't think it'll do anything, because it'll probably not pass the blood-brain barrier. That would be my guess, but we'll see. All right, I'm gonna go poop and go to bed and do the interview with Rafaela in the afternoon. I'll probably edit the video right after it's done, so it'll, in all likelihood, be out before I stream at night. So you all will have that to look forward to, but I should be streaming tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it, and sweet dreams.